WithDREW, a young adult thriller. Unleashed Book 2. Written by Susan Katie Allred. Narrated by Jackie Giardina. A Jana Elko publishing book. First published in the United States in 2021 by Jana Elko Publishing. Copyright Susan Katie Allred 2021. All characters in this book are fictitious, and any resemblance to actual persons living or dead is purely coincidental. All rights reserved. No part of this publication may be reproduced, stored in a retrieval system, or transmitted in any form by any means without prior permission in writing of the publisher, nor to be otherwise circulated in any form, binding, or cover other than that in which it is published without a similar condition, including this condition, being imposed on the subsequent purchaser. WithDREW. Memory Lane. Bodies crumble to the ground and screams fill the darkness. I gasp for breath and lurch upright to sit in bed. Beads of sweat drip down my face and my shirt clings to my torso. With wide eyes, I scan the room and take in my surroundings. Family pictures on the wall, backpack by the door, turquoise duvet on the king-size bed. My room. Well, the room I call mine as long as I'm in Walla Walla to be a high school senior for the agency. I scrub my hands down my face and take a cleansing breath. Icy air fills my lungs. It was just a dream. It was just a dream. I rub my arms, staving off a shudder, and waiting for the cold boil of my blood to calm. Checking the time on my phone, I groan. 2:15 in the morning. A familiar ringtone fills the air, and I grab my phone, touching the screen to make Drew's worried face appear. "Another nightmare?" he asks from the phone, his brows scrunched together with concern. Yeah. I rub the remaining cobwebs from my eyes and glance at the ring. Spy gear the agency uses to listen in on me 24/7. "Same dream?" he asks. I can't get that day out of my head. How long until these nightmares end? Every person is different. You've got to come to terms with the fact that you had to kill them. I shake my head at the screen. It's not that easy. They had mothers, wives, children. I'm the reason those families are hurting. You, of all people, should know how hard losing a parent is to a child, right or wrong. Drew closes his eyes and nods. "Yes, I do, and so do you," he says, barely above a whisper. "But it doesn't make your choice any less correct. You killed in self-defense." He's right, as usual. I close my eyes, feeling more exhausted than when I crawled into bed 3 hours ago. I guess I need more time. Is it too much to want to have my life back to normal? Or even just feel good about working for the agency? I glance at him. That's all I want. To not feel like some mass murderer because I'm doing this. I examine his face on the screen. Drew's emerald eyes are alert, his brown wavy hair perfectly placed, and he's in a dark button-down shirt. I narrow my eyes at my phone. "Hey, it's like 5 a.m. over there. Are you getting an early start? Or are you still awake?" "Couldn't sleep," he admits, trying to mask a yawn with the back of his hand. "So you've been listening to me sleep? Sounds a bit creeperish, if you ask me." He smiles, and his eyes crinkle at the corners. "I can't help it. I miss you, and you never turn your jewelry off." I'm at the wall of windows facing the forest. It's still pitch black outside, but that doesn't stop me from imagining what happened out there, causing my stomach to tighten with dread. I glance at his face. "I miss you too. The distance is freaking killing me." Loneliness, as heavy as a 100-pound kettlebell, threatens to seep in again. 5 months ago, Drew recruited me for the agency. Now, he's across the country being treated by world-class doctors and enduring intensive rehab to get back to his old fighting self. I'm left to deal with the emotional baggage of what I've done, without him. "How are you healing? Are you seeing any progress?" I ask. "I met with another doctor yesterday. The bones are almost healed, and the surgery is deemed a success. Now it's a matter of physical therapy to get me back to the person I was before." "How much longer are they thinking?" 4 more months of intensive therapy. They swear by the time I'm done, you'll never know I've been hurt." 4 more months? I groan. "It's already been 2. I don't know if I can go 6 months without seeing you." Intellectually, I understand his need to be gone for so long, but emotionally, I'm like a caged animal without him here. There are nights when I'm literally pacing my bedroom, unsure what to do with myself. I'm a lethal weapon for Pete's sake. I have got to learn how to deal with these emotions on my own. But how am I supposed to do that without him around to talk me down? Drew has been my calming force from the moment I met him. He's always known what to say or do. Without him, my moods are choppy at best. Without him, I spend hours at a time working to the point of exhaustion, just so I can function without accidentally tearing some person's head off for the audacity to breathe. Without Drew to keep me in check, helping me see the rational side of things, I've been struggling hardcore. At least I could still talk to you from here, he says with a grin. I roll my eyes at the screen and absent-mindedly touch my earring that houses a video camera. Between the ring and the stud in my ear, I have absolutely no privacy. It's also how Drew can stalk me from across the country. Too bad it doesn't go both ways, I say, laying back against my pillows. It's lonely without you. How can you be lonely? Everyone's going in and out of the house and you're never alone. What about Sierra? Aren't you two getting along? It's not the same, I bite my lip, feeling a pang of guilt. Drew actually is alone. At least I have Aunt Patty and the crew to keep me occupied. Drew has only his therapists all day long. Aren't you lonely over there? I ask. How can I be lonely? I get to stalk you. His eyes crinkle with laughter again before he sobers. They've got me working out 4 to 6 hours a day, and I'm taking extra online courses to keep busy while I'm waiting to get better. Drew shakes his head. Apparently, the agency wants me to get another degree, as if 2 aren't enough. Yeah, well, keep that PT up and you'll be able to do the Ironman with me this summer. It'd be so much more fun if I were doing the triathlon with you. I should be so lucky, he says, making a face of disgust. How's the new recruit shaping up? Is he getting along with everyone? Has Randy Sweet talked you into taking another assignment? Manny is progressing nicely, I say, trying to be vague. Drew isn't fond of Manny, and I can't blame him. The guys have a history, and it hasn't been resolved yet. Randy hasn't been so lucky, I say, pursing my lips. Quite frankly, I'm in no hurry to start working again. The last time didn't go as planned. I shudder at the memory of Drew in the trailer where I'd found him nearly dead, along with Patty and most of the crew. Drew grunts in agreement, then says, You better get some sleep. I hear Mark plans on training you hard today. It's his idea of a pre-New Year's Eve gift, so to speak. Great, I say, rubbing my eyes. How about you? Are you going to get any sleep? Nah, sleep is highly overrated. He wrinkles his nose. Besides, I'll take a nap during your swim. I found the sound of splashing water calming. I make a face at the screen. I'm jealous already. He smiles again before wagging a finger at me. Seriously, sleep. I'll talk to you at our usual time tonight, okay? Okay. He stares at me. Finally, I sigh. Yeah, I'll sleep. Liar. He flashes a 1,000-watt smile. Then the screen goes blank, leaving me in the darkness of my room. You got that right, I mutter as I climb out of my giant 4-poster bed. I'm awake, and there's no getting back to sleep now. Chapter 2. Swimming in the Deep End. I pad along the overly plush carpet in my bare feet to my walk-in closet. The closet is bigger than my entire bedroom in my home back in Spokane. At an ornate dresser, I open a drawer, pulling out a swimsuit. I change into a one-piece purple Speedo, cover up with a robe, then grab my waterproof iPod, earbuds, and swim gear. I walk out of my room and down the hall to the media room, punching a code into a panel on the side of the TV. I wait for the secret panel in the wall to slide open with a whoosh. Classical music fills the air when the door opens. Hey, Sarah, I call to the tattooed redhead on the other side of the wall. Today, she's wearing a black and white off-the-shoulder shirt with skin-tight black leggings and her hair tied up with a white bandana. Her lips are blood red, and nearly all her tattoos are covered by the sleeves of her shirt, but she's 100% rockabilly. Did you get a new piercing? I ask. Sarah glances over her shoulder at me and twists a knob on the console covered with hundreds of buttons and knobs. Above her, a few dozen screens are a flurry of activity, and the computer on the desk has 5 monitors filled with still more video feeds and stuff I haven't figured out. In the corner, there's a little Christmas tree filled with bullet-shaped ornaments that hasn't been put away yet. She turns down the music until it's background noise. Yeah, I did, she grins, fingering a new hoop on her eyebrow, below the new scar she has on her forehead. It's my Christmas present to myself. Mark and Randy haven't noticed the hoop yet, and it's been a week. You spotted it less than 2 seconds after walking in. Impressive. I curl my fingers to my mouth and blow a puff of air onto my fingernails, then buff them on my shoulder before sniffing. That's why I'm the best. Sarah rolls her eyes and I break into a grin. I look over her shoulder to her desk. What you doing? She half turns and covers the papers. It looks like a bunch of random scribblings from an 8-year-old. Just a project the agency sent over while we wait for you to activate again. I sit in one of the leather rolling chairs and look out the darkened window facing the woods in the backyard. 2 months ago, Drew and I had opened this door and found it ransacked with blood smeared along the wall next to a giant divot in the drywall. I had been sure it was from Sarah's head being slammed into the wall. Afterward, I'd learned she'd done it to them when they broke into the room. But they paid her back in the trailer where I'd found her. I shoved the memory from my mind, refusing to relive that memory. What have they got you doing? Well, there's not much use for the languages I know around here. And you're not working, so I can't brush up on my lip reading. So they've got me deciphering codes. She waves her hand dismissively. Enough about my boring life. Tell me about your dream. You heard the nightmare? Don't tell me you're getting all creeperish too. That's my job, she smiles briefly before her lips dip into a frown. Is everything okay? Is there anything I can do to help? I stare at the new screen that has cameras facing the woods out back. I don't think so. I think I just need to wait him out. It gets better, right? I still have nightmares about that weekend too, she says. We all thought we were going to die, and Drew nearly did. Has he spoken to you about it yet? Not really. He seems to think he's protecting me by not going into detail. He's probably right. I don't know if I could handle the guilt of knowing exactly what they were doing to him while I was wasting time with the guards. I shake my head. I should have been faster getting to you guys. Aleasha, you did the best you could. No one is blaming you for what happened. You were being swarmed out there, and you took out a lot of targets. I think it's an all-time record, too. She reaches over and squeezes my hand. Cut yourself some slack, girl. Does it bother you that people died? It used to. Sarah shuffles the papers on her desk until they're in a neat pile, face down. But then I realized there were many more innocents at stake. Sure, more than 40 people died out back, but you saved 10 lives. Our lives. Not to mention all the kids you saved from Madison, all the people you vindicated, and the countless number of families that would have been affected by the illegal drugs we found and confiscated. Sarah shakes her head. Aleasha, sometimes we have to do hard to achieve a much better thing. Not everyone can do what we do. I get that. But someone's got to do it. Someone like soldiers and cops and SWAT. She leans her head on my shoulders, and I get a whiff of her vanilla perfume. And us. We sit in silence for a while, listening to the classical music until I take a deep breath and say, Thanks for the pep talk. I think I'm going to go for a swim and try to clear my head. Don't drown, she hollers over her shoulder as she returns to her kindergarten scratchings, walking down the arched stairway to the main floor, dragging my hand along the smooth black banister. I consider Sarah's argument. I've spent the last 2 months concentrating on the people I'd killed rather than the people I'd saved. It doesn't make those deaths any less horrible, but she has a point, and that makes things more bearable. If the government thinks it's legal, I guess the only person I need to worry about is God. I walk through the living room and out the French doors to the back patio, cinching my robe tighter around my waist. I pull the collar closed around my neck and shuffle my feet along the icy pathway to the pool house. The bushes along the path are snowy and crystallized, and my breath puffs into little clouds on the front of my face. The pool is one of my favorite new places when I'm not at school, or training for the agency, or in sports, or fighting bad guys, or studying classes, or who am I kidding? I don't get enough time to decompress anymore. There's a good 18 inches of snow on the ground. It must be in the single digits out here because my lips are already numb. I yank open the door to the pool building, and it crackles when the ice around the doorframe unsticks from the door. I close my eyes, inhaling the warm, humid scent of chlorine. I don't know why I like it here. Is it the smell? The warm air on my skin? The privacy of foggy windows and nobody listening in on my thoughts? Maybe it's knowing I'm about to push my body to its limit and ignore everything to concentrate on strokes, kicks, and breathing? All I know is that swimming is my new place of meditation, and the idea of starting my morning like this brings me joy. I drop my towel, robe, and a bottle of water on a nearby chair and sit on the edge of the cement to dip my feet into the water, acclimating myself to its temperature. I turn my iPod to a good song and slip it into the waterproof pouch on my bicep, then push off my butt and jump into the pool, splashing water over my shoulders and neck. I stretch out a few kinks, then dip my head under the water and begin a slow, easy crawl. With each new lap, I gain speed until I'm at a grueling pace. Lap after lap after lap, losing myself in the music, concentrating on my breathing and working through my personal demons. 100 laps later, I throw my goggles onto the cement and pull my earbuds out of my ears before pulling myself out of the warm water onto the cement. I stoop to pick up my goggles, then straighten and stop dead in my tracks. Manny is sitting in one of the pool chairs with my towel over his legs. His deep blue eyes crinkle at my reaction. A massive sweat mark covers the chest of his tank top, and he's wearing a pair of shorts. His dark brown curly hair is damp along the edges where it's pressed against his neck and forehead. Manny's wearing a ring of his own now. It's black titanium with 2 small steel cables running down the center, slightly raised from the metal. It fits his survivalist, Boy Scout personality, but with a bit of class. There's an earring in his ear too. I'm not quite sure what to think of that. I throw my gear onto the table next to him and snatch my towel from Manny's leg and proceed to dry off. How long have you been here? Isn't it like 5 a.m.? Hey, back, he says, reclining in his chair, watching me. I couldn't sleep, so I was in the shed working out, he says, referring to the underground compound we have under the maintenance shed, where there's a shooting range and full workout space. Why are you up so early? I wrap my robe tight around me, then plop into the chair next to him. I couldn't sleep either. I've been up since 2. What's keeping you up? I don't know. Just stuff, I guess. What sort of stuff? I nudge his knee with my foot. Come on, you can talk to me. His shoulders droop and he grabs my goggles, fiddling with the straps. I guess I'm not sure what to expect. I'm afraid I'm in over my head. Manny makes a face. I look at you and you're like some superhuman beauty queen mega fighter. And I look at myself. All I see is me. Plain old Manny. Average guy who doesn't do anything special. No sports, no fighting, no superhuman abilities. None of that. He shrugs and looks away again. I don't know why you guys recruited me. First off, I lean forward, touching his arm. I'm not that special. And from the rumblings I'm hearing from the crew, you're catching on to the whole fighting thing fast. It won't be long before we start referring to you as our superhuman G-Man mega fighter. Manny's eyes dart to me and his eyebrows raise. Really? They're talking about me? Oh yeah, you're the topic of most conversations around here, and I hear Randy's chomping at the bit to use you. He lets out a puff of air, then turns to look at me. Why did you guys pick me? I don't know Randy's actual motivation, but I would hazard to guess it's because you're the perfect type for our projects. What type is that? Let's see. I hold up my fingers one at a time, touching the tips as I list his qualities, pretending to think hard as I go. You're smart, funny, confident, well-mannered, thoughtful, honest, sweet, have traditional values, work hard, are genuinely concerned about the well-being of others, and not afraid to stand up for what you think is right. I squint hard for a second, then brighten. Oh, and you, Mr. I'm just a normal guy, saved me, Little Miss Superhuman Beauty Queen Mega Fighter, when I needed saving. He gawks. No, I didn't. I've never saved you. Yes, you did. He stares at me slack-jawed. When? After Drew and I broke up at school, you made it your mission to take care of me and make sure I was okay. Manny makes a sour face. That doesn't count. I saw an opportunity and I was trying to take it. How was I supposed to know the breakup was an act? That's just it, I say. It wasn't. We loved each other, but I couldn't stand by and watch him loving on another girl. I was slowly dying inside, and you walked in and made things better. So you used me and played with my emotions as a distraction? Look, I touch his arm. You didn't have to go through the hassle of asking me to homecoming with a flash mob. I'd already asked you. It was a done deal. But you made a big production out of it. You immediately swooped in and took care of me, even though you knew I wasn't ready to jump back into a relationship. You knew how much we were driving him crazy. You knew something was still going on between him and I, but you were more than happy to push Drew's buttons and make him jealous. I look into Manny's sad blue eyes, my hand still on his arm. Whether you want to believe it or not, you were the one who saved me when Drew couldn't. You played the game just as much as I did. I don't think I would have continued with the job without you there being my friend during the breakup period. I shrug and look away. Sometimes ordinary people can do extraordinary things, and doing those things when they're needed turns them into extraordinary people. Manny's brows furrow and his eyes focus on his hands in his lap. Did I ever have a chance with you? We kissed, didn't we? I say. My cheeks burn from the memory. I wouldn't have kissed you unless I wanted to. He looks up, searching my eyes. But Drew, I liked you for dozens of reasons, Manny, but I couldn't have you both, and I love Drew. He looks away and his jaw clenches. Hey, I nudge him, trying to get him to look at me again. You deserve someone who loves you and only you. There are dozens of girls in our school who'd fall all over themselves to have a chance with you. You've just got to choose one. Nuh-uh, he mutters. Name 3. I grin, leaning back in my chair and putting my finger to my chin, looking at the pool house's ceiling as if I'm thinking hard. Let's see. There's Rachel, Stephanie from volleyball, and Caitlin from math. Do you need more? Manny straightens, narrowing his eyes. Seriously, they like me? You're not messing with my head, are you? What's not to like about you? Why do you think Drew still asks about you when he calls? Manny's lips begin to turn upward, but drop before they reach a full-fledged smile. What about us? Now what? Well, I hope we can be friends. I think you're an amazing guy. I wouldn't have suggested recruiting you otherwise. I pause, tilting my head. Can you live with that? I'm gonna have to, aren't I? I nod, then stand. Enough serious talk. It's time to eat and get ready for Mark. He stands and hands me my goggles. I smirk evilly before shoving him against his chest, pushing him into the pool. Oops, I gasp, trying not to laugh as he stands sputtering and dripping wet. He wades over to the edge of the pool where I'm standing and yanks on the edge of my robe. I yelp and hit the cool liquid, becoming completely submerged underwater. When I find my feet, I stand and gasp for air, only to find him a few feet from me bellowing with laughter. I splash him a couple times, then walk to the edge of the pool and heave my body out of the water. Peeling off my robe, I try to wring it out as best I can. Eventually, I give up and hang it over the chairs to drip dry, then grab my towel and wrap it around my body. Grabbing my gear, I prepare to make a break for the house. Hey, what about me? Manny asks from behind me. I turn to see him, his tank top off, wringing the water from the fabric and water dripping from his shorts. He seems to have sprouted muscles everywhere. Wow, his training must be hardcore. I drag my eyes back to his now amused face. Here, I say, shoving my towel into his chest. I'll get one inside. Yanking on the pool house door, I dash into the frigid temperatures and toward the house. Chapter 3. Compromising Positions. I half run, half tiptoe in my bare feet and only a swimsuit, hoping I don't slip and fall on my butt along the stone pathway to the house. My toes throb from cold, and by the time I'm at the doors, I'm shivering. Manny's hot on my heels. Hold on, that's not what I meant, he says, still shirtless, his hand outstretched with the towel in it. When he catches up, I'm already inside, hopping up and down on the hardwood, trying to warm up. Geez, come here, he says. He pulls me into his arms, giving me a hug and rubbing my arms and back with his hands. My teeth are chattering. So, the pool stunt wasn't such a good idea after all. Sorry. Manny snickers. It's fine, but if you do it again, I'll hold you under the water for a while to make a point. I grin into his chest at the mental image of my limbs flailing out of the water while he holds the rest of me under. Fair enough. Mark stops in the doorway, and we both turn to look at him. He's dressed in his groundskeeper uniform. Of course, with his blonde crew cut, overly muscled body, and starched to perfection uniform, a person have to be an idiot to think he was an actual groundskeeper. "Good morning," he says, tilting his head and furrowing his brows. "Morning," I say it with a half wave. Manny grunts. "So, what's up?" Mark asks, looking from me to Manny and back to me again. "I threw him into the pool. He dragged me in with him. It was much funnier in my mind than what played out." Mark shakes his head, mumbling, "Teenagers." Then he walks out of the living room toward the kitchen. My chattering has stopped, but Manny's still hugging me. I push away from his chest with my hands and look up at him. Thanks." I take another step and back out of his arms. There's a giant puddle on the hardwood floor, so I scramble to get some towels. I return to the room with the new robe covering my swimsuit, and a couple of towels for Manny. He's still shirtless and dripping. "I'm really sorry," I say. He chuckles, accepting the towels and beginning to dry off. "Don't worry about it." I turn my head and holler toward the hallway. "Hey, Mark." "Yeah?" Mark's voice answers from the kitchen. "You don't by chance have a pair of sweats or something Manny can borrow until his clothes dried, do you?" There's a pause. Then Mark grunts. "Yeah, give me a minute." "Thank you." Manny is towel drying his hair when Mark returns with a pair of sweats and a t-shirt. Mark shows Manny to her room to change, then returns to the living room where I'm sitting on a couch, still in my bathrobe. "What's up with you and Manny?" Mark asks. "Nothing. Why?" "Just wondering if you guys were becoming an item." I wince. Actually, just the opposite. We just had the let's be friends talk. I pushed him in the water thinking it would lighten things up. "A word of advice from another guy," Mark says, before glancing down the hall to where Manny is changing. "If you're too friendly, he'll think he's still got a chance, and you'll be back to where you started." I salute. "Got it." Manny returns in Mark's sweats. They're a pretty good fit, which is a surprise. I expected them to be baggy on him. Must be the new muscles. Manny shifts his wad of wet clothes from one hand to the other. "I guess I'd better head home and change. See you later today." "Yeah," I say, standing and walking him to the front door. "Sorry again." He shakes his head. "Just shut up." "What?" "Just shut up already. It's no big deal." "Hey, I'm the superhuman beauty queen mega fighter, remember? I can say whatever I want." I turn my nose up and away from him as if in a hissy. Manny chuckles and walks to his old white Chevy pickup. He waves as he climbs into the cab, then drives away. "Too nice," Mark hollers in a sing-songy voice from the kitchen. "Okay," I respond in an equally annoying voice, then run up the curved stairway to get changed.
Chapter 4. The Proposition. After a way too long shower, I walk into the kitchen wearing workout clothes. I'm greeted by Aunt Patty, Mark, and Sierra, my new handler. She took Drew's job since he's out on the other side of the country. Mark is busy telling the group about how he found me and Manny half-dressed and dripping wet in the living room. "Hey," I say, interrupting his story. "I was in my swimsuit and he'd taken off his shirt to wring out the water. It was all very innocent." "Uh-huh," Sierra wags her eyes. "Sure it was." I scowl at her. "Yes, it was. He was in the pool house when I finished my laps. Apparently, he's sleeping about as well as I am." "How is that going?" Patty asks, concern tinging her voice as she places a platter filled with fresh, homemade Egg McMuffins on the kitchen table where our guests are seated. And of course, she still looks like a Stepford wife, with perfectly frosted blonde hair and a French twist, pearls, and a cashmere sweater. I think the only thing that changes is the color and whether she's wearing slacks or a pencil skirt. "Are your nightmares getting any better?" she asks. "Not really." I grab a sausage McMuffin to nibble on and slide into one of the empty seats around the kitchen table. But I did a lot of thinking during my laps, and I've come to a decision. Everyone in the room stops and leans closer to me, staring. "And," Sierra says, gesturing with her hands, "are you going to tell us or what?" "On one condition." I fold my arms and lean back in my chair. I want to know how many people all of you have killed first. Aunt Patty snickers. None here, my dear. I look at Mark and raise my brows expectantly. Mark takes a long, slow sip of his hot cider. I don't think quantity is important, he finally says. Not in this business. Necessity is what matters. That's not an answer, I tell him. He takes another sip of cider. I know. Or, I say, cocking my head, I'll see how long we can sit in limbo until they cut me loose. I'm okay with that too. I glance around at the professional-grade kitchen we're sitting in with marble countertops, a chef stove, and state-of-the-art appliances. I kind of like it here. I'm in no hurry to get back to our split level in Spokane. I glance at Aunt Patty. Are you Patty? Aunt Patty pauses and bites her lip. Her eyes move from me to Mark and back to me again, but she doesn't say anything. Mark stares into his cider as if it holds all the secrets to the world and says nothing. I stare at him for several minutes, hoping I'll make him uncomfortable, but the man doesn't budge. He just sits there and swirls the liquid, occasionally taking a sip, then staring back into his cup again, like he doesn't have a care in the world. The stubborn booger. Finally, I sigh and get up. Well, as exhilarating as all this is, I've got to warm up before Mark kicks my butt on the mats. If I'm not up by lunch, send out a search party. Aren't you going to tell us? Sierra asks. She's leaning against the counter in a white shirt, distressed jeans, and boots, playing with the ends of her long, dark brown hair. Skippy over there, I say, pointing to Mark, isn't sharing. For what it's worth, I'm still a virgin, Sierra says. Most people go their entire careers never having to kill someone. So, I'm one of the lucky ones? I ask. No, you're a magnet for danger, she says. That, and you're unable to finesse your way out of a situation. You're like a bull running through the marketplace, Mark says, staring at his mug. Great, I say, sarcasm dripping off the word. And on that note, I'm out of here. I begin to walk out of the room when Mark calls, Somebody's got to take the stand, Aleasha.
Chapter 4.
You've got to be all in.
The proposition.
You can't be wishy-washy.
After a
this
way
job requires
too
you
long
to do
shower,
things you
I
don't
walk
want
into the
to do.
kitchen wearing workout
But
clothes.
somebody's got to
I'm greeted
defend
by
the little
Aunt
guy
Patty,
when they can't.
Mark, and Sierra,
The
my
question
new
is,
handler.
will that
She
person
took
be
Drew's
you?
job since he's out on the
He's
other
still
side of the
meditating
country.
into that
Mark is
stupid
busy
mug of
telling the
his.
group about
But
how he
deep
found
down,
me and
I know
Manny
he's
half-dressed
right.
and
On
dripping
my
wet in
first
the living
mission,
room.
I was tricked into
Hey,
being part
I
of
say,
Operation
interrupting his story.
Snowball.
I was in my
Now I know what
swimsuit
I'm
and
getting
he'd taken
into.
off his shirt to
This
wring
time,
out the water.
There's no going back.
It was all very innocent. Uh-huh, Sierra wags her eyes. Sure it was. I scowl at her. Yes, it was. He was in the pool house when I finished my laps. Apparently, he's sleeping about as well as I am. How is that going? Patty asks, concern tinging her voice as she places a platter filled with fresh, homemade Egg McMuffins on the kitchen table where our guests are seated. And of course, she still looks like a Stepford wife, with perfectly frosted blonde hair and a French twist, pearls, and a cashmere sweater. I think the only thing that changes is the color and whether she's wearing slacks or a pencil skirt. Are your nightmares getting any better? She asks. Not really. I grab a sausage McMuffin to nibble on and slide into one of the empty seats around the kitchen table. But I did a lot of thinking during my laps, and I've come to a decision. Everyone in the room stops and leans closer to me, staring. And, Sierra says, gesturing with her hands, are you going to tell us or what? On one condition. I fold my arms and lean back in my chair. I want to know how many people all of you have killed first. Aunt Patty snickers. None here, my dear. I look at Mark and raise my brows expectantly. Mark takes a long, slow sip of his hot cider. I don't think quantity is important, he finally says. Not in this business. Necessity is what matters. That's not an answer, I tell him. He takes another sip of cider. I know. Or, I say, cocking my head, I'll see how long we can sit in limbo until they cut me loose. I'm okay with that too. I glance around at the professional-grade kitchen we're sitting in with marble countertops, a chef stove, and state-of-the-art appliances. I kind of like it here. I'm in no hurry to get back to our split level in Spokane. I glance at Aunt Patty. Are you Patty? Aunt Patty pauses and bites her lip. Her eyes move from me to Mark and back to me again, but she doesn't say anything. Mark stares into his cider as if it holds all the secrets to the world and says nothing. I stare at him for several minutes, hoping I'll make him uncomfortable, but the man doesn't budge. He just sits there and swirls the liquid, occasionally taking a sip, then staring back into his cup again, like he doesn't have a care in the world. The stubborn booger. Finally, I sigh and get up. Well, as exhilarating as all this is, I've got to warm up before Mark kicks my butt on the mats. If I'm not up by lunch, send out a search party. Aren't you going to tell us? Sierra asks. She's leaning against the counter in a white shirt, distressed jeans, and boots, playing with the ends of her long, dark brown hair. Skippy over there, I say, pointing to Mark, isn't sharing. For what it's worth, I'm still a virgin, Sierra says. Most people go their entire careers never having to kill someone. So, I'm one of the lucky ones? I ask. No, you're a magnet for danger, she says. That, and you're unable to finesse your way out of a situation. You're like a bull running through the marketplace, Mark says, staring at his mug. Great, I say, sarcasm dripping off the word. And on that note, I'm out of here. I begin to walk out of the room when Mark calls. Somebody's got to take the stand, Aleasha. You've got to be all in. You can't be wishy-washy. This job requires you to do things you don't want to do. But somebody's got to defend the little guy when they can't. The question is, will that person be you? He's still meditating into that stupid mug of his. But deep down, I know he's right. On my first mission, I was tricked into being part of Operation Snowball. Now I know what I'm getting into. This time, there's no going back. Chapter 5. Called to Serve. I'm in, I say. Mark finally looks up from his dumb cider mug and smiles. Welcome back, Aleasha. Patty pulls me into a hug. Sierra pushes away from the counter. Booyah! Upstairs, footsteps pound along the hallway, and squealing starts at the top of the stairs and doesn't stop until Sarah runs through the kitchen and leaps at me, pulls me into a hug, making me stagger backward into Sierra. I knew you'd come around, she whispers in my ear, then pulls away, a giant grin on her bright red lips. Thanks, I say, laughing. She shoves me toward the back door to the shed. I'll tell Randy your decision. Have fun training with Mark. Mark grins again. We're going to play with the bow staff today. Be prepared to get some welts. My phone vibrates. Drew has also texted his congratulations. Is he ever not listening in on me? As I head toward the back patio, the front door opens and a whoosh of cold air hits my feet. I turn to find Randy, my boss. His broad shoulders look enormous under a full-length wool coat and large gloved hands. He pulls his gloves off and smiles at me. Looks like I got here just in time. I was about to go to... Randy waves his hand dismissively. This is more important. Come on back to the kitchen with me. Manny is on his way over too. Manny's coming over? Aunt Patty looks up from the dishes she's loading into the dishwasher. Oh! Hello, Patty, Randy says. Sorry to barge in on you. I got some news and flew down immediately from Spokane to discuss it with the team. The front door opens and Manny appears wearing some jeans and a Gonzaga basketball t-shirt that fits too tight around the shoulders. You called? Randy motions with his hand. Come on in. Have a seat at the table. As Manny sits next to me, he makes a face as if to ask me what was going on, and I shrug. Mark's no longer holding his mug and has assumed his usual spot leaning against the doorframe. I hear the clip of Sarah's stilettos long before she appears. She's still grinning. I didn't even have a chance to tell him yet. Sierra and Sarah sit on the opposite side of the table from me. Randy stands in front of us near the counter, while Aunt Patty skitters around offering us all glasses of water. I motion for her to sit, but she waves me off and continues to offer something to everyone. I swear that woman was better suited for the 1950s. Randy clears his throat. Word got back to the higher-ups about Aleasha and our crew after the incident with Madison and the drug operation. Randy grins. My stomach clenches and gurgles with acid at the reminder. We couldn't keep you a secret for long, Randy continues. And now they're clamoring for you. They sent down an important job and asked for you by name. What? Seriously? For me, specifically? Yes, you, Aleasha. He flashes me an expression akin to fatherly pride. My heart races and sweat forms on my forehead. I run my hands down the legs of my spandex and swallow down the acid. Too soon. Way too soon. I just said yes like 5 minutes ago. What do they want me to do? I ask. There's a man, a nuclear physicist, who's been working for the government on a new type of energy so efficient and so versatile, it will revolutionize the energy industry. It's a big deal, and those who are major players in the world of energy are desperate to keep him from unveiling his work. In recent weeks, he and his daughters, a junior and senior, have nearly been killed twice. He's entering the witness protection program to keep his daughters safe. I press my hands onto the smooth wooden surface of the kitchen table, trying to ground myself and keep from spiraling into an all-out panic. And I fit into this how? They want to move the family to Walla Walla into a safe house and have you, Manny, and our team protect them. I look at Manny. His eyebrows shoot up and he straightens in his seat. I get my first assignment? Randy nods. What more can you tell us about the family and their situation? I ask. My gut tells me Randy isn't telling me everything. Again. Why are your bosses asking for me specifically? Randy glances at Mark and then back to me. These attempts on the family's lives aren't typical hits. You're talking big money here. Governments will collapse if their energy production plummets. They have a lot to gain if Mr. Bassett disappears. My boss is looking for someone who is unknown within the government, but capable of doing what it takes to protect these girls. You're brand new to the agency and spy world, but you've proven you're capable of doing the job. I glance at Mark. He's no longer leaning against the doorframe. His jaw is pulsing and hands are clenched into fists. Who asked for Aleasha? It wasn't the agency director, Mark says. No, the President of the United States asked for her, Randy says. Mark's eyes widen. Manny's jaw pops open. Patty gasps and drops the glass she's holding. The President? My vision tunnels on Randy's face. It's as if I'm staring at him through a glass and everything around me, the sounds, colors, images, everything blurs and muffles, slowing to half speed. Randy beams like a giddy school kid, seeming to take in everyone's reaction. I'm numb. Shock is more like it. I'd only told everyone a few minutes ago I was in. Now everything is crashing into me like an avalanche. I don't have time to react, feel, run, or even breathe. Tearing my eyes from Randy, I look at Mark. He's staring at me, his lips pressed into a thin line. All of his muscles are tight, like he's taking everything he's got not to explode. I've got concerns, Mark says to Randy without taking his eyes off me. We can talk about it later, Randy says, waving him off. I think we need to talk about it now. Randy's grin fades and he narrows his eyes at Mark. I said later. Mark's lips tighten until they disappear. The testosterone between both men is so thick a person could cut it with a knife. I clear my throat. What else do you know about the assignment? How does Manny fit into all of this? Randy stares at Mark for a second longer before his face relaxes and he turns to me. There are 2 girls. You can't be with both of them all the time. We want you to divide and conquer. Randy turns to Manny. Are you ready for this? Manny slaps both hands on the wooden table in front of us and grins. Yes. This is what I signed up for. I'm still waiting on information about when these girls will be in town. I suspect it will be within the next 24 to 48 hours. We're setting things up, but I will have an official debriefing from the top tonight. Until then, enjoy your winter break, and we'll be ramping up your training just in case. Randy stands, as if signaling that the conversation is over. So Manny and I stand too. I glance at Aunt Patty, who is picking up pieces of glass from the floor. Do you want help? I'm fine, she says, glancing up at me and forcing a smile. Randy grabs me by the elbow before I can leave to train. Aleasha, I'd like to talk to you more about the assignment. My stomach drops and dread seeps into my bones. I knew there was more to this than he was letting on. I follow him up the stairs to my bedroom, where we could talk in private. I would hardly call my room a bedroom, though. Or private. It's more like a living space within a living space, where everyone can listen in because of the stupid microphone on my ring. Randy walks briskly to the large wooden table I use for homework and indicates for me to sit. We sit across from each other, and I fold my hands on top of the smooth surface before saying, What's up? I wanted to go more in depth about the client, he says. They're in witness protection, so the less people who know the particulars, the better. I nod. At least he's keeping me in the loop. He has a history of being less than forthcoming, so this is a change for him. I don't think Randy intentionally keeps things from me, but he prefers the need-to-know approach, which really sucks when you're a magnet for trouble and like to know everything, like I am. Randy slides a thumb drive across the table to me. Here's a copy of everything we have on the physicist Mr. Bassett and his daughters, Gloria and Donna, so far. I take the drive from the table and boot up my laptop, inserting it into one of the USB drives. There are a few pertinent items I want to point out, he says, as I retrieve the files. First off, these assassination attempts were pretty serious. The first one happened 6 months ago to Mr. Bassett. He called in sick one day, which happened to be the day his office was blown up. The entire side of the building was destroyed. Startled, I looked up from the computer. I remember that on the news. The explosion made the whole building unstable and they had to level the place. Weren't there like millions of dollars of damage done to the place? Closer to $1 billion when you consider the lost revenue, equipment, and research. Luckily, everything was backed up off-site. The second attempt occurred 2 weeks ago. The girls were walking home from school with someone from the agency when they were shot at. The only thing that saved them was that the assassin was T-boned by a drunk driver and killed. I nearly fall out of my chair. I saw that on the news too. That was an absolute freak accident. You have no idea, Randy snorts. The person killed had ties all over the world. Our government had been tracking him for years. Then along comes some drunk idiot who does the job for us. Randy rubs his forehead. The point is, they're going after the girls now, and Mr. Bassett wants his daughters safe while he finishes the launch of his project. And you think I'm able to go head-to-head with these guys? I feel uneasy thinking about it. I barely survived Madison, a teenager like me. How am I supposed to handle trained international assassins? Why don't you go underground with the girls? Put them in a bunker until it launches, I ask, as I skim through information. Do I look as worried as I feel? They refuse to go underground. These girls are a handful. He smirks as if half snickering at an inside joke. They've been in protective custody for 2 weeks and they are driving agency staff crazy. It'll be a battle of the wills with these girls. That's why they can't know you're their bodyguards. They'll make your life a living hell. You're going to have to find some way to make them want to hang out with you. Otherwise, you'll be chasing them all over town as they try to escape you. Randy smirks again before adding, but I'm confident you have plenty of experience working with bright, strong-willed girls. I look up from my laptop and stare at him long and hard. His smirk fades. Is all this punishment for screwing up the assignment with Madison? Because I'm pretty freaking sure she punished me plenty for getting on her bad side. No, my dear, Randy says. This is an honest-to-goodness assignment from the President of the United States. Everything else is karma. Closing my laptop, I stand. You're an ass, Randy. I start walking out of my room. Wait, he says behind me. I was joking. Don't be so sensitive. As I open the bedroom door to leave, I flip him the bird and keep on walking. Randy continues to call for me from my room, but I don't stop. Instead, I head to the comms room in search of Sarah. When the door slides open, Mark, Sierra, and Sarah are sitting in chairs huddled in front of Sarah's screen. Then we can get more people, Mark says. Please tell me you're talking about this operation, I say, approaching them. All three of them look up from the screen, their faces grim. I drop into the last empty rolling chair and scrub my hands down my face. Were any of you listening in on our conversation? You have a plan, right? I stare at Sierra, my handler, then to Mark. He's usually lurking in the background, but I've always had a sense that he knows more than he's letting on. This morning, I'm banking on it. Mark? Do you have that thumb drive Randy gave you? He says, holding out his hand. I shake my head. Left it in the room. I'll get it after Randy leaves. I'm afraid if I go back while he's there, I might slap him or something. Sarah grins. Atta girl. She turns to the screen and types something into the computer. No need to go in. I'll hack it from here. She starts typing in her computer. Her fingers whirl over the keys at a frantic pace. A few minutes later, she stops and looks up with a grin. Done. Here you go. A list of file folders appears on the largest screen above her desk, and she clicks on them with her mouse, making folder after folder pop up, then dragging them into different screens until nearly every folder has its own designated monitor. Sierra and Mark crowd closer to the monitors, and I do the same. Are we looking for something specific? I ask. touching the screen and searching a file discussing the girl's recent history. I'm not sure, Sierra says. We'll know when we see it. There has to be a specific reason why they've assigned you to the Bassett girls. The agency has been working hard to keep you alive. It doesn't make sense to put you on such a dangerous job. You don't have enough experience. I let out a breath, and the weight on my shoulders seems to lighten. So, I'm not going crazy? This is out of character for the agency? Mark nods. Completely. Take my word on this. The director would never have assigned you if she could avoid it. The director's a she? I ask. This is the first information I've gleaned from anyone about the director since I started. Do any of the files discuss logistics? Will anyone else be guarding these girls besides Manny and me? Oh, when are they coming? Where will they live? What's the cover story? I ask. Sierra turns and holds out her hands to me as if she's calming a scared puppy. Whoa there. Don't freak out on us. We need you level-headed and analytical right now. Try to rein in the emotions. Easier said than done, I mutter, noting my racing heart and the questions screaming through my mind about 1,000,000 miles a second. I totally get that, she says, but panicking makes things harder on you, me, and everyone else involved. Right now, we're trying to figure out what we're up against. I nod and close my eyes, taking a deep breath, then another until my heart slows, and the thoughts bouncing around inside my head calm to a whisper. Mark rolls his chair to me. Typically, we'll have the same crew that's been working with you. Me, Sierra, Sarah, everyone. They're already fixtures in the community, so no one will think twice about them. The girls are in the witness protection program. Their biggest asset will be their anonymity. If we bring in a bunch of new faces, people begin to get suspicious. Best case scenario, these girls will try to blend in. But after what Randy said, I doubt it. He rubs his eyes. The theory is, the less people who know their location, the less likely the operation can be infiltrated or compromised. I nod and look up at the screens. So not many people know the Bassetts are coming to Walla Walla? That's the hope, Mark says. If the orders came directly from the president, that cuts out much of the chain of command, and an entire group of non-essential people who would learn of the operation. That's a bonus. He squints up at the screens again. But that doesn't explain why she chose you. There are dozens of teen operatives with more experience. He sighs and stands up. I'm going to talk to Randy. I'll be back. Good luck, Sarah murmurs from her seat, her eyes still glued to the screen. Try not to kick his teeth in, Sierra says over her shoulder. I make no promises, Mark says before I hear the whoosh of the door when it opens and again when it closes. As soon as we hear the second swoosh, Sarah glances over her shoulder. Is he gone? Yeah, I say. Move, Sarah says to Sierra, shoving the brunette's rolling chair out of the way and shoving her own chair along the hardwood to another keyboard and computer set up on the other end of the room by the window. I laugh, pointing to Sarah's stilettos. I always wondered how you got around in those things. Now I know. Sarah doesn't comment. Her shoulders are hunched and she's peering at her monitor, going through several screens at dizzying speed until she straightens and throws her hands into the air. Done! Sierra and I look at each other. What just happened? I say. Sarah puts a perfectly manicured blood-red nail up to her lips and presses a button on her keyboard several times. Overhead, Mark's voice fills the speakers. Chapter 6. Nosy Nosy. What's going on, Randy? Mark says. You hacked into Mark's device? Sierra hisses. I didn't even know he had one, I say. Shh, Sarah says. I was wondering when you'd show up, Randy says, his voice full of that same irritating humor he used on me. My hands clench and I clench my jaw. Just one punch. That's all I want. Then Randy'd think twice about being such a jerk. Cut the crap. Why is Aleasha taking on the Bassett girls? They should have been assigned to Drew or Amy or Jason. You know Drew can't do it. He has other things he's working on. And so do Amy and Jason, Randy says. Don't you think that if it were coming from the president, it'd be important enough to pull those kids off their existing projects? Mark says. You want me to call in Drew? That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying Amy or Jason should do it. That's not who she asked for. Besides, you're here. You'll be more than enough backup for Aleasha, won't you? Randy says. The tone of his voice sends a trickle of fear down my spine. What did Randy mean? If it's my ass on the line, then I'm going to run this operation, not you. But I'm running this operation, you hear? Keep your nose out of it and let me do my job. Sarah's not the only one with eyes and ears everywhere, Mark snaps. There's a long silence. Sarah, me, and Sierra look at each other wide-eyed. Sarah grins with surprise. Dude, she whispers. Fine, but if anything goes wrong, it's your ass. Isn't it always? Mark replies. I'll get my information from the director. I don't trust yours. Sierra snorts and laughs, covering her mouth to be as quiet as she can. I don't know why. This place is soundproof. Behind us, we hear a whoosh sound, and Sarah scrambles, her fingers flying, hitting buttons and changing the screen. Sarah rolls her chair 5 feet away from Sierra and starts shuffling pages. I move to one of the other screens and squint as if my eyes hurt from too much reading. Mark walks in and stops. You guys are horrible fakers. One of these days, I'm going to need to teach you how to be inconspicuous. I turn to look at him, pressing my lips together to keep from laughing. Sierra gasps. I have no idea what you're talking about. Thou doth protesteth too much, he says, shaking his head. He points to Sarah. I'm glad you're on my team. Can you contact headquarters and request a copy of the Bassett file, arrival date, and any pertinent info we need to run this operation? Ask for Kat or Henry and tell them Mark is asking. Sarah arches a perfectly plucked and penciled eyebrow. Anything else? Not yet. He points to me. Text Manny. Have him meet us up here. The comms room is the only place not being recorded, and it can't be hacked. He glances at Sarah. Right? Sarah grins. That would be correct. Me. Are you at school? We need you in Sarah's room. Manny. I was just getting in my car. I'll be right up. When Manny enters the room, we have another chair waiting for him, and we're all sitting around a table in the center of the comms room with a tablet facing up for all to see. Plans have changed, Mark says. I'm in charge. From here on out, you take orders from me. Manny's brows shoot up and he glances at me. Okay. Turns out they'll be here in 2 days and we have a lot to do. We have people prepping their house and car bugged and a surveillance team overseeing them when they're outside of school. Mr. Bassett has been asked to give each girl a ring similar to ours with a GPS and microphone. Here's to hoping they'll actually wear them. Sounds like these girls already have the agency worked into a tizzy, I say. Are we going to survive them? Randy barely survived you, Mark makes a face. The jury's still out on these two. Mark pulls up something that looks like a school schedule and expands it on the screen. We'll be rearranging your schedules so that the two of you will be in one of the girls' classes every period of the day. Anything you lose in curriculum, you'll have to make up after hours. The mission and their lives come first. I nod. I agree with Randy on the don't tell the girls you're an agent thing. They haven't been nice to the rest of the agency members. Let's hold off on telling them unless it's necessary. But, he points at me, narrowing his eyes, you must become their friends, no matter the cost. You can't lose your temper this time and jeopardize your safety. If they're snotty and annoying, be prepared to take it like a man, or, a woman. I nod again. I learned my lesson the last time. I hope so, Mark says. What about me? Manny says. A smile twitches at Mark's lips. I don't think you'll have any problems making friends with them. Unless they're gay, then my bet's on Aleasha. But there's nothing in their file to indicate otherwise. What's that mean? Manny says, looking at me. That means you're the new Drew and the agency is prepared to pimp you out if they need to, Sierra says, winking. Manny wrinkles his nose. I feel slimy. You're welcome, I say. Sarah raises her hand. I'd be more than happy to show you the ropes if you need a little extra practice, Manny. Manny's eyes widen. I'm fine. Thanks. Sarah giggles. Get used to it. You were cute before. You're hot now. Manny's face reddens, and he rubs the back of his neck. New subject, please. Welcome to working with a bunch of females. They're insufferable. Get used to it. Mark's eyes wrinkle at the corner when he smiles. Manny chuckles. I'll work on it. Okay, here's what we have on the girls, Sarah says, pulling up a file on the screen in the center of the table. The first picture shows a girl's face with long brown hair and a scowl. Gloria Bassett, age 18. 5'1", 100 pounds, brown hair, blue eyes. Played soccer for 6 years, but didn't play on her high school team. Oldest daughter. Excels in math and science, all advanced classes in school. Has issues with authority. Several meetings with principal regarding arguments with teachers. Interested in art, several art electives. Outspoken, sometimes combative. A new screen appears with a new girl's face. Their eyes are the same shade of blue, and they have the same chin and jawline. But this girl looks younger. Short auburn hair and glasses. Donna Bassett, age 16. 5'4", 140 pounds. Red hair, blue eyes. No sports played. Interested in science and computer programming. Loves English and poetry. Has poetry blog. Quiet, not outgoing. Mark straightens in his seat. That doesn't tell us much. Sarah, what can you find online? Any social media info we can look at? We spend the rest of the afternoon going through all the social networks and the web to find out more. Sarah discovers files that discuss financial records, school transcripts, and Mr. Bassett's published articles on energy. When my stomach grumbles, I glance at the clock. It's past dinner, and my butt feels flat from sitting in the seat all day long. I stand and stretch my stiff muscles, then yawn. I've got to move. Anyone else hungry? Starving, Manny says. Let's call it a night. Mark bends his neck to the side, and it crackles like pop rocks. I'll keep you posted when they get here. Chapter 7. Let the games begin. They're here, Randy says, gesturing to the kitchen table when I walk into the kitchen the next morning. Manny is already here, along with all the others. They're at the table with tablets in front of them, and Patty is at the oven making breakfast. She looks up at me. Want anything, Aleasha? I shake my head. You don't have to keep fixing us all food. We're pretty much adults. I cough. Except Manny. He might need a little help. Manny's mouth pops open. You did not just go there. I know not of what you speak, I smirk. I just meant you'd probably burn the toast, that's all. I cook all the time at home, he says. Uh-huh, sure. Manny stands and shoves his black hair from his eyes. You need me to prove it? It'd give Patty a break. I glance around to the others. That is, if everyone minds burnt toast for breakfast. Manny narrows his eyes and shimmies around Randy. He walks to Patty and says, Do you mind if I take over today? Oh, you don't have to do that, Manny. I don't mind, Patty says, casting a disapproving look in my direction. It's no problem, he says. There's 8 of us at home, so I'm used to it. Can I at least help? Patty asks, rubbing her hands on the front of her apron. Manny opens the fridge door and pulls out some eggs, tortillas, onions, and a few other ingredients. Nah, I've got it. Have a seat and let someone serve you for once. He glances at me and raises a brow. If I need any help, I'll ask Aleasha. Patty chuckles. Except she will burn the toast. Hey, I resemble that, I say, folding my arms and acting offended. I glance at Mark, who is leaning against the doorframe. He nods to the table, indicating that I should sit. Status report, Randy says to Mark and Heather, a Hispanic girl with toned arms and black wavy hair. They had originally been Patty's security when Madison was around, but with Madison out of the picture, Mark has remained with us, and Heather was reassigned to the Bassett home. The home has been fitted with outdoor security lights, cameras, and microphones, both indoors and out, as well as in the cars, Heather says, scrolling through a diagram on her tablet and showing it to Randy. Who will be taking care of the surveillance and transcription? Randy asks, looking at Heather. Sarah offered to keep an ear on both homes, Heather says. She suggests we enlist the help of a more experienced linguist with an emphasis on the dialects and languages we anticipate encountering. She gave me the name of a couple people she thought would be a good fit. Heather hands Randy a paper with 3 names on it. He looks at the names and then hands the paper back to her. See if any of them are available in such short notice. He points to the second name on the paper. I've heard he's easy to work with and knows his stuff. I'd start with him. Will do. Heather pulls out her phone and shoots off a text. At the stove, something in the frying pan is sizzling, and scents of green peppers and onions waft through the kitchen, making my mouth water. Randy turns to Sarah. Where are you with your duties? The tattooed redhead shrugs. There's not much to report on my end. I was in a holding pattern until Aleasha started working again. Manny brings a plate and deposits the steaming egg dish in front of Sarah. Some sort of red sauce is drizzled over the top of the eggs. Sarah lifts the plate to her nose and inhales. That smells yummy. She takes a bite, and her eyes seem to roll to the back of her head. Oh my gosh, that is amazing! What is it? Manny glances at me and smirks. Migas. Then he turns to the kitchen and fills more plates, depositing them in front of everyone. Sierra, where are you at? Randy says, looking expectantly at the brunette before diving into his food. I have registered the girls for their classes and changed Manny and Aleasha's semester schedules to maximize exposure to the girls during school. She pulls out 5 pieces of papers, handing one to me, one to Mark, another to Randy, putting Manny's schedule on the edge of the table for him to retrieve, and keeping one for herself. I've pulled Aleasha and Manny from their weights class and Aleasha from her choir class. She looks at me and winces. Sorry, this is where the job takes precedence. I wave her off. No big deal. I'll keep doing private lessons with Rachel. Problem solved. Sierra nods and returns to her paper. Aleasha's new classes will be as follows. First period, journalism with Donna. Second period, human physiology with Gloria. Third period, art with Gloria. Fourth period, psychology with Donna. Fifth period, history with Donna. Sixth period, teacher's assistant in the special education PE with Gloria. Manny's new schedule will be as follows. First period, college-level math with Gloria. Second period, chemistry with Donna. Third period, computer programming with Donna. Fourth period, AP English with Gloria. Fifth period, AP Euro History with Gloria. Sixth period, Spanish with Donna. Sucks to be you, I smirk at Manny, who's sitting with his own plate. You've got all the hard classes. He slides the schedule closer, and his brows wrinkle as he reads the paper and eats of his migas. I take a bite and nearly fall over as the crunchy tortilla pieces and fluffy eggs mix together into my version of culinary heaven. Note to self, never ever tease Manny about his cooking again. Don't get all excited quite yet, Sierra says to me. You may not have any AP classes, but the human physiology and the psychology are college-level courses, and I've signed you up for a couple online college classes. In essence, you'll be doing a full load of high school and of college this semester. What? I say, choking on my eggs. I take a drink of water and say, how am I supposed to do a full load of high school, plus college, plus after-school training, plus my job watching and befriending the girls after school, plus doing all the high school social stuff I'm expected to do, plus track? That's too much. I'll have no life this semester. It's all work. Apparently, sleep is highly overrated. Manny snickers from his seat. Good thing Drew's not around. You wouldn't have time for him either. I shoot imaginary daggers at Manny through my eyes. Yeah, good thing. It's got to be done, Randy says. This is the life of an overachiever agent. You've got to do your work, then you've got to do your homework. He pats my arm. Just think of it as a full-ride college scholarship. We're paying for all of it while you're working for us. Manny straightens. I'm game for college. If you're paying for college, I'm willing to avoid the loans. Patience, Manny, Randy says. You have to prove yourself first. If after this assignment you're in it for the long haul, then we'll look at giving you the same setup, okay? Manny seems satisfied with Randy's answer and stands, taking his empty plate to the sink. Anything else? Randy surveys everyone again, but hears nothing. The family arrived last night. They're taking a couple of days to get settled. Then the girls are starting school on Monday morning at the start of the new semester. Chapter 8. Making Friends. Beep. I slam my hand onto the snooze button before the first alarm can finish its shrill announcement. I was already awake, lying in bed, going over about a dozen different scenarios of how today was going to wind up. Please, oh please don't let it be a rerun of Madison. I think I stuck with the mission objective all of 2 hours before I lost my temper and freaked out on Madison. I don't have that luxury this time around. The girls are probably preparing for their first day of school right now. It'll be my job to befriend them. Please, let them be tolerable. How in the world am I going to get 2 girls who are so polar opposite for myself to accept me into their world? Stress rolls off me in waves as I shower and prepare for school. My choice of clothing will be crucial today. I want it to be edgy, yet hinting at rebellious, to appeal to Gloria, while still giving off an air of classic conservatism for Donna. Yeah, no small task. I finally settle on a pair of black leather leggings and a white t-shirt, layered under a gray flannel shirt and an oversized wool army jacket. My shoes are old, worn-out black combat boots laced halfway up the boot with the tongue and ankle folded to look sloppy. Thick, gray, cable-knit socks peek out of the tops of my boots. My hair is pulled up into a messy bun. I keep my makeup to minimum. It's a far cry from the stilettos and designer clothes I wore last semester. Maybe now that Madison's gone, I can just tell people that designer clothes were so last semester, and grunge is all the rage now. Can I get away with that? Looking in the mirror, I cringe. I'm not quite sure if I've achieved what I was looking for, but this is going to have to do. Gah, where's Drew when I need him? Clothing used to be his area of expertise. Even though I was up all night worrying about today, I end up late for school and rush into the classroom just as the bell rings. There's a row of tables filled with computers along one wall. Surveying the students, I quickly find the only new face in the room. I make a beeline for the new girl. Thankful I'm not the new kid anymore. I haven't seen you around school before. I hold out my hand to Donna and sit in the empty seat next to hers. She glances up from her phone and smiles weakly, tucking a lock of her auburn hair behind her ear before extending her hand and taking mine. Yeah, she says, her voice barely above a whisper. I'm Donna. We just got into town last night. I raise my eyebrows, feigning surprise, and plop my book bag onto the floor by my feet. Really? Where'd you move from? Donna waves her hand vaguely in the air. Oh, we're from all over, really. My dad travels a lot for work. It's just you and your dad, then? I prod gently, trying to walk the delicate line of being interested but not making the girl nervous. She looks up from her phone again, her face presenting a mixture of annoyance and trepidation. I've got an older sister, too. Getting the message loud and clear, I lean out of her personal space and back into my chair. Well, cool. Welcome to Walla Walla, Donna. I was the new kid last semester, so if you need anything at all, I'm your girl. I smile, then face forward, keeping her in my peripheral vision. Donna dips her head and returns her attention to the phone. As we wait, Rachel comes bounding into the room and nearly trips over herself when she sees me. Hey, what are you doing here? I didn't think journalism was your thing. Oh, crap. I didn't factor Rachel into the equation when organizing classes. I smile brightly and half squeal. I know, right? I thought I'd try something new this semester and thought journalism would be totally fun. I see the consternation on Rachel's face and half stutter. You're not mad, right? I know you love to write and all, but I just thought we'd have fun together, and I really didn't mean to step on your toes and invade your space or anything. It's just that I wanted to give it a try and knew that if it became a problem, you'd be here to help me out and make sure I don't fall flat on my face and— Stop it! Rachel waves her hand at me in one flustered movement. It's no big deal. I just wasn't expecting to see you here, that's all. She takes her hand and pushes me, nearly knocking me off my seat. It's all good. It'll be fun. Her voice is upbeat, but her eyes seem to betray her excitement. Something in the back of my head warns me that this class will ultimately not end up well. Sighing inwardly, I mentally shrug my shoulders. There's nothing I can do now. The die is set, and I've got to move on with the original plan, or else Donna will be left vulnerable during first period, a chance I'm not willing to take. Second period, I walk into physiology and am met by lab tables, most of which are already filled with people, lifelong friends who happen to also be in the same classes at school. Lucky for me, I see another new girl, Gloria, sitting quietly next to one of the few empty spaces, looking deathly bored. Her dark brown wavy hair hangs straight to her shoulders, and she wears a sour look on her face, like she's waiting for someone to give her a reason to smack the smile off their face. Taking a deep, guarded breath, I move forward in her direction. Before I can get to Gloria, I'm stopped by Willie. Hey, Summers. Good job on that brawl before Christmas break. Way to kick some serious butt. He winks at me and flashes a thumbs up, dazzling me with one of his $1 million grins. I glance over at Gloria and note a brief glimmer of interest washing over her face. We make eye contact for a split second before she turns away and resumes her look of irritated disinterest. Thanks, man, I snicker at Willie. And thanks for helping out this time. It was a ton easier with you guys there in the mix. He puffs out his chest in exaggerated fashion and lifts his chin pretentiously. Yeah, well, that's the kind of guy I am, then laughs and walks back to his lab table. I shake my head and resume my course of direction back toward Gloria. This time, she watches me, her face expressionless as I approach her. Hey! I smile brightly, holding out my hand to the girl. You look like you're new around here. Mind if I join you? Gloria manages the perfect combination of expressionless and pissed off at the same time before droning. Yes. Again, she turns her face from me to gaze out the window. Undaunted, I snicker to myself and look around, grateful that no one is watching our exchange, but also acutely aware that all the tables are full, so I'm all in here. Sadly, all the other tables are now taken, so you're stuck with me. I raise my eyebrows, half challenging her to make a scene and blow me off again. Instead, she mumbles, whatever, without taking her face off the window. Closing my eyes, I take a moment to calm myself. I don't want to do something I'll regret, like smacking the snarl off the tiny girl's face. Cool down, Aleasha. She's just trying to break you. Don't give up. There's got to be some way under this girl's armor. The teacher enters the room and clears his throat to get the students' attention. Hello, everyone. I'm Mr. Howe. I hope you like who you're sitting with, because they're going to be your partner for the rest of the semester. There's a general sense of celebration amongst the class members. I turn to look at Gloria and smile innocently. She returns my sentiment with cold, vacant eyes and says sarcastically, "Great," before begrudgingly yanking out her notebook and pen from her bag to take notes for the class. Oh, brother, it's going to be like that, huh? I cringe inwardly, but say nothing, pretending not to hear her grumbling. Instead, I retrieve my supplies and we spend the rest of the hour studiously ignoring one another. After physiology, I hurry to art. After such a pleasant third hour, I want to appear as if I'm not stalking Gloria. This time, I choose a seat near the front by the door so she can't avoid me, but won't feel obligated to hang out and be besties either. When she gets to the room, I see her pause momentarily at the door when she notices me. I decide it'd be prudent to merely wave pleasantly and say, "Hello again," as she walks past my desk towards the back of the class. This time I met with a clearly obligatory half smile and glowers at me on her way to her seat. Fourth hour couldn't arrive fast enough. Finally, a class I can sink my teeth into. Psychology was the only class I'd originally signed up for that Heather had kept on my schedule. Luckily, Donna had chosen to take this class too, but it's a sacrifice I'm willing to take in order to take at least one decent class this semester. I inhaled deeply and braced myself for another chilly reception. Instead, I met with Donna, face down on her desk and her shoulders shaking like she was crying. Holy crap! Wasn't she with Manny last period? What happened? I hastened my pace to her desk and touch her on the shoulder. "Hey, newbie!" I gently nudge her and notice her stiffen at the contact. "Is everything okay?" Donna's breathing stutters before she replies. "Yeah, just made a complete fool of myself in last period, and everyone laughed at me. And it's the first day of school." Her sentence trails off as the waterworks return. I pat her back awkwardly a couple times, trying quite miserably to console her. After a couple seconds, I remove my hand. "Hey, give it a day or two and nobody will remember what has happened. Heck, I had milkshake spilled all over the front of me the first week of school. And then there was this other time I had to sing the national anthem for the homecoming football game and the mic didn't work. That embarrassing. Of course, then, to make matters worse, I ripped my dress in front of the entire football stadium. Oh yeah, no bueno." I roll my eyes in exasperation and glance at the girl long enough to see that she's raised her tear-stained face from her hands and is staring with a horror-stricken look. "Oh, it gets better." I continue making a face of disgust. "Then there was the time I got pushed into a pond in the middle of winter and had to ask my crush to come pick me up because I was afraid to call my aunt and uncle. And the time I went to the party of the year, except I just finished running like a marathon or something and I gotten lost. Because, of course, I was new around here and that's the kind of luck I have. So some cute guy picks me up alongside the road and takes me to the party, all sweaty and nasty. So I go to the party, get in a fight, the cops are calling, the party is stopped, all because of me." Again, I turn my gaze to the girl to discover a giant grin plastered on her face and the start of a giggle beginning to climb up her throat. "You did all that?" I grin at Donna proudly. "Yep, all in my first semester here. So top that, new girl." Donna drops her head and laughs quietly, causing her shoulders to shake again. "Nope, you're right. You've got me beat. For now." She squints her eyes, playfully mastering an angry scowl. I merely talked to only the hottest guy in school, then tripped and spilled my drink all over him, and he has to wear the stained shirt the entire rest of school. He pretended to be pretty cool about the whole thing, but I could tell he was pretty pissed. Her voice cracks on the last word, and she begins to spiral again. "Mayday, mayday, all hands on deck. This girl needs help." "Wow, that really does bite," I reply, and her head shoots up as she flashes a look of horror at me. But before I can let her go into full-blown freakout mode, I retort, "You know what? It doesn't matter. Shirts can be washed and memories fade. He'll get over it." I wave my hand in the air dismissively, then smile broadly. "So, until then, why don't you have lunch with me and my friends after class, and we'll take your mind off Mr. Incredible. What do you say?" I flash my most enticing grin and nudge her playfully. "You know you want to." Donna stifles another snicker. "Okay, but only because you're forcing me, and you're probably the only person in this city who's clumsier than I am." I playfully scoff at her remark, then close my eyes and tilt my head in agreement. "That's why they call me Grace." I grin playfully. "Lunch it is." At that moment, the teacher hollers at me. "Miss Summers, You, of all people, should have the courtesy to close your mouth when the teacher is speaking. I bite my lip and I reply, Yes, Mr. Simmerer, I'm sorry. Donna turns her face to hide her snicker, and we settle down in a friendly yet comfortable silence. Score! 1 sister down and 1 to go. Chapter 9. Just lucky, I guess. After psychology, Donna and I gather our things and head toward the cafeteria to get our food. As we're walking, I hear Manny's familiar voice calling behind us. Aleasha, wait up! I break out into a grin of delight and turn to my friend, but Donna freezes and whimpers. No. I glance back at Manny and see him trotting towards us with his jacket open. On his shirt is a bright red stain spanning from his shoulder to his waist, and several bright splatters on his jeans. My mouth drops into a giant silent O, and I silently gasp outward. Donna, you got Manny! The humor of the awkward situation hits me like a freight train, and I begin bellowing laughter at the top of my lungs. Donna cowers away from me, trying to distance herself from us, but there's no place to run or hide. Manny reaches us as I'm calming to wheeze and wiping the tears from my eyes. What's all the laughter about? He looks at me expectantly, then notices Donna. Oh, hey Donna, you eating lunch with us? His manners are top-notch as he acts as if the stain doesn't even exist. What a gentleman. I add this moment to my mental list of why I think Manny is a total stud before answering. Donna and I were comparing first weeks of school. I told her about my milkshake incident, and she told me about her drink incident today. I just didn't realize it was you. I feel the laughter beginning to rear its ugly head, but manage to keep the giggles at bay. I think red suits you well, Manny. Don't you, Donna? I turn to the new girl, and her head is buried in her hands. Manny shoots me a disapproving scowl and gestures to Donna before saying, Hey, it's no big deal. It's just a shirt. It can be washed. I nudge our new friend playfully. That's what I said. She timidly raises her head a half an inch to peer apprehensively at Manny before I pipe up. Besides, I think I have an extra shirt from Christmas that I was going to return still in my car. I'm pretty sure it's your size. Let me go get it. Manny darts a look at me as if to say, Don't leave me alone with her. But I shrug my shoulders dismissively. I'll be back in a couple of minutes. He presses his lips into a thin line before tugging on Donna's arm. We'll meet you on the stairs by the gym, okay? Sure thing. I holler back over my shoulder as I hightail it to my Hummer. When I return, I open the gym doors located adjacent to the JROTC classes, a long hallway to my left that leads to several classrooms, including one with a door with metal bars in the window. Torture chamber? Gun vault? One day, I may have to explore and find out. Next to the JROTC rooms, my friends sit on a set of cement stairs that leads to the second level, where there's a weight room and mats and stuff. Rachel looks like a burst of happiness wearing a neon pink jacket and her blonde hair pulled into a ponytail. She's sitting on one side of Manny, chatting away about her classes and all the fun things to do in Walla Walla. Donna is on the other side of him, nodding and smiling at Rachel. She still looks nervous, but at least she's not running from Manny or crying anymore. I hand the shopping bag to Manny. I think the sweater is your size. If not, you can wear it on your head like a turban to detract from the stain. Gee, thanks. He stands and heads toward the bathroom down the hall. Rachel and Donna watch him walk away. I press my lips together to keep from laughing at them, but I steal a glance at him and then look away. You've got a boyfriend. I was just explaining to Donna how boring it is in Walla Walla, Rachel laughs. You got sports and farming, 4-H, JROTC, movies, and that's about it. She rolls her eyes. After that, you're pretty much screwed. What about skiing? I say. I've never done it, but I've heard it's pretty good if you're willing to drive. She tips her head closer to Donna and whispers, There's also cow tipping. Cow tipping? Donna raises her eyebrows. Why would anyone want to do that? It's fun. Rachel glances at me and I roll my eyes. Cows sleep standing up, so people around here go out to their pastures and tip them over while they're asleep. It doesn't hurt the cow, and it's hilarious to watch them wake up, Rachel says. Oh, brother. Donna looks at me for confirmation, and I shrug. It's news to me, but in other more realistic news, Walla Walla isn't that bad. In the fall, you've got the fair and the balloon stampede. Lots of camping, hiking, hunting, fishing, tons of stuff. You just gotta look for... The gym door near the stairs slams open, hitting the cinder block walls. There you are. I've been looking all over for you. Gloria appears, displaying her usual cheeriness. She narrows her eyes at Donna. You said we'd meet for lunch, and I've spent most of it looking for you. It'd be nice if you told me where you were. Gloria notices me and throws up her arms. Seriously? Of all the people you choose to make friends with at this stupid school, you choose her? I cannot think of a person more self-involved, superficial, or annoying than that one. Seriously? What did I do? Aleasha's been nice to me, Donna says. She and Rachel and Manny have been the only people who have taken the time to say hello, and they seem pretty cool. Give it a rest, Gloria. Give it a rest. Give it a rest. Who do you think you are? Where do you think you are? You think we get the luxury of taking a rest right now? Why don't you pull your head out of your... Gloria stops mid-sentence and her eyes widen as she looks over my shoulder down the hall towards the bathroom and the gym. Wow. I glance over my shoulder. Manny saunters towards us in his new shirt, a midnight blue cashmere sweater that V's at the neck with a white t-shirt underneath. The gift had been meant for Drew, but because Manny is taller with broader shoulders, this ensemble hangs differently on him than it would have on my boyfriend. The sweater clings to Manny's shoulders and stomach, allowing the contours of his abs and pecs to peek through, emphasizing the ripped nature of his body and the angle of his narrow waist. On anyone else, I'd call the outfit too tight, but apparently, it's working for the other girls around me. I glance around at the other girls and grin. Manny looks good, but come on, drooling? Really? Even Rachel is speechless. I flash Manny a half smile. Does it work? I don't know. It seems a little snug. He looks down and smooths the sweater around his abs. I think it looks fine, Rachel says. Much better than a stain down the front, don't you think? Much better, Donna says, her voice breathless. Gloria clears her throat. I agree. She looks like she wants to lick his face or something. So it's settled, I declare lightly. The sweater stays. I wink at Manny, who shakes his head with a goofy, yet satisfied grin on his face. And we're in. Thanks to Manny, we've officially made friend status with the Bassett girls. Well, at least Manny has. Then Gloria straightens and coughs. Come on, Donna, let's go. She grabs Donna's arm and almost drags her out the door. Donna glances over her shoulder at us and waves. Sorry, bye. Come on, Donna, Gloria says. She takes one last look at Manny, then disappears around the corner with her little sister in tow. Correction. Even Manny McHottie can't break Gloria's shell. We're screwed. Chapter 10. Pimping Manny. You had one job, Randy says, as I walk into the house after school. He doesn't even wait for me to get to the kitchen, or even close the door from the garage. Are you going to have a rerun of the last mission? Because I don't think we can afford to rebuild this house if it gets burned to the ground again. I stare at the ceiling and take a deep breath, inhaling through my nose and out through my mouth. Hello, Randy. My day was great. Thanks for asking. When I get to the kitchen, I find Randy sitting alone at the table with a half-eaten plate of food in front of him. Where's Patty? I ask. I don't know. He takes another bite of his sandwich. It's bad manners to come into someone's home and eat their food when they're not around. I fold my arms over my chest. This isn't your home. It's the command center. I sleep here. My clothes are here. My friends visit me here. It's my home. And the agency is footing the bill. A growl forms inside me. I want to rip that smirk off his face and fling his food against the wall. You do not have free reign of this house and everything or everyone in it. You are my boss, not my owner. You work someplace else. You sleep someplace else. You visit us here. If you want food, either pick something up along the way or wait for Patty or me to offer it to you. She is my guardian and I'm your employee. We are not a fast food joint. Randy's face turns as red as the piece of tomato lying on his plate. He slowly pushes his chair away from the table and stands, forcing me to look up at him. Despite being in his early 60s, he's still imposing, but I straighten and lift my chin. You don't understand, do you? He says, narrowing his eyes at me. This whole setup, Randy. Mark appears in the doorway near the stairs. Randy whips his head around to stare at Mark. The two glare at each other as if having a silent communication. The silence drags on, way beyond awkward. I wonder if I should leave the room to let these two guys have it out, or pop some popcorn, or something. Randy finally flings his arms outward and says, Fine, leave me out of it. He storms out of the kitchen, slamming the front door on his way out. What was that all about? I ask Mark. Nothing of importance. He walks over to the table, picks up Randy's plate, cleans it off, and places it in the dishwasher. Something tells me there's a lot more to that exchange than just an argument over food. He sits in the same seat Randy had been in and bridges his fingers underneath his chin. Tell me about today. I sit in a chair across the table from him and give him a rundown of the day. When I'm done, he seems to mull things over, then says, I think we can work with that. What do you think we should do? I'm sorry, what? I say, rearing back. Mark smiles like the Mona Lisa, like he has a secret, but he's not willing to tell me yet. I want your opinion, he says. How do you think we should move forward with the Bassett girls? I stare at the table, feeling its smooth surface under my hands. Patty still hasn't put the Christmas centerpiece away yet. The poinsettias draw my attention, and I pet one of the velvety petals. The petals remind me of Manny's cashmere sweater, and a grin spreads over my face. I think it's time to pimp Manny out. Mark's shoulders shake as he quietly laughs. You weren't so happy to pimp Drew out when Madison showed interest, but you're more than happy to throw Manny under the bus? Ouch! What ouch? Manny says from the entrance to the kitchen. I turn and he's still wearing the blue sweater, but he has his workout clothes crumbled in one hand. His brown eyes move from me to Mark and back to me again. He narrows them at me. What were you guys talking about? You look like a cat that just ate the canary. Mark stands and grabs a glass from the cupboard, filling it with water from the sink. Aleasha just threw you under the bus. She said you should use your masculine wiles to seduce the Bassett girls and get them to spend more time with us. Manny's face reddens, and he presses his eyes shut. She told you what? Mark turns and leans against the counter, then takes a sip of water. She wants you to get the girls to fall for you. No way, Manny shakes his head, taking a step back. Have you seen those girls? Listen to the audio? One is ready to claw my eyes out, and the other is more accident-prone than Mr. Bean. One way or another, I'm going to end up dead or maimed or both. I thought you wanted to be an agent, Mark said, trying not to grin. Agents do the hard jobs. If it were easy, anybody could do it. Aleasha's an agent. Make her do it. Manny shakes a finger at me. Why can't she do it? She's supposed to take the lead. She could, but you'd spend your time playing hide and seek, dodging Gloria's claws. This way, we can make them want to hang around with you two, and you'll be less likely to be hurt. On purpose. Mark snickers and takes another drink of water. Manny scowls at the ground. I feel cheap. Oh, you're definitely not cheap, Mark says. Nothing about this operation is cheap. In fact, I'd say the girls have awfully expensive taste. Manny's scowl deepens. I don't have to sleep with them, do I? Because I draw the line at sex. Mark nearly spits his water and shakes his head. No sex unless it's consensual by both parties. The agency does not condone using sex for professional purposes. Do I have to kiss them? Manny winces. Can I just disappear and be replaced by someone else? I'm afraid you're in it for the long haul, Mark says. He walks over and pats Manny on the back. But if it's any consolation, you don't have to do anything more than show a little interest. String them along. Don't shut them out. As long as they want to hang out with you, that's what's important. Manny folds his arms over his chest and huffs. I'd better get hazard pay or something. Mark grins again. Take that up with Randy. Yeah, right, Manny says. So it's settled then. Manny will ramp up his interest in the girls, Gloria in particular, and Aleasha will continue to work on Donna, Mark says. I nod. Manny scrubs his hands down his face and groans. I'll take that as a yes, Mark says. Manny points at both of us. I hate you all. Mark puts his empty glass in the dishwasher. Just as long as you do your job. Chapter 11. Unwanted attention. The next day is pretty much the same, except when I see Donna in psychology in fourth period, she's not crying. She's already in her seat waiting for me when I get to class, grinning. Hey, I say, sitting at my desk next to her. Better day today? She nods. He's so nice. He didn't even talk about his shirt yesterday. Pretended it didn't happen. He's so cool. I grin. See? That sort of stuff blows over fast. Thank goodness. Donna casts a sidelong glance in my direction and bites her lip. Could I sit with you guys at lunch again today? Yeah, totally. The invitation is always there. Do you think your sister will mind? I ask. She lifts a shoulder and glances up front where the teacher has just walked in. We had it out yesterday, and I told her I was eating with you guys. She could eat with us if she wanted, so we'll see. Sorry about yesterday, by the way. She's still mad that we had to move here. I get it, I say. I wasn't happy when I had to move either, and Walla Walla is a lot smaller than the town I used to live in, so that was hard to get used to, too. She nods. Yeah, very hard. After class, we walk together to the cafeteria, get our food, and head toward the stairs by the JROTC classes. When we get there, Manny's sitting between Rachel and Gloria. His head whips up when he sees us, and his eyes seem a little frantic. Hey, he stands. Have a seat. I need to use the bathroom. I'll be right back. He's off the stairs and down the hall before I can say anything. I grin after him. Poor guy. He wanted to be the sexy G-man, and now he's one, and he doesn't know how to handle all the attention. What are you grinning at? Gloria says. I wipe the grin off my face. Huh? Oh, I shake my head. Never mind. Gloria narrows her eyes at me, but doesn't say anything. So, we've already got a physiology test on Friday, I say, hoping to change the subject. And I've already got a ton of homework. Would you guys be interested in coming over to my place for a study session? I'll buy pizza. I'm in, Rachel says. You've got to see Aleasha's house. Her parents died and left her and her aunt loaded. You've got to see her house. I never would have guessed it with the clothes you wear, Gloria says. I glance down at my oversized sweater, leggings, and knee-high boots. Not the fanciest thing I've ever worn, but not the grungiest either. I also hate wearing stilettos to school when there's ice out. I'd prefer not to break my ankle for fashion. I shrug. A lot changes when you have to adapt to a small town. Walla Walla's not that small, guys, Rachel says. Whatever, Gloria says, taking a bite of her salad. So, do you want to have a study night on Friday? I ask, looking at Donna. Donna glances at Gloria and wrings her hands. Do you think we can? Can what? Manny says, rounding the corner and standing next to me. I was just inviting everyone to my house on Friday night for a study night. I'm already swamped, and there will be pizza and stuff. Manny resumes his place between Rachel and Gloria. I'm in. 1 guy, 4 girls, and free food? That's a no-brainer. He glances at Rachel. Are you coming? Rachel's face lights up. Wouldn't miss it. Great, I say. Afterward, we can go to the game room and... We're in, Gloria says, raising her hand. What time? Manny and I exchange knowing glances, and he seems to deflate a little. The poor guy probably won't get anything done with the girls around. 5? I say, looking at the group. Does that work? Perfect. I purr with satisfaction. Pizza will arrive at 5. Come on over anytime. I get Donna and Gloria's phone numbers and text them my address. Phase 2 of the objective is complete. Infiltrate their personal life. Chapter 12. The Pizza Party from Hell. Friday at 5 o'clock, the doorbell rings. I race down my sweeping spiral staircase in my socks, jumping the last 3 steps to skid to a stop at the front door. Flinging my door open, I'm met with none other than the pizza delivery guy. I pay the guy, along with a substantial tip. Would you like me to put your food on the counter, miss? The man asks, pointing to the kitchen that can be seen from our doorway. Sure, I guess. I move to the side of the doorway to let the man through. I notice a broccoli-shaped birthmark on his neck as he passes through the threshold into our entryway. He follows me to the kitchen, depositing the pizzas and soda on the counter. Thank you. You're welcome. Have a good night. He tips his hat and opens the door. Manny and the girls are in the doorway when he opens it. He blinks in surprise and moves to the side, as they pour into the entryway, barely noticing him. Let's grab the pizzas and head up to my room, I say, watching the new girls survey the entryway. Sure, Donna says. Rachel and I head down the hallway toward the kitchen. Behind us, Gloria exclaims, This place is huge! I know, right? Manny says. Wait till you see her room in the game room. You'll never want to leave. Rachel nudges me while we're in the kitchen. The short one is kind of mean. Why did you invite her over? I was once the new girl too. I figured I'd return the favor. Yeah, well, she was flirting with Manny on the way over. I was about to slap her. Rachel scowls, and I try to suppress my smile. I happen to have heard from a good source that Manny is into you. I'm pretty sure you have nothing to worry about. Really? Rachel grabs the sodas and flashes me a relieved grin before turning back into the entryway. Good. I didn't want to have to find an alibi if one of them went missing. I raise an eyebrow and gasp. Rachel, I never knew you had it in you. She snickers quietly. Guys like Manny don't come around very often. When you find them, you grab hold tight and don't let them go. I grin. Go get him, Tiger. Manny, Gloria, and Donna are already up the stairs and checking out the game room when we find them. Gloria has the giant TV on and is oohing and eyeing over the hundreds of video games available. Unbeknownst to her, the only people who play them are Manny and the team members. I'm almost never in this room unless I'm coming to visit Sarah. Sierra is parked on the couch playing her part as my cousin going to college here in town. She's gabbing with Donna and invites herself to be one of our tutors. "You don't mind, do you, Aleasha?" she asks over her shoulder. "Nope, not at all." It's impressive how quickly the girls like Sierra, whereas I needed help from Manny's rather impressive physique to win these girls over. The night is a success. We laugh, we play, we get our homework done, and Gloria trades her hateful barbs using sarcasm and wit. My favorite part was watching Manny navigate the sticky web of 3 interested females without offending anyone. It's nearly midnight when we finish, and I'm struggling to keep my eyelids open. "Manny, why don't you take Rachel home, and I'll drop Gloria and Donna off," I say. Rachel sneaks a smile and a silent thank you behind their backs as she moves closer to Manny. Sure," Manny says. Gloria and Donna's faces drop. "Sure, I guess that works," Donna says, and Gloria starts scowling again. I close the door behind Manny and Rachel and usher Gloria and Donna to the garage. Flipping on the garage light, I grab my keys off the hook next to the door and say, "The black one is mine." "Holy guacamole, that's yours?" Gloria lets out a low whistle. "What are we gonna do, storm the castle?" "Nah, did that last week," I say. It gets old after a while, and the guards scratch the paint. Donna snickers, then yells, "Shotgun!" and she runs to the front passenger side of the vehicle. "Gah," Gloria declares, "you always get shotgun." She climbs in the seat behind her and fastens her seatbelt. I press a button and open the garage door, then slowly back out of the garage and onto the long winding drive to the street. "Where do you guys live?" I ask, feigning ignorance. I probably know more about their house than they do. The location, square footage, schematics, entrances and exits, the response time of the police and fire departments, best vantage points for possible sniper attacks, locations of every bug and microphone in their house, etc. "Go straight until you reach the stop sign, then go left," Donna says. In the back seat, Gloria touches every knob and button. She rolls the window up and down and catcalls a random car full of college-age guys going in the other direction. They roll down their window and whistle back, but keep driving. I watch their car in my rearview mirror, checking to make sure they don't decide to follow us, but we appear to be in the clear. There's just this old black Buick behind us. As we approach a small bridge, Donna says, "Turn left and then go until the next stop sign." I nod my head and turn, watching the Buick follow suit. This time, the car doesn't stay back at a respectable distance. It appears to be preparing to pass me on a solid double line. "Stupid college kids," I mutter to myself, and then I maneuver my car to the furthest right side of my lane to allow the Buick to see around me. If they're going to pass, they'd better not kill the rest of us to do it. The black car speeds up, but instead of passing, it parallels us in the oncoming lane and rolls down its tinted glass window. What the? I see the flash, but I hear nothing until a bullet hits the side of my car, piercing my door just in front of me and exiting the passenger side door inches from Donna. My adrenaline spikes, pushing me into fight or flight mode. I glance at the girls. Running is our best option. I slam on the brakes. Donna lets out a blood-curdling screech. Gloria bellows a long string of expletives from the back seat. "Black licorice! Black licorice!" I scream, slamming my car into reverse. I hit the gas and crank on my steering wheel to turn. I straighten the wheels to the car and leave rubber on the asphalt. "Donna, open the glove box now!" In my rearview mirror, I watch the car quickly gaining on us. Donna fiddles with the glove box, but seems too flustered to make the latch work. She's probably too busy hyperventilating to be of any use. Gloria bounces nervously in her seat, giving me a blow-by-blow narrative of the car behind us. "They're 20 feet away!" My breathing speeds up. "Now 15. Every muscle in my body tenses. "Now 10. I grip the steering wheel till my fingers ache. "Oh my gosh, are they going to shoot again? Is that a gun I see coming out of the window? It is! It's a gun! They're going to shoot again!" Gloria yells. Donna screams. Flashes of that night in the backyard when we fought off all those people from the drug ring fill my memory, threatening to paralyze me. Fear seizes my lungs and my heart, squeezing until stars fill my vision. "Aleasha, do something! They're going to shoot!" Gloria yells again, grabbing my shoulder in a vice grip. The pain from her grip pulls me out of whatever freakout I'm in, and I swallow down the puke climbing up my throat. Damn it, I refuse to die today. Through gritted teeth, I say, "Hold on!" I slam on the brakes as hard as I can. The tires skid on the asphalt, making a horrific screeching sound and lurching us to a standstill. The Buick slams into the back of our Hummer. I grin. I'm sure if I'd looked in the mirror, I'd look possessed. Scenarios like this are exactly why I have a H1 Hummer. If my car ever hits your car, I'm going to win. Period. The Buick bumper wedges under the bumper of the Hummer, but locking bumpers won't take care of our assassin's gun. I shift it into 4-wheel drive and hit the gas. The RPMs climb, making the engine rev, making the neighborhood sound like a monster truck rally. The Hummer pushes the Buick, then begins to back over the machine, up onto the hood of the car with one wheel and then the other. Metal on metal crackles, groans, and crushes from the pressure of the Hummer. The stench of burned rubber permeates the air. Gloria clings to the door handle and Donna's headrest. Whoa! I'm high in the air looking down at Donna and Gloria, my head nearly touching the driver's side window and gripping the steering wheel to keep from sliding out of my seat. Donna, get the glove box open! I holler again. She shakes her head and whimpers, gripping her seatbelt so hard her knuckles are white. Tears stream down her face. Gloria climbs over the center console and practically on top of Donna. Move over! She elbows Donna out of the way and yanks open the glove box. Donna gasps and Gloria breathes, "Whoa!" before reaching into the glove box and pulling out a semi-automatic handgun. More flashes of light followed by bullets ricocheting off my bumper. Apparently, the shooter can't get a clear shot with my bumper steadily grinding its way closer to his windshield. I press on the gas some more, inching closer to the driver until my tire falls off the hood and high centers on the car, smashing the Buick's windshield. The man begins climbing out the driver's side window. I hold out my right hand to Gloria. Give it to me! The man's feet hit the gravel, and he lifts his pistol, a silencer on the end of the barrel, taking aim at our car. Gloria shoves the semi-automatic into my hand, and I fumble with the safety and slide a bullet into the chamber. Outside, I hear screeching tires and look up. Through the windshield, a car drifts around the corner with its high beams on and speeds toward our mangled vehicles. I cringe away from the lights and the windshield as the car speeds at us without slowing. At the last possible second, the vehicle turns 90 degrees, drifting sideways towards us until it stops inches from the Hummer. I'm surprised I didn't wet my pants. Twice. 2 black-clad occupants open their doors and bolt out of the car toward where I last saw the shooter. By the looks of their silhouettes, it's a man and a woman. They race to the shadows in search of our attacker, leaving the high beams aimed at our Hummer. Gloria, Donna, and I huddle in the front seat of my car in shocked silence. What just happened? Gloria whispers. I shake my head. After listening for a few seconds, surveying our surroundings the best I can, we are sitting ducks blinded from the lights. I turn to the sisters and nudge them. Hey, we've got to get out of here and someplace safe. Gloria shakes her head. Nuh-uh, I'm not going anywhere. This thing is a fortress and the ninjas are still out there. Look at those bullet holes. This thing is more of a cardboard box if that guy comes back with his gun. I can't see anything or anyone coming with these dumb lights on us. We've got to go. Donna shakes in her seat, clutching Gloria's arm. No, we can't go. They'll find us. They'll kill us. Their panic is so thick I can practically touch it, and the tangle of fear I have in my stomach is feeding off of it. I take a deep breath, forcing it down. Guys, we have got to go. I'll keep you safe, I promise. I touch Gloria's arm, and she eyeballs the gun in my hand. Are you going to use that? Do you even know how to use it? I crack a smile and give her my most confident face. You have no idea. Then I open my door and jump out of the car. We've got to get out of these lights. I tug on Gloria, who pulls on Donna, who's attached to her big sister, like the apocalypse has just started. They choo-choo train out of the car, with the girls glued to each other. As soon as their feet are on the ground, Gloria latches onto me, and we shuffle into the nearest dark yard. We sidle up to a dark corner of a sleeping house, and I push the girls into the darkest recesses of the shadows. I listen to the sounds of the neighborhood for a few seconds. An occasional car passes in the distance. There's a barking dog several houses down. Otherwise, it's eerily quiet. Did they get him? Did he get them? Is he after us now? So many unanswered questions, and not enough time to figure them out. All I know is if the ninjas haven't come back to us, something has gone wrong. Either the assassin got away, or they've been hurt. Either option does not appeal to me. We've got to move now. Get lost just in case he's still looking for us. I step out of the shadow and Donna pulls me back. Don't leave us. I promise I won't leave your sight, I say, extracting her hand from my arm. I survey our surroundings for any danger, then sprint to the ninjas' open doors, reach in, and turn off the car headlights. Everything turns dark, and I briefly panic while my eyes adjust to the dark. Donna cries in the shadows, and Gloria tries to soothe her. I run hunched over along the frosty grass of someone's front yard to the girls. Crouching next to them, I listen for any sounds out of the ordinary and calculate our escape options. We're only a mile from my place. I still don't know if the attacker was after me or after the girls. Was this the same person who slashed my tires? Or had the assassins already found the Bassett girls? Regardless, I can't risk taking the guy to the girls' doorstep. My house it is. Turning to the girls, I say, "It's time to move. We've got to get back to my place." Realizing that if anyone from the house showed up without my notifying them, the girls would get suspicious, I pull out my phone and text the crew. Me. Someone had a bad case of road rage. Hummer is down. Hoofing it back to the house. Come find us. Patty. On our way. Randy. Cancel that. We will meet you at the house. I stare at the phone for a long time. What the hell does that mean? We're on our own? That's it? If I get home alive, I'm going to kill him. Gloria glances over my shoulder at the phone. What does that mean? Who is Randy? I don't know what it means, but there's going to be hell to pay, I say, shoving my phone back into my pocket. Donna whimpers again. Can't we stay here in the dark and wait for them to find us? Who finds us? I ask. Do you want to take the chance that the owner of that Buick finds us first? Donna shakes her head frantically, her wide eyes shining in the dark. Then let's get going, I say. Gloria takes a deep breath and turns to her little sister. We're gonna be fine. I can feel it in my bones, okay? Donna nods. Tears stream down her face and her lip quivering in the darkness. Stay close behind me and tug if you need something, okay? I say to them, checking my handgun again to make sure it's ready to go. We snake along the shadows of the house until we're in the backyard. Once in the back, we go from a snail pace to a quick shuffle, running from bush to bush, trying to be as inconspicuous as 3 girls can be at 1 a.m. Once we clear the block, we're nearly jogging through all the yards and alleys, trying to get to my house. I do my best to avoid any places with frost or snow so nobody can follow our tracks. Gloria seems to keep up with me, her foggy breath coming out at a measured rate, but Donna stumbles along, gasping for air, asking to stop often. Each time we stop, I find a bush and we huddle behind it, blowing warm air on our hands to thaw them from the cold. I stare up at the midnight blue sky. No clouds. Enough moonlight to light our way. Once we're 2 houses from my home, I stop behind a giant oak tree and give the girls a couple of minutes to catch their breath. Donna's whimpering is now wide-eyed panic. Gloria isn't far behind her. The 2 girls jump at the sound of the rustling leaves from the light wind. They nearly climb the tree when a cat darts out from its hiding place and across the street. Calm down, I whisper. We're almost there. See that house? I point to the giant brick building with a long white wraparound porch and white arches, lit up like a Christmas tree, no doubt on high alert and waiting for us. That's my house. Do you recognize it? Donna nods, sniffing away new tears. Good, I say. The hard part is behind us now. We're on the home stretch. All we've got to do is get from here to there. I motion my head in the direction of my house. Pulling out my phone, I send a text to everyone at the team. Me. I'm at the end of our drive with the girls. Come and get us. A few seconds later, I get a reply. Sarah. Sit tight. Be there in a few seconds. I smile and show the text to the girls, then nod to our drive. We've just got to get from this tree to that driveway. Think we can do it? Donna nods like a bobblehead doll. I'll do it even if I gotta do it backwards, upside down, and in my underwear. That's the spirit, Gloria says. Okay, as soon as we see the car driving down our road, we're gonna make a run for it. Gloria first, then Donna. Got it? I say. But what happens if someone is waiting for us and gets to me first? Gloria asks in a shaky voice. I'll be taking up the rear. If there's anyone trying to intercept you, slow down and I'll take care of it. How? She demands. You gonna shoot him? She points to the weapon permanently attached to my right hand at this point. Nah, I'm well versed in the art of I can kill you with my bare hands itsu. I deadpan before cracking a glimmer of a smile and saying, trust me. I've gotten you this far, right? I'll do whatever it takes to keep you guys safe. Donna's lip trembles as she says, well then, let's get going. The longer we sit here, the better chance that guy has at finding us. I nod. We just need to wait until we see the car. Any second. Gloria glances over my shoulder and her eyes bug out at the same time Donna gasps. Something hits my right hand, knocking my gun out of it. Crap. I stand and whirl around. A man wearing a mask swings at me. I block him and yell to the sisters, get to the house! I counter with a strike of my own, hitting his face. His head whips back, but quickly returns, unfazed by the blow. He crouches lower, as if to assume a fighting stance, then begins to circle me. This is no street thug out to mug a couple high school girls. This guy knows what he's doing. He comes at me again, but I dodge him just in the nick of time. The darkness slows my reaction time, and I try to use all my senses to anticipate his moves. I mumble, "Black licorice," a few times under my breath. He lands a blow to my face, and I hiss at the pain, then return with a wallop of my own. We continue to circle each other, and I'm in no hurry to engage. I'm in my territory. Sooner or later, someone will come to help, and he'll be outnumbered. I back away, hoping to get some distance between us. Where's the gun he was using? Did the ninjas get it from him? Did he lose it? I glance around, looking for the girls. Hopefully, someone from the agency has collected them and taken them to safety of the house. There's a sound in the distance. I glance in the direction of the sound, taking my eyes off the attacker. He lands a blow to my ribs. Son of a motherless goat, that hurt! It knocks the wind out of me, and he lands another one. As he comes in for the kill, I muster my strength and block, countering with a kick to the gut and a roundhouse kick to the face, whipping his face back and causing blood to spit out of his mouth. He staggers backward a few times before turning to run away. 2 seconds later, another large black-clad body runs past me towards the retreating figure. They disappear into the night. "Go get him, Mark," I whisper before wrapping one arm around my ribs and retrieving my gun with my free hand. When I get to the house, the kitchen is bright as day, the curtains drawn, any exposed windows frosted over. Before I step into the kitchen where everyone can see me, I stuff my handgun into the waistband of my pants and peer into the kitchen. The girls are in hysterics. Aunt Patty hugs Donna, smoothing down her hair and offering her a tissue. Tears stream down Donna's face as she accepts the tissue and wipes her cheeks. Gloria paces in front of them, ranting to Sierra, who has her hands outstretched, trying to calm her. Heather stands at the refrigerator a few feet from me and is on the phone talking in fast, hushed tones, looking frightened. She runs her hand through her long black hair and fiddles with her agency ring. I watch the melee for a second. Something is off. What is different about this picture? It takes a minute to realize everyone is still in character. Randy isn't here. Manny isn't here. None of the on-site crew like Sarah or Mark have made an appearance. "Yes, Mr. Bassett, they are both safe." Her voice soft. She listens to the line for a couple seconds. "I don't know how they could have found us so quickly. We're not even sure if they did. Apparently this girl, Aleasha Summers, had a run-in with some bad folks several months ago. We need to see if whatever happened tonight was because of Aleasha before we jump to conclude." Heather nods at the phone and glances at me. We lock eyes. "Yes, sir, I agree. We will ramp up security measures tonight, just to be safe," Heather says. She lowers her cell phone and stares at me a second longer before turning to the sisters. We'll be having a conversation about this later tonight, after the girls are taken care of. I step into the kitchen where everyone can see me. "I'm so happy you got here safe." I let out a relieved breath. "Are you okay?" I give Gloria a once-over, moving to Donna to check for bruises. Aunt Patty says, "We've locked all the doors, turned on the security system, and the girls called their dad." "Do you think Madison's dad did this?" Sarah asks, making eyes at me like I should just go with it. I pinch the bridge of my nose. "I thought those slashed were vandalism, but this?" I flash a concerned face, hoping it looks convincing. "This is way too much of a coincidence. That guy was no mugger." Donna's sniffling silences and Gloria's posture stiffens. Gloria grabs my shoulder and whirls me around to face her. "Wait a sec. You mean to tell me that guy was after you?" "Probably." I rub my eyes with my hand, then run my hand through my hair, trying to brush off the exhaustion beginning to creep into my brain. "I mean, there's no reason anyone would be after you, and I'm a freaking trouble magnet." I flash them my most innocent face, hoping they don't catch on that I'm faking it. I'm a fighter, not an actor, for Pete's sake. Gloria and Donna look at each other, then back to me in unison. "Nope. No reason they'd be after us." I sigh with feigned relief. "I'm so very, very, very sorry about tonight. I honestly didn't think I was in any danger. I didn't know they were going to come after me." Gloria narrows her eyes, taking a half step closer to me. "Who exactly is after you?" I plop onto a nearby chair. Exhaustion seeps through my body as the adrenaline begins to wear off, and I feel like I'm about to crash at any second. Yawning, I say, "Remember how I was the new girl last semester?" The sisters nod. "Well, I pissed off the school bully, whose father also happened to be tied to lots of organized crime in this area." Gloria's eyes bulge and Donna's mouth gapes. Last I heard, Daddy had gone to jail and I was safe. I didn't realize he could still get to me from jail. I bite my tongue, hoping to create a few tears for the piece de resistance. Success! Droplets roll down my cheeks, and I whisper, I'm so sorry. After a moment of silence, Gloria clears her throat. What are you apologizing for? This was the most fun I've had in months. I'm going to love telling my friends back home about how I was chased by the mafia. You don't mind if I take a few creative liberties, do you? She grins wickedly, and I snicker. Naughty. I think I'm going to like this girl after all. Donna smiles weakly and visibly relaxes. She closes her eyes as if saying a silent prayer of thanks. When she opens them, a new sense of calm has replaced the fear. This is going to be one heck of a journal entry. And yet, all I want to do is forget it ever happened, I say, adjusting in my seat and wincing when my ribs scream at me. The doorbell rings and Patty leaves the kitchen to answer it. A few seconds later, she returns, followed by a gentleman I recognize from the photos. He's shorter than I would have expected, hitting Aunt Patty about the chin. But it's his frantic green eyes that catch my attention. That is the look of a man who feels as if he's just about lost everything that was important to him tonight. His hair sticks out in all directions, like he'd just come from bed. He has bags under his eyes, and his face is drawn, not from age, but from long-term stress. I saw it in myself after Madison died. The two girls run to their father and crush him in a family hug. The pajama-clad man clutches his daughters in a mixture of terror and relief. Tears stream out of his eyes. I'm so glad you two are safe, he says, his voice thick with emotion. Mr. Bassett glances up at Heather. She smiles and pats his arm. The Summers think this was backlash from an incident they had several months ago. Your daughters happened to be at the wrong place at the wrong time. Mr. Bassett's head rears back in surprise. You mean? No, Sierra shakes her head, as if to keep the man from saying too much in front of us. This was a coincidence. Mr. Bassett runs a hand through his salt and pepper hair and heaves a sigh of relief, then grins. Fantastic. He shoots a glance at me. I'm sorry this happened tonight. I'm just so darn happy nobody got hurt. He looks at Patty, then to Sierra. Did they catch the guy? Patty's face clouds. No, he got away, but I've got people scouring the city for him now. It's just a matter of time. Speaking of time, Heather steps forward, putting a hand on Mr. Bassett's shoulder. The police are on their way to the house to talk to Aleasha. Maybe we should go home and get out of their way. Aren't they going to want to take our statement? Gloria says, her arms still wrapped around her dad. Heather and Mr. Bassett exchange a look before Heather hands Patty a card. Here's my name and number. If the police need to talk to the girls, they can contact me here. Patty accepts the card and nods. Thank you. And girls, her face twists into a look of remorse. I'm sorry you got dragged into this. I promise it won't happen again. Wow. Aunt Patty is a talented actor. I never would have guessed she was faking it. I can honestly say this is a night I'll never forget, Gloria says, smiling. We all walk to the front door, and Heather ushers them to a dark vehicle in front of the house. Seconds later, they're speeding down the drive, shooting snow and ice behind them. Chapter 13. Sleep Talking. I watch the brake lights intensify, then dim as Mr. Bassett slows before turning off our drive and speeding down the road, followed by Heather's car. Once I can no longer see or hear the vehicles, I turn around. What the heck was that all about? Simple, a voice calls from the top of the stairs. We're protecting our assets, and sometimes the best way to do that is to let them believe they're safe, even if they aren't. I look up and see Randy walking down the stairs. We don't know who attacked you yet. Rather than get everyone in a tizzy over something we can't confirm, we're going to let them think they aren't in danger until we prove otherwise. He reaches the bottom of the stairs. Until then, I will double security on the Bassetts and intensify the search of whomever attacked you tonight. Oh, is that why you left us to fend for ourselves for the mile between where we were attacked and the house? That makes a ton of sense. I narrow my eyes at him. Are you actually trying to keep these girls alive, or are you just stupid? Randy's face turns as red as a Christmas light. Listen here, Missy. No, you listen. I jab my finger at his face. More than an hour of terror melts into white-hot rage. Those girls were terrified. I'm surprised one of them didn't crap their pants. You left us in an uncontrolled environment, in the dark, with next to no reinforcements, against an unknown number of combatants. If I didn't know any better, I'd think you're trying to get us killed. I shake my head. I'm done. I'm not working for you anymore. If you want to get someone killed, get your ass out there and do it yourself. I shoulder past him and stomp up the stairs. Randy stumbles backward and grabs the banister to keep from falling on his butt. Aleasha! Aleasha, get down here, young lady! Randy yells. Go screw yourself. Aleasha! His footsteps are heavy as he stomps up the stairs after me. Don't you walk away from me. I flip him off with both hands and keep climbing. Behind me, he lets out a string of curses. When I get to my room, I close the door behind me and lock it. Randy pounds on the door, making it rattle. Open this door! I stare at the door, my arms folded over my chest. I want to punch the door, too. Leave a dent in it to show him he's not the only person pissed right now. Go to hell, Randy. Let me in. The force of his fist makes the sound reverberate off my walls, and I flinch. Is he going to break down the door? What's his problem anyway? He's not the one out there risking his neck for those girls. He's not the one who's got guns aimed at his back. He's the one with years of experience doing this stuff. He's the one who should have considered all the contingencies and minimized the danger, not left me out there dangling in the wind. Again. He pounds again, and I scream at the door with everything I've got. The veins in my head and neck pulse. My head and throat hurt from the force of it. Tears spring to my eyes. My hands shake with rage. If he steps 1 foot inside my bedroom, we're damn well going to find out who is the better fighter. And Drew isn't around to stop me from beating the holy living crap out of that man. My phone vibrates. I pull it out of my pocket. There's a crack in the screen. Freaking perfect. Drew is trying to video chat with me. Randy pounds on the door again. Aleasha! Aleasha! I send Drew's call to voicemail. The phone vibrates again. Drew, you okay? Drew, babe. Drew, put on your earbuds and drown him out. He'll leave eventually. Call me when you're ready to talk. Letting out a deep breath, I smile at the phone and a tear trickles down my cheek. Even 1,000 miles away, he knows what I need. I toss my phone on the bed and pull out my earbuds, stuffing them into my ears and cranking my music up. Randy can pound all night if he wants to. I glance out the windows to the backyard. The moon fills the sky, clouds pepper the horizon, and black silhouettes of the forest seem to stretch forever. I look down at my yard to where the pool house is. Small semicircles of light reach out towards the pile of snow, but there's so much of my yard obstructed by darkness. A shiver runs down my spine. Is someone watching me? The guy who attacked us? Did he circle back? I push the button next to my window, causing the glass to fog, and turn my back on the yard. Glancing at my bedroom door, I wonder if Randy's still camped out in the hall. Doesn't matter. I change into pajamas, turn off the lights, then climb into bed and cocoon myself in the blankets, letting the music lull me into a dreamless stupor. Thank goodness tomorrow is Saturday. I don't know how long I'm out. I wake when the vibrating phone on my cheek wakes me. I glance at the glowing screen. Drew. Pulling out my earbuds, I answer the phone. Hello? I say, my voice groggy. I turn onto my side, my back to the bedroom door. Are you okay? Did they hurt you? Anything broken? His voice is fast and higher than usual. I've been trying to get a hold of you for hours. I'm fine, Drew. I rub my eyes, feeling like a child being interrogated by my mother. I'm not hurt, and Mark and Sarah came to my rescue before anything could happen. Did they catch whoever was trying to hurt you? I don't know. I frown again. But it's not for lack of trying. They're amping up security. That's all I know. I left before I could find anything else out. Yeah, I know. Drew hesitates before saying, Aleasha, be extra careful, okay? My eyes narrow at the inflection in his voice. Why? What do you know? Nothing. He answers a smidge too quickly. I just think there's more to this than any of us knows, and it won't hurt to be more vigilant. Drew! Just be careful. Yeah, sure, babe. I always am, I say. I'm kind of partial to being alive, you know? I hear the smile in his voice. I'm kind of partial to you being alive, too. There's a noise in the background on his end. Hey, I've got to go, but I'll check on you sometime tomorrow, okay? He says. Yeah, sure. I love you, Aleasha. Don't you forget it, he says with more meaning than usual, and my spidey senses perk up. Is something wrong? I won't, I say. I love you too. There's another noise in the background, and the call disconnects. I stare at the screen. Should I call him back? I'm shaken from behind. Flinching, I fling my arms outward, smacking someone in the face. Son of a male voice says. Whipping out of my blanket, I'm in a fighting stance in front of my bed in a split second. Mark stands by my nightstand, holding his nose. My bedroom door is open. The windows are still dark. It's not morning yet. I straighten and relax my arms. Sorry, how did you get in? I locked the door. I wouldn't be a very good spy if a stupid little lock stopped me from getting in. It stopped Randy, I say. Mark stares at me. I stare back at him. Fair enough, I say. My phone vibrates in my hand. I glance down at the lit-up screen. It's 3:45 in the morning. I have several missed calls and texts from Drew and Manny. Is Randy gone? I ask, reaching down to retrieve my comforter and wrapping it around my shoulders. I trudge toward the bedroom door, bracing myself to continue my argument with Randy. Except I'm in no mood to fight anymore. Can the guy just leave it alone? I assume he's downstairs waiting to talk to me, I say. No, he left a while ago. Huh? I look back at Mark. Then why did he wake me? Because Randy is gone, Sarah says, appearing in the doorway. She's still wearing her same 50s-style rockabilly clothes from earlier today, but her red hair is pulled back in a low ponytail, and she's no longer wearing her signature red lipstick, winged eyeliner, or fake eyelashes. The lack of makeup gives her the appearance of being washed out, almost sickly. There's no bounce in her step, and her feet are bare. No more stilettos. She steps inside the room and leans against the wall, her smile sad and tired. Manny steps into the bedroom next. And Mark is officially in charge. Randy's been pulled completely from this assignment. Manny's still in his study sessions clothes from earlier this evening, except he has a rip in his t-shirt, exposing one of his tan biceps where there's a giant red scratch. His black hair is sticking in all directions like he hasn't combed it in a week. Sierra slips into the room too. She's still in the black clothes she was wearing when she went after the assassin. She has a bruise on her face and is cradling an ice bag on her arm. What's going on? I say. Mark gestures to the massive wooden table near the windows that I use for studying. Have a seat, Aleasha. I sit in a wooden chair at the head of the table and wrap my blanket tighter around me. What's going on? After his stunt this evening and the way he reacted to you, Sarah sent the footage to the agency director and the director pulled him from the case, Mark says, sinking into the seat nearest to me. I'm overseeing everything until someone new is found to take his place. Sierra sits opposite him, with Sarah next to her. Manny paces behind Mark, his eyes bleary and bloodshot. Do I look as bad as he does? Probably worse. I stand and go to the nearby mini fridge, pulling out several Dr. Peppers and bottles of water, offering them to everyone. I keep a couple Dr. Peppers for myself and toss one to Manny. Looks like you need some caffeine. Thanks, he mutters, catching the bottle in one hand and twisting the top off the container. He takes a swig, then places the bottle on the table and sits. He slaps his hands on the table, making me flinch. How come you get to have all the fun? I was here. Why didn't anyone chase me? Manny says. Really? Next time I'll stop the car chase and demand they go find you first, I say, rubbing my forehead where a headache is forming. They weren't after you, Mark says to Manny. They were after Aleasha or the Bassett girls. We don't know which yet. Have the police come yet? I ask. We didn't call the police. We're keeping this hush-hush, Mark says. If they were after you, we don't want to draw attention to the agency. And if it was the Bassett girls, we don't want anyone knowing they're in witness protection and people are after them. An incident like this raises flags all over the place. What do you remember about your attacker? Sarah asks. I close my eyes and rack my brain for any details. Anything that makes this person stand out. This would be much easier if my mind weren't swimming from exhaustion. Not much. The car was a Buick and the windows were tinted, so I couldn't see much. I'm assuming you guys already went over the crash scene with a fine-tooth comb. Mark nods. They've towed the Buick and your car into your garage and are already working on forensics. They've put a do not enter sign on the garage door, so none of the evidence is contaminated. I blink longer than necessary, fighting the weight of my eyelids. I can tell you it was definitely a guy. Either that or a really tall girl. An experienced fighter. I yawn. Not a thug. Apparently a fast runner, because he outran Mark twice. I half smile at the snotty comment, and Mark grumbles something indiscernible. After that, I've got nothing. I half slur. I fight the urge to let my head hit the table and fall asleep again. Mark shakes me. Just a couple more minutes, Aleasha, and then you can go to sleep. I lift my 100-pound head and will my eyelids to open. My eyes cross and vision blurs. You got about 2 minutes before I pass out. She's not kidding, Sarah says. When she's out, she's out. Pretty soon we're going to see a pool of slobber on the table, and she'll be talking in her sleep. It's quite entertaining, actually. Manny clucks his tongue. Lightweight. Anywho, I drawl impatiently. What else do we got to talk about? We need the Bassett girls to think tonight was because of you. We can't protect the girls if they're running from us or giving us grief. Got it, boss. I half salute, close my crossed eyes, and lay my head on the table. And she's out, Sierra says. Is that amusement I hear in her voice? Whatever. Sleep. Precious sleep. Chapter 14. Driving Lessons. Beep, 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 and I drift back to sleep, not bothering to shut off my alarm. It'll shut off eventually. Aleasha, wake up! The feminine voice is a dead giveaway. It's Patty. I ignore her. Maybe she'll go away. She shakes me. Aleasha, wake up! I don't even flinch. Maybe if I play dead, she will go away. She huffs and leaves the room, mumbling to herself. Heavier footsteps enter my room. Get up, sleepyhead. We've got training to do. The voice is deep and familiar. Manny? He kicks my foot and I ignore him. He yanks on my blanket. Before he can completely snatch it off my body, I grab my blanket in a vice grip and roll over. The weight of my body anchors the blanket in place. No, go away, he snorts. Don't think you can get out of it that easily with me. Manny yanks even harder. My entire body shifts halfway off the bed. I bolt to attention as I try to keep from falling off my bed onto the hard floor beneath me. Manny yanks again. You will be getting out of bed, even if I have to carry you kicking and screaming over my shoulder. I yank back, successfully ripping the blanket from his hands. I crawl back to the comfort of my pillow. Manny grabs my ankle and pulls me backward toward the edge of the bed again. No, I yelp and kick at his hands, trying to free myself. That's it. He huffs and jumps onto the bed, body slamming me to the mattress while simultaneously grabbing my pillow with one hand and hitting me over the head several times. Get up! Get up! Get up! I gasp, then grunt, before grabbing the other pillow and pummeling him furiously. The room fills with squeals, grunts, and laughter as we find ourselves in a full-blown hardcore pillow fight, complete with a minor case of whiplash. From the doorway, Mark calls, I didn't know we were having a slumber party. I would have brought my footy pajamas. I stop mid-swing, but not before Manny nails me in the face one more time, knocking me onto my side. Oof! My face is red because I've been genetically graced with the ability to turn beet red every time I exert myself, and I'm breathing hard. Oh, hey, Mark, we were just... My voice trails off as I notice him looking very unamused. I scramble to a sitting position, and Manny jumps off the bed to stand next to it. Mark steps into the room, his lips pressed into a thin line. In light of last night's encounter, I've decided we'll spend today doing additional training. He stares at me impassively. We're already an hour behind schedule and have a very full day planned. Get dressed and meet us in the shed in 20 minutes. Mark turns on his combat-booted heel and walks out of the room. I stare at Manny, who looks at me and winces. Sorry, Ish. He hurries out of the room after Mark. 20 minutes later, I'm dressed in my workout clothes, fed, and standing next to Manny in our secret underground training facility that was once a prepper's paradise. It's hidden underneath the grounds crew landscaping building, aka the shed. Mark stands in front of us, madder than a hornet that's been sat on by an elephant. I don't recall the last time I've seen Mark so mad. This mood will not bode well for us teenagers. Last night, Aleasha and the Bassett girls were attacked on their way home from here, Mark begins. His eyebrows furrow and his mouth puckers into a thin line as he paces in front of us. From an agency standpoint, that whole encounter was a disaster. Not only did you crash your car, Mark gestures to me without skipping a step, but we didn't detect the attacker until he attacked us. Mark stops and turns to face us. And I let the guy slip through my hands not once, but twice. The fear coiled in my stomach loosens. Knowing his anger is really frustration, I can channel that energy into something productive, rather than running for cover. How can we make sure it doesn't happen again? I ask. It's time for some driving lessons, Mark replies with a glint in his eyes. You both have your life insurance up to date, don't you? Manny raises an eyebrow. What kind of driving lessons? We normally reserve this stuff for police officers, FBI, etc., but considering the results of last night, I think it's time to enlighten you. Manny breaks into a grin and pumps the air with his fist. Sweet! This is not the sort of stuff you're going to learn out on the streets of Walla Walla, Mark says. It's time to go for a ride. Go call your mom and tell her you'll be with Aleasha till late. I'll see you guys out front as soon as you're ready. One helicopter ride, several hours of in-class instruction, and a whole lot of deer-in-the-headlights looks later, I'm strapped into the driver's side of a high-performance vehicle with a 5-point harness, roll bars, and helmet. Next to me, an instructor that reminds me of Dwayne Johnson barks orders as I speed along the obstacle course at high adrenaline speeds. Serpentine through those cones, he says. I grip the steering wheel like my life depends on it. Because it probably does. Those cones? There's an inch of water.
Do it! Ah! Quit yelling, Aleasha. Ah! Now, hard right at that barrier. Try not to slow down. Shift and drift. Suck! The car slides sideways, nearly teetering on 2 wheels. Better than last time. Now practice your threshold braking. At the line, hit the brakes and don't slam into that cement wall. Easier said than done, I mutter as I resist the urge to slam on the brakes. I push hard on the brakes, paying attention to the reaction of the tires. Inches from the wall and one near panty peeing emergency avoided, I shift into reverse, repositioning myself, and accelerate. Okay, now we're going to do the entire course in reverse. Seriously? I glance at my instructor, wishing my eyes shot flames. If this course doesn't kill me, I'm going to kill you. The Dwayne Johnson wannabe cracks a smile. Faster, Aleasha. Show me what you've learned. I press my foot on the gas and push the car way beyond my comfort zone. The engine roars to an unholy pitch, and the tachometer toys with the red lines. Burned rubber and exhaust fills the air, and sweat drips down my cheeks and back. Turn now, he says. I crank the wheel and I race toward the cones at a shocking speed. Serpentine! My stomach clenches and acid climbs my throat. The stress and fear become almost overwhelming. Being hunted by a madman in the middle of the night is nothing compared to this. Faster, Aleasha! The engine's RPMs rev higher. At the cones, hit the brake and do a 180. I concentrate on not throwing up or breaking the windows with my screeching. I don't know how I miss all those stupid cones, but I do. I slam on the brakes, crank the wheel, shift gears, and swallow my breakfast as my chest strains against the harness and the car slides 180 degrees to a stop. Once the world quits spinning, I pry my white-knuckled fingers from the steering wheel, unbuckle my harness, and get the freak out of that vehicle before he calls me back to run the course again. My legs nearly buckle, so I hold onto the car for security. As I'm unstrapping my helmet, Manny runs at me, whooping and hollering. That was freaking awesome! Wasn't it awesome? I thought it was awesome. You didn't even flip this time. Can we do it again? Manny jumps around like a 3-year-old, hopped up on too much sugar and not enough nap time. Our instructor grins. Sorry, Manny. It's almost dark and you aren't rated for tactile night driving. Yet. Yet? Manny turns to look at Mark, who's leaning against a cinder block building nearby. This is only day 1. We still have night driving, off-roading, avoiding attacks, and of course, the race, Mark says. I close my eyes. When is this nightmare going to end? Don't they know I get carsick on the merry-go-round? What race? Manny presses. Who are we racing? Each other. Mark smiles wickedly. It's you against Aleasha, using all the skills you've learned from your classes. Sweet! Manny hollers, doing some sort of crazy happy dance. I roll my eyes. Same time next week? Mark asks the instructor before walking toward the main building. Sure thing, Mark. The man jerks his head toward me. I can't wait to see how Aleasha does with the off-roading moguls. Shut up. I hate you all, I mutter, clenching my teeth. I walk faster on my wobbly legs, breaking away from the group. I hear laughter from the 3 men behind me. And then I puke. Chapter 15. Demoted. Monday morning, I shuffle into the kitchen, bleary-eyed and wishing for another 7 hours of sleep. My muscles ache from the fight on Friday and all the combat training we did over the weekend. Mark is already seated at the kitchen table, talking to Sarah and Sierra, discussing their plans for the day. Aunt Patty is sitting in a chair, drinking a hot cup of cocoa. Lots of marshmallows. She looks like she finally cleaned up the last of the Christmas decorations. Between the spotless house and the fact that she's drinking chocolate for breakfast instead of her usual tea, I suspect she didn't sleep much last night. I drop into a seat next to her and lean my head on her shoulder. You okay? She smiles and pats my head. Her eyes are bloodshot, and residue from last night's makeup is still in her face. Yeah, just a little stress is all. I'll grab a nap while you're at school today. I wrap an arm around her and squeeze. She kisses the top of my head and smiles. Good morning, all. Manny strides into the room, bright-eyed and bushy-tailed. I immediately want to smack him. I settle for groaning. Manny hip bumps me playfully. Good morning, Ish. Don't talk to me, I grumble. It's too early for talking. I've been up nearly 2 hours now, he says, grabbing a Dr. Pepper from the fridge and handing it to me. Brown noser. I accept the soda and take a long swig of it. He smiles and nudges me again. Wakey, wakey, sunshine! I still hate you. How can you possibly be chipper after this weekend?
They nearly worked us to death. Manny grins from ear to ear. That wasn't work. That was freaking awesome. That's what I signed up with the agency to do. He nearly skips to the cupboard and grabs a packet of instant oatmeal and a bowl, preps the oatmeal, and pops it in the microwave. When the timer dings, he grabs the bowl and spoon and drops into the empty chair next to me, sliding the bowl at me. Eat! You need your energy for the day. You didn't need to do that, I say, staring at the bowl. My traitorous stomach grumbles. I hold up the Dr. Pepper he gave me. I already have breakfast at Champions. You eat it. You need energy too. Mom insisted I eat before I leave. She thinks I'm losing weight. He rolls his eyes. So today, I'm going to be your mom and make sure you eat something before you leave. He nudges the bowl toward me again. Eat. How was the weekend? Patty asks. Fantastic, Manny says. It sucked, I reply. You'd better get used to it, Aleasha, Mark says. If Friday was any indicator, you're going to have to know how to handle yourself in a car from now on. And one of these days, you won't have your Hummer to muscle your way out of a situation. I nod, reliving in my mind Friday's attack and the bullets that narrowly missed me and the Bassett girls. How are Gloria and Donna doing? I ask. It's not the girls you have to worry about, Mark says. It's Mr. Bassett who is worried. He gave them their GPS rings earlier, but the girls weren't wearing them. Now he's insisting on it. Heather says Gloria is throwing a hissy fit, but Donna is okay with the extra monitoring. On the upside, Sierra says, sipping on a mug of coffee, we've assured Mr. Bassett we found the culprit and took care of the problem. So you lied, I state flatly. We finessed the truth, Mark says. You lied. Mark stares at me long and hard. He drops his voice and says, You're going to have to trust someone at the agency, Aleasha. Who's it going to be? Are you going to trust that I want you and the Bassett girl safe, or do you need to walk away now? His comment hits me like a bucket of cold water. He's right. Unlike Randy, who obviously has no idea how to work with kids, despite working in an agency filled with kids, Mark has done nothing to make me distrust him. In fact, quite the opposite. Listen, Aleasha, I'm the boss. I have to make hard decisions, and this was one of them. You're still new, and you don't know all the facts. You see life in black and white, and I'm forced to make decisions based on shades of gray. You need to trust that I'm the boss for a reason, and that I'm doing what's best for everyone. Yes, sir. I look at my half-eaten bowl of oatmeal. He's right. If what Drew said is true, Mark is probably more qualified to run this operation than all of us. Maybe Mark is the reason the president assigned the Bassett girls to me, not because I'm here, but because Mark is. Back to the subject, Mark says. First off, we know who the attacker was, and he wasn't after the girls. My head whips up, and I'm suddenly alert. He was after me? I say as a cloud of dread descends over me. Yes, Mark says. But let's look at everything. A, there was only one attacker, and B, he didn't consider Manny a threat, and therefore I left him alone. So Manny flew under the radar, I say. Mark inclines his head. Seems that way. That makes you our ace in the hole, Sierra says. We want you to minimize the time you spend with Aleasha outside of school. No morning workout sessions or hanging out all day after school. You need to look just like another friend from school. Manny's face sours. So what am I supposed to do? Finally take Rachel out on a date, I suggest, wagging my brows. Manny scowls at me. Come over for study sessions. Go to Gloria and Donna's house if they invite you, and lie low. From the outside looking in, you look like Alicia's boyfriend. You usually spend your every non-school minute over here, and if you give off the impression of being her significant other, then you become a target. We do not want you to be a target. We want you to be the guy who comes out of the woodwork and takes Simon completely by surprise. Manny nods. So I can still save the day, but nobody will see it coming? Exactly, Mark says. Simon? That's the guy's name? I say, straightening in my seat. You said he had a broccoli-shaped birthmark on his neck, right? Mark says. Looked like it. We have people following up on some leads, but in the meantime, we're going to act as if he's our man. How do I know him? Is he one of Madison's goons? Mark exchanges a look with Patty, who's been silently sipping on her cocoa. That woman is like a ghost sometimes. No, Mark says. He used to work with your father. Chapter 16. Daddy Issues. Wait, what? I say, suddenly more alert than I would have been if I drank a gallon of coffee. I've been working at the agency for months, and I've heard little about my dad. This is the first piece of meat I can sink my teeth into. Mark glances around the kitchen table. All eyes are on him. He presses his lips together, then stands. Want to go for a ride? I bolt to my feet. Sure. Mark takes his ring and watch off, handing them to Sarah with a smirk. I don't trust you to not hack the gear. Sarah grins. You're no fun. He hands her his phone. Just in case. Sarah bursts into laughter and takes his phone too. Killjoy. Mark glances at me and jerks his head towards Sarah. Give her your ring, your phone, and the stud in your ear. If we run into any trouble, I still have a way to contact them. My insides hum with excitement, like I'm about to ride the world's tallest roller coaster. What's so secret we have to leave our spy gear behind? I rub the finger my ring was on. It feels bare without it. Don't wait up, Mark says over his shoulder, heading toward the front door with me right behind him. I glance at Patty, and she's gnawing on her lip as if worried. What does she have to be worried about? Mark? Me not having my spy gear? I flash her a reassuring smile and follow Mark, grabbing my coat on the way out. Parked near the front of the house is an older black Chevy Tahoe. We climb in, and he maneuvers his way down the frosty drive toward the street. In true Mark-like fashion, he doesn't say much while he drives. It doesn't take long before we're out of the city and winding our way along the back roads with dark, frosty fields on both sides of us, filled with stubble from last year's harvest. Finally, he turns onto a road that disappears between two hills, drives a while longer, and pulls onto the shoulder of the road. We can see for miles in both directions, but there's nothing to look at except desolate farmland, the road we're on, and the mountains in the distance. He leaves the car idling, and a warm breeze fills the front seats with a soft whoosh. I sit on my hands to keep from fidgeting, or grabbing his shirt and demanding he tell me all about my dad. I can be patient. So what do you know about my dad? I blurt. Mark stares out the windshield, taking an excruciatingly long time to answer. Finally, he says, some of the information I'm about to tell you is obviously sensitive in nature. Sensitive in that it will get people hurt or killed if you share it with anyone, including Drew. It's the nature of our job. Your job to keep secrets, and to respect the secrets that others keep, even if you don't understand why. He looks at me. Will you respect that I won't tell you everything? What does that mean? Yes. Good. I'm telling you, putting myself and my family on the line because I trust you and trust that you can keep a secret. Whoa. His family? What's he going to tell me? I promise I won't tell. He nods. I met Simon about 6 years ago when my 5-year-old daughter was arrested by the government and charged with treason. I nearly cough up a lung. Your 5-year-old daughter was arrested and charged with treason? Mark scrubs a hand down his face and nods again. It's a long story, one that doesn't need to be told now. But she was put into the agency under your father's care. He took a shine to her and wanted to mentor her. The problem is Simon was second in command and Keith demoted him to team leader so my daughter could take his place. To make matters worse, Simon was put in the most difficult program within the agency, child trafficking. He did not thrive at that job. Nobody does. It's brutal. I stare at Mark, my eyes bulging as if they're about to pop out of their sockets. How could my dad, a guy who came home every night, watched all my volleyball games, came to my choir concerts, and played cribbage with me on the weekends, be the same man that Mark is describing now? Dad didn't even speed or cuss. He was the most mellow guy I knew, but he worked with criminal kids and dealt with child trafficking? Keith and Simon had built the agency together, Mark says. And all of a sudden, Simon was just another employee. Add that bitterness to this new job, and it was just a matter of time. Simon's job bled over into his personal life. He started drinking, and he started making a bunch of poor decisions. His hurt turned to jealousy and morphed into a rage and then to hatred. He turns in his seat and stares at me for a long time. I bite the inside of my cheek. Am I supposed to say something? Ask more questions? How am I supposed to respond? Simon blames your father for everything that's going wrong with his life, and he blames my daughter for taking away his position within the agency. Because of that, he's vowed to destroy both yours and my family, wipe us off the face of the planet. If he has anything to say about it, he will take all the agents from the agency and use them for his own purposes too. A pit the size of a watermelon drops into my stomach, and I stare at the dashboard. He wants to kill me? Just like he killed the rest of my family? Yes. And he's trying to kill you and your daughter too? And the rest of my family, yes. Then why are you with me? Why aren't you with your daughter? Not that I'm complaining, not by a long shot, but why? Mark smiles. I don't see him smile often. It makes him look nice. Handsome even. in a totally non-sexual, non-disgustingly ew sort of way. Because my daughter is the director, and she can't get out of being the director until you're ready to step into her place. I can't take my family and disappear if you die. So I'm here to protect you. The survival of my family depends on your safety. Holy mother of... I wouldn't have been more shocked if he had turned into a purple alien, started flying, and shot worms out of his mouth. Mark is like my personal bodyguard, and I'm supposed to become the new director? Oi. It's my turn to stare out the windshield for a long time. Numb. Processing. Jeez, Dad. Thanks for leaving me in this mess. Simon isn't going to stop hunting me until I'm dead, is he? I ask. I'm afraid not. And he won't stop hunting you and your daughter either, will he? No. I square my shoulder and grit my teeth. Simon's backed me into a corner, and now I have no choice but to fight back, and it looks like it's going to be a fight to the death. What do we do now? I ask. That's the tricky part, he says. We have more than just our crew working to find him. The director has people looking for him too. He's like a ghost, slipping in and out of places, or having his people do it for him. He runs a hand through his hair and his jaw pulses. We think there's a mole, possibly two, in the agency. They're keeping him in the loop. That's why I came, rather than sending someone else. My daughter knows she can trust me not to double-cross the agency. If we can't find him, what do we do? Well, we've already been doing. Put our nose down, eyes open, and be ready for anything. Never let your guard down. If you do, that's when Simon will strike. He'll wait in the wings for the perfect opportunity and strike when we're not expecting him. So I'm bait again, I say, rubbing my forehead. Yay! Good thing I don't drink alcohol. I'd be drunk before lunch. It's not like I'm sending you out to an empty parking lot and pointing a neon light at you saying, kidnap me. Whatever. I should be used to this by now. Aleasha, regardless of what's going on in our personal lives, the President of the United States has asked you to do this job, and you accepted. Now we need to finish it. If Simon gets in the way, we'll deal with it, and I'll be working overtime to make sure he doesn't make an appearance. Yeah, I guess so, I grumble. I knew I should have waited a little longer before I made my decision. Oh, and on a good note, Mr. Bassett was impressed with how you handled things, Mark says. He wants his girls to hang around with you whenever possible. He seems to think you're a safe place for his girls to be as any at this point. I break out into laughter. Little does he know. Wow, okay. At least it makes my job easier. The girls can spend the afternoons here unknowingly protected by a fortress of technology and agent employees, I say. True, he says. But Simon knows where you live. It's only a matter of time before he attacks again. Don't rest on your laurels just because you're at the house. My stomach sours, making my gut burn. Can you intercept him before anything happens? We're going to try. While you and Manny were out training, we did some work around the house and its perimeter. Patty was a good sport while we tore apart her house and turned it into a stronghold. We're doing everything we can to keep everyone safe. A chill runs down my spine as realization hits. Simon was watching me, and I never noticed. So here's what we're going to do. Mark twists so he's looking squarely at me. Manny will go out and get a life, with that Rachel girl, or with his buddies, or whoever. He can catch up on his homework, I don't care. He just needs to make himself scarce. He's the only person on our team not on Simon's radar. But I want to help. No buts. We'll equip Manny with a burner phone and Sarah's encrypted line. He'll call her every evening to get an update on what's going on, and she will call or text if there's anything urgent. Aleasha, you and Sierra will become the best of friends again. You'll be joined at the hip, and she will go with you wherever you and the girls go. What you lack in experience, she has in spades. Plus, the girls seem to like her. I want you with someone whenever possible. Don't venture off alone. Got it. Mark turns and puts a hand on my shoulder. We'll take care of you, Aleasha. Nothing bad will happen while I'm around. Warmth spreads through my body. My muscles, which were taut like a rubber band stretched too tight, relax. My phone vibrates and I turn off my alarm. It's nearly time for school. He puts the car into gear and drives me back home. We sit in silence the rest of the way to the house. Manny is still waiting for me inside when I get back. As I pick up my backpack and grab a snack for the road, Aunt Patty watches me, but keeps her distance. I wave goodbye to the group and follow Manny out to my car. Hey, Aleasha? Mark calls behind me as I walk away. Try not to get into too much trouble. Chapter 17. Killing Manny. When I get to journalism, Donna waves at me. Hi. Hey, I wave back and sit next to her. dumping my books on the desk in front of me. How are you doing? You okay? That was way crazy, but I've had a few days to let it settle, and I'm doing better. My dad says the cops caught the guy? Yeah, later that night. My gut clenches with guilt. I hate lying, but an order is an order. Mark is the boss, and I need to trust his methods. Did you take karate or something? You're a really good fighter, Donna says. Yeah, my dad made me take it when I turned 6. He thought it would make me more confident. I don't think he realized how often I'd have to use it. Another lie. Sort of. Really? Donna puts her elbows on the table with her chin in her hands and leans toward me. Yeah, Aunt Patty thinks the world is getting more violent, I say. Manny says I'm just a magnet for trouble. Donna snickers. The jury's still out on that one. Agreed. At lunch, Rachel, Manny, Donna, Gloria, and I find our usual place on the stairs next to the gym. Gloria gives Manny and Rachel a blow-by-blow report of what happened after they left, and Rachel looks like she's about to puke. That's it, Aleasha. You are not allowed to leave the house again, ever, Rachel shrieks. You're no fun, I say, feigning a pout. How am I supposed to get a new car if I don't total the old one? I'll take your car, Gloria raises her hand. Yeah, me too, Manny says. It beats an old beat-up truck. Yeah, well, it's better than having nothing, Donna says, raising a brow. Guys, I was kidding, I say. Yeah, whatever, Rachel makes a face. You've still got an awesome car. I had to lose both my parents to get it, remember? I say. True. You win. Rachel raises both hands in resignation. I'll keep my parents, thank you very much. I'm more than happy to do all the driving. And if I happen to run over a few cars in the process, well, all the better, I say. Manny coughs and says, liar, simultaneously. Speaking of which, I narrow my eyes at him. You guys have got to hate taking the bus. Why don't I pick you up and take you home after school? I don't have any sports until after spring break, and I'm going your way. Yeah, Donna says, as if it's a no-brainer and I'm an idiot for even having to ask. On the way to class, Manny walks beside me and murmurs in my ear so the others can't hear. Do you mind if I drive Rachel to and from school from now on? I grin, giving him a you sly little bugger look. Of course not, if Rachel agrees. Shut up. His tan cheeks deepen a shade. I talked to her about it before lunch and she said yes. I flash a toothy grin. You two have fun. Stay out of trouble. Summers, you're killing me, he groans, and I wink at him before we separate to our respective classes. Chapter 18. Promises, Promises. After school, I come home with Donna and Gloria in tow. We decide to do our homework in my room and then play video games afterward. There's a dozen red roses on my nightstand next to a small turquoise box wrapped in white ribbon. Gloria's eyes bulge, and she points to the box. Is that for you? Who sent it? I smell the roses, and they're full of fragrance, not like the cheap ones you sometimes find at the grocery store. Warmth consumes me like the sun on a hot summer day, filling me with joy. Drew. The phone rings. I glance at it, screen and grin, then answer it. I just came home to the most beautiful roses. I'm pretty sure Manny is the best friend ever. Donna gasps and Gloria cackles. Drew's mouth pops open, and he tries to look behind me. Who's there with you? I glance over my shoulder at Gloria, whose shoulders are still shaking. A couple friends. I lift my phone to let him glimpse the sisters. They wave and say hi in unison. Sheesh, another hot one, Gloria says behind me. I know, right? Donna says. How does she get 'em all? Drew closes his eyes and rubs his forehead. His face turns as red as a pomegranate before he clears his throat. Is there somewhere you can go so you can open your present in private? I grab my turquoise box and say to the girls, I'll be back in a minute. Then I go into my walk-in closet and turn on the light, sitting on the bench next to my wall of shoes. I probably still haven't worn half of them. Okay, we're alone, I say, breathing in the cedar scent of the closet. Drew lets out a puff of air and runs his hands through his wavy, brown hair as if trying to psych himself up. I've been thinking about you nonstop since I left Walla Walla, but Valentine's is more than a month away. I'm not willing to wait that long. You've been eavesdropping a lot lately, creeper, I say, joking. I can't help it. You have me mesmerized. I've been fascinated by you long before you even knew I existed. I cock my head. He's not in the mood for witty banter today. I was assigned to you months before we made contact, he says. Do you remember that time you went rock climbing with Cecil? He smiles, his eyes crinkling at the corners. Oh yeah, I'll never forget that day. It was the first and the last time I've ever been rock climbing. Drew chuckles. You look like you were having fun on the way up. Yeah, going up was fun. Exhilarating, even. I could totally see why people love the sport, I say. You were there watching? I watched when you celebrated at the top of the giant rock, took pictures of the panoramic view, then prepared to rappel down the rock face. Yeah, it was all fun and games until I had to go down. I made the mistake of looking down as I stepped off the top of the rock, saw how high I was, and freaked out. Suddenly I was clawing my way back up the wall and onto the top of the rock until I was spread eagle with my feet hanging over the edge. I think I stayed there for a good 10 minutes hyperventilating. Drew tries to cover his laughter with a cough. Cecil was laughing so hard, I don't know how he didn't fall off that rock. He still teases me about that day. I'll never live it down. Yes, but you got down that wall, didn't you? It only took you a couple seconds before you rappelled down that wall like a pro to the ground. You were determined to face your fears. You still are. You saw all of that? I glance around at my closet at the expensive clothing filling it. I've come a long way from that day. Cecil, my martial arts instructor, had been trying to distract me from the death of my family that day. I was nearly at rock bottom. I had quit the student body presidency, I wasn't doing sports, and going to school was iffy. But Cecil persisted. He refused to quit on me. After that day, I couldn't stay away from you, Drew says, breaking into my thoughts. Each day you'd captivate and amaze me with something new. I wanted to know what made you tick, what made you the person you are. The psychologist in me emerged, and I needed to know why you were so different from any other girl I'd ever met. I knew it. I knew you'd shrunk my head. I narrow my eyes at the screen. And what was your diagnosis, Dr. Drew? The diagnosis is that I'm head over heels in love, and I cannot get enough of you. I don't see you as a subject to be analyzed and dissected. You're a phenomenon to be witnessed and marveled, studied and awed. You're a rocket exploding into space, and all I can do is hold on and enjoy the ride. I feel the wind in my face, see the world from a whole new perspective, and bask in the energy you bring to each moment. Drew's face gets larger on the screen as he leans in, and he shakes his head with wonder. You work hard, play harder, love passionately, hate fiercely, and never deviate from your course. To call you special is an understatement. To say you're unique is an insult. I'm drawn to you like gravity. He gnaws on his lower lip. I was going to wait till Valentine's, but when I found this, I couldn't wait. He gestures with his head. Open the box. Give me a sec. I prop my phone against one of the boots in front of me and pick up the small turquoise box. Pulling on the tail of the white ribbon, the bow falls away from the package. I open the jewelry box and gasp. My eyes dart to Drew's face on the phone. Do you like it? He asks, raising his brows. I nod vigorously, staring at the ring inside. Holy crap, he bought me a ring. Aleasha, I've been in love with you from the moment I laid eyes on you, and there's absolutely no going back. I want you in my life forever, no matter what it takes. With shaky hands, I pull the white gold infinity ring out of the box. Diamonds encrust the chain link band, sparkling in the light. I look at the ring, then back to Drew. His eyes are on me, as if gauging my reaction. By the look on his face, I must be doing something right. This is a promise ring, he says. It signifies my promise that you alone have my heart and soul until we become officially engaged, and if I have any say about it, quickly married. I very much intend to marry you, Aleasha Summers, and I hope this ring can link the two of us together forever. I blink several times. This is a promise ring? Yes, it's our promise to be faithful and to save ourselves for each other. It's like a pre-engagement. Not to be ungrateful or anything. I stroke the links of the ring with my finger. But why is this a promise ring instead of an engagement ring? I hold up my hands. I'm not rushing into getting married anytime soon. I'm just wondering. Drew chuckles. I'm ready to whisk you away and keep you forever, but you're too young for a lifelong commitment. I'm content being by your side while you become a bona fide adult and decide who and what you want to be for the rest of your life. He bites his thumbnail and raises his brows. So, are you going to put it on? Which finger do I put it on? I whisper, trying to keep my voice from quivering. Whichever one you want. You could put it on your toe for all I care, as long as you take it. I laugh, shaking my head before sliding it onto my right ring finger. When the ring is secure on my finger, the worry melts from his face and turns to a smolder. Why does he have to be thousands of miles away? I want to kiss that look off his face until he's totally and completely discombobulated. I don't want to coddle and shelter you, he says. I want us to discover life together, as a couple. as partners. I promise you'll never regret this decision. I love you, Aleasha Summers. I stare at Drew, my heart aching to touch him and to feel the warmth of his lips. How can the most amazing man I've ever had the privilege of meeting in my entire life, ever, have those sorts of feelings for me? Doesn't he see all my flaws? They're glaring, and at times unforgivable. Yet he wants me. Wonders never cease. A tear slides down my cheek and I sniff, wiping at my nose with the sleeve of my shirt. I love you too. When I step out of the closet, Gloria is standing next to the door looking up at one of my life-size sports posters, pretending to be in awe. I roll my eyes and grin. What did you hear? She clasps her hands behind her back and rocks on her heels, grinning. Nothing? Uh-huh. God, I want to see the ring. Show me, show me, show me. Chuckling, I hold out my right and show her the ring. Oh my gosh, she says, grabbing my hand and turning it over to see the band. Donna, get over here and look at this. There's a knock at the door, and Sierra enters with Sarah right behind her, shoving her back. Sierra glances back at Sarah, giving the redhead a dirty look before turning back to me. Aleasha, I was just wondering, she gasps. Is that a ring? Is that what was in the box delivered today? Sarah, dressed in a 1950s era dress and her hair pulled into a bouffant, pushes past Sierra and through Donna and Gloria to grab my hand. Let me see it! She lets out a squeal and jumps up and down in her 5-inch stilettos. How does she not break an ankle? Sarah pulls me into a hug. Congratulations! I've got to tell Aunt Patty. She strides out of the room, tugging Sierra's arm. Sierra glances back at me, shrugging. Congratulations, ish. I wait for them to leave before I say to the sisters, do you still want to do homework? Or do you just want to order Chinese and play video games? Donna and Gloria look at each other and say, video games, in unison, then giggle. I bring my laptop with me to the game room and order Chinese online while Donna and Gloria race each other in computerized go-karts. Throughout the night, I glance at the door, waiting for Manny to burst in. There's no way Sarah didn't text him about the ring. But he never shows. My stomach coils into knots dread. I guess it'll wait till morning. Manny is not going to be happy. Chapter 19. What about me? The next day after school, Manny and I walk the girls to the parking lot and watch them climb into a car with Heather. When their car is out of sight, I grab his shoulder and whirl him around. Come on, talk to me. What are you talking about? He asks. What's bothering you? Why aren't you talking to me? Isn't it obvious? No. If I knew, I wouldn't ask. He runs his hand through his black hair, frustration brewing in his brown eyes. A wrinkle forms between his brows. I'm frustrated, that's all. I like you. I've always liked you. And here you are, practically betrothed to Drew. I was hoping to steal you away from Drew while he was gone. You know, turn on the charm. But he's pulled you in further. Students surge past us on the way to their cars. Manny watches several of them pass us, then jerks his head toward his truck. Come on. I follow him and we climb inside. He turns it on and cranks the heat up, then blurts, You're too young to get married. And do you really want that kind of life? What kind of life? If you marry Drew, you'll be caught up in the life of spies, near-death experiences, deception, and fighting. Eventually, it'll lose its novelty, and where will you be? What about children? Can you bring children into this sort of life? Risk making them orphans like you are? Have you considered these things? I stare at him, open-mouthed. I love Drew. There's no doubt about that. But what will it be like when I marry him? Will he keep being the super spy and leave me home alone with the kids? Will we work together and not have any kids? I certainly don't want my kids to suffer the same fate I did. Is there a happy medium for us? I stare out the windshield saying nothing. I don't have any answers, but I've already made my choice. It's not in my nature to change my mind once I've made it. Manny turns to me and grabs one of my hands. Aleasha, I can make you happy. I can give you things Drew can't. I can give a normal life. Look at my family. I know you love it at my house. My mother, my brothers and sisters. That's what you'll be missing if you stay with Drew. With him, you'll have lonely nights, weeks, and months while he's away on missions doing who knows what. You think these last several months are a one-time deal? They're just the beginning. I open my mouth to argue, but he holds up his hand. Listen, I'm more than happy to walk away from the agency for you, give you a home, a family, roots, everything you want. His eyes search mine, looking for something. Hope? I shake my head and look away. I'm sorry, Manny. pulling on the door handle, I step out of his truck and walk away. I hunch my shoulders and dig my hands into the pockets of my jacket. Why is Manny making this so hard? Why won't he give up? He's a great guy, but I'm already committed to Drew. Isn't that reason enough to quit pursuing me? My promise ring digs into my finger as I walk, and I use my thumb to play with the underside, feeling the diamonds on the band. Manny will come around and get used to the idea, right? Chapter 20. Run for your life. Several weeks go by. Winter fades, and the crocuses, tulips, and daffodils begin to emerge through the icy earth to create a vibrant rainbow of purples, yellows, and pinks, creating a renewed life throughout the city. But Manny remains distant towards me. He started seeing Rachel, and they're almost inseparable. Donna and Gloria aren't excited. Manny and Rachel occasionally attend our weekend homework and game nights, but it's not the same anymore. This morning I'm running against traffic on Highway 12 towards Loudon with Mark by my side. My breath comes out in puffs of moist fog as I place one foot in front of the other. It feels good to be running outside again. On the horizon, dark skies bleed into purples and blues and pinks. An occasional car zooms by, but at 5 a.m, nobody seems to pay us any mind. Drew freaked out last night when I mentioned I'd be resuming my early morning runs. He insisted I bring a running buddy. Poor Mark got the short straw. I got a call from the agency last night, Mark says between breaths. Mr. Bassett plans to do a press release about his project next week. Once everything is made public, the government will move the family away from here to someplace more permanent. So we're just about done? And nobody died. I call that a success. We run in relative silence, with me on the inside, close to the farmland with winter wheat sprouting from the black soil, and Mark closer to the road. His large, muscular body instinctively protects me from anything that may swerve from the asphalt. At 5'10", I'm no delicate flower, but Mark has a way of making me feel tiny and breakable. Our comfortable silence is interrupted by the loud, jarring rumble of a jacked-up Ford truck driving towards us with yellow fog lamps and headlights on bright, blinding us. Mark growls something under his breath and squints under the scrutiny of the bright lights. Rather than passing, the truck slows. The little hairs on the back of my neck stand on end, and dread settles over me like thick black tar. Mark and I stop. The bed of the truck is filled with guys armed with a variety of weapons. It swerves towards us, and a man leans out the window trying to hit a home run with Mark's head. My eyes widen, and I yell, "Black licorice!" Mark ducks, pushing me down the gravel shoulder toward the empty field. The rocks bite into my legs and hands as I roll, and my feet sink into the dark soil when I lunge forward, trying to get some distance from the truck. Mark curses under his breath and grabs my arm, urging me to the empty field. Panic shoots through my body, and adrenaline kicks in. We have no cover out here. Mark remains calm. He urges me forward and scans our surroundings. He points to a farmhouse and a barn several hundred yards away. "Time to find out just what kind of track star you are," Mark says, his face a mask of determination. We sprint toward the barn. Please, God, don't let the bad guys have weapons that move faster than a run. Behind us, the truck rumbles as it shifts into gear and revs its engine. It barrels down the gravel shoulder and into the neat rows of winter wheat, gaining on us. The truck's engine revs higher, but the tires slow, bogging down in the moist dirt. Between the truck and the passengers, the farmland must not be able to bear the burden of weight. The tires spin, spitting dirt and mud behind the vehicle, essentially burying the vehicle up to its hubcaps in mud. The driver yells from the cab of the truck. Wheels spin, and the guys in the bed of the truck jump out, sinking up to their shins in mud. "They're on foot," I say to Mark, relief washing through my voice. "Don't get too excited. There's still 10 of them and 2 of us," he says, his breath coming out in thick puffs. I'm panting too. Sweat drips down my neck and back. My legs burn from the weight of the mud on our shoes and our need to run as fast as we can. Bam, 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 bam! I flinch and veer to the left, hoping to dodge the bullets. Mark curses next to me and slows. There's a tortured expression on his face, and he's holding his side. Blood oozes between his fingers. For the love of all that's holy, Mark's been hit. My veins run cold, and the world around me seems to slow. "Mark has been hit! Mark has been hit! Send an ambulance!" I yell, hoping Sarah is listening to our audio and has help on the way. I scoop Mark up in one arm, attempting to prop him up as we continue jogging to the barn. Another round of gunfire, this time closer. Close enough for me to hear the orders given to our attackers. "Don't kill the girl. Simon wants her alive. You two go to the right. Hector and Stan to the left. The rest of you follow me. I glance at Mark. His face is ashen. A sheet of sweat covers his face. Come on, old man. Don't quit on me now. He manages a small smile. You think a little old bullet wound's gonna kill me off? I've been through worse than this. I'm gonna hold you to that, I say between pants. The men are circling the barn, and we have no time to lose. The building is old and rickety, as if it's been around for centuries. Straw covers the floor, and a mound of loose hay as big as the bad guy's truck sits inside the doorway. The building smells of mold, manure, and rotting wood. In the distance, a rooster crows. Any other day, it would signify the start of a day, but this morning, the crow feels ominous. I lean Mark against the wall next to the entrance as a spotter. Looks like 9 total, he says, while I scurry around the barn gathering weapons. 1 automatic weapon, 3 handguns, a machete, 3 baseball bats, and... Mark curses. Simon. Mark presses his eyes closed and curses again, his nostrils flaring. When he opens his eyes, Mark's expression is dead, almost evil. Oh hell, he's gonna kamikaze on me. I run to a wall filled with farming tools, both old and new. It reminds me of an arsenal of torture tools rather than a farmer's wall of farming equipment. There are saw blades of all shapes and sizes, hay hooks, pitchforks, rakes, and a variety of old-school supplies from years gone by. I choose several items, bringing a pitchfork and a hay hook to Mark. 3 are going to the rear, 1 gun, 1 bat, and the machete, Mark says, grimacing. 2 fell back to keep watch, another handgun and a baseball bat. We have the auto, a gun, a baseball bat, and Simon about to knock on the front door. My arms go cold and tingle, so I shake them to get the feeling back in my fingers. Simon. He's here to collect me. Or kill me. Either way, I'm screwed. Mark's voice is sharp and raspy, drawing my attention. Hey! I glance down at him. He repositions and his eyes dart around, as if checking the status of Simon's men. I promised you I'd keep you safe. He gestures to the blood seeping from his side. This doesn't change things. Tears spring to my eyes, and I bite my tongue to keep a sob from escaping. He's already resigned himself to death. I take a deep breath and swallow back my fears. Not on my watch, he won't. Everybody goes home alive today. Everyone but Simon and his goons. Mark shifts and winces. Blood dribbles from his mouth. I'll do what I can to slow them down, but I'm limited. Use everything you've got and play dirty, Aleasha. Do whatever it takes to get out of here alive. Mark glances down at his shirt, now covered in blood from his ribs to his waist. His breathing is labored, and he really needs to go to the hospital. I listen for car doors slamming, hoping Sarah and other agents will get to us in time. I want Mark to leave in an ambulance, not a hearse. I put a hand on his shoulder and squeeze. Anger and frustration flow through me in a hot, angry wave, boiling and raging with each heartbeat. We're getting out of here alive. You are getting out of here alive, damn it! He smiles and shakes his head. He opens his mouth and I hold up my hand, scowling. Wait here until I give you the signal. I work better if I know where you are. The good guys all go home to their families. You are no exception. I stand, grit my teeth, and grab my first tool. Now let me show you why I'm freaking a track star. I trot away from Mark, back to my arsenal of farming supplies, keeping Mark in my sight. Donning a pair of leather gloves, I lay in wait for the first person to appear. 3 guys fill the doorway. One of them is large, like a freaking tree trunk, and holding an automatic rifle. Another is more my size, holding a baseball bat, and the third is short and skinny. Their shadows block most of the sun from the sunrise, leaving the barn in near darkness. Grabbing an old circular saw blade, I place it flush with the underside of my arm, like a discus. I twist my torso, crouch, and do my twirl as if I'm a nationals throwing for the championship. I release low and fast, using my arm as a slingshot. The blade spins out of my hand towards the guys like a flying saucer of death, trying to dismember them. They scream, duck, and run for cover in opposite directions, trying to avoid the blade. I hurl another jagged disc at them, and another, and another. One hits the smaller guy holding the baseball bat, who was still watching where the first blade landed. The metal plunges into his torso, and he screams, falling to the ground. A tall, lean, shadowy guy walks into the barn at the same time I let the third blade loose. It grazes his arm. He hisses and grabs his wound, then looks up at me. I glance at Mark. He's sunk the hay hook that I gave him into the chest of the tree trunk with the automatic, but the guy pulls the trigger of his rifle, peppering Mark with nearly a half dozen new bullet holes. I fight the urge to scream, or puke, or both. Fury surges through my veins like lightning and lava dueling for dominance. Screaming, I pick up a pitchfork and hurl it at the guy who shot Mark, impaling him in the side of his chest. He drops his gun, his eyes wide in surprise. He falls onto the dirt floor. Guy number 3 charges toward me, and I grab the rusty axe, flinging it at him and landing center mass. Thank you, Randy, for those stupid knife and axe throwing lessons. Behind me, the 3 others try to sneak up. I turn and hurl another pitchfork, narrowly missing them. They fire a couple rounds at me. I dive for cover behind some hay bales. It's me, 3 armed men, and this Simon guy. The sunlight hits his face, and he's smiling as if I'm part of some sick gladiator game. Hold up. I know that face. Looking down, I say a prayer of thanks. There's a pile of tools from what looks like a horseshoeing project. Grabbing the hammer, I fling it at the big guy with the gun, hitting him in the arm and knocking his gun out of his hand. He runs for his firearm, holding his arm with his other hand. I grab the 2 horseshoes on the floor, stand, and chuck them at the guy closest to me. He ducks long enough for me to run at him, grab his bat with one hand, and punch him in the throat with the other. He loosens his grasp of the bat and grabs his throat, gasping for air. I take control of the bat, knee the man in the face twice, and throw him to the ground, leaving him to writhe in pain. Simon hasn't moved, so I run toward the guy who has the machete. Guy number 1 shoots, making me veer to the safety of more hay bales next to the wall of torture. I grab a nearby knife. As the 2 men round the corner of the hay bales, I swing with the knife, catching the gun owner in the ribs with one hand and swiping Mr. Machete with a leg, knocking him to the ground. Pulling the knife from the gun guy's ribs, I finish him and shoot his partner with his buddy's gun. A bullet ricochets off a piece of machinery nearby, hitting me on the face. Blood trickles down my face. That's gonna leave a mark. I turn and roll, ending up in the prone position on my belly and aim, shooting the 2 new men squarely in the chest. That leaves just me and Simon. I stand, taking time to get a good look at his face. It still smacks of amusement, but his eyes betray his concern. Then I see the birthmark on his neck. Holy hell, it's the pizza guy. I glance at Mark. His eyes are closed and he's not moving. I don't have time to play games with Simon, so I assess him looking for weakness. He's still gripping his arm, but it appears more for show than to staunch bleeding. He cocks his head, and I get a better look at the purple birthmark that resembles, like broccoli, climbing up his neck toward his ear. Mid-50s, beady eyes. I hate him already. So, you're the infamous Aleasha Summers, he says. And you are? His face drops. I'm Simon. I was your father's partner in the agency before he killed my children. His words and the venomous way he says them knocks the wind from me. No, I bellow. What if it is true? I still know so little about Dad's secret life. I lift my handgun and take aim. The slide is pulled back, indicating that my weapon is empty. No worries. I would gladly take care of him with my hands. Throwing my gun to the side, I step toward him. Simon doesn't budge. What are you going to do to me, Aleasha? He says, feigning fear. Are you going to follow in your daddy's footsteps and kill me too? Hesitating, I glance at Mark again. He still hasn't moved. Time, if there's any left, is running out. The pure evil this Simon embodies radiates off him like a heat wave. Emboldened by my hesitation, he raises his chin. You've already killed 8 of my men. Why not me too? After all, I just killed your partner, and everyone else on your team is dead. It takes me a split second for the implications of his words to sink in. I'm not the only one who was attacked this morning. Simon sees the recognition in my eyes and he sneers. Come and get me, little girl. It takes every fiber of my being not to drop to the floor and sob. I must finish him first. I must help Mark. Instead of panicking, I do what any law-abiding citizen would do. I snarl, run at him, and punch him as hard in the face as I possibly can. Chapter 21. Simon Says. I expect his face to whip back and return with a nose with as much definition as a pancake and face covered in blood. But he blocks at the last second, stopping my forward momentum and forcing me back to the ground. I back up to get distance. He's taller than me, which means longer wingspan. Gotta fight smart. Simon chuckles and gives me a once-over. You're the one all the ruckus was about. You've grown since I last saw you and your brother. Pity, he's still... He cocks his head. Dead. He smiles as if he knows some big dark secret. But I'm not gonna bite. We slowly circle each other. I watch his feet, his hands, his body, waiting for him to attack. I was going to offer you a job with the good guys, But I'm thinking the answer is no, he says. I ball and unball my fists. I won't even dignify that with a response. Behind me, there's a sound. I turn. One of the men crawls for his gun. I turn and kick him in the face, and he falls to the dirt, unconscious. Simon grabs me from behind. I elbow him in the chest, foot to insole, fist to groin. He sounds like a dementor when he lets go of me, grabbing his balls. When I kick at his face, he brings both arms in and blocks, throwing me off balance and knocking me to the ground. I scramble to my feet, grabbing the broken handle of a shovel as I stand. Simon has a crowbar. He swings, and I block. The reverberation of the metal on the thick wood vibrates, making my whole arm sting and tingle. He swings again, and I block, then jab, hitting him in the ribs. This sets us into a deadly dance, swinging and blocking, jabbing and twirling. I use my handle to keep him from getting too close. Distance is my only real advantage. Sarah calls my name in the distance, and I glance toward the doorway. Simon's crowbar hits my thigh, and I scream out, falling to one leg. "She's in the barn," someone says. He swings again, hitting my hand and knocking the stick to the ground. Son of a bitch, I scream again and roll, dodging the crowbar as it slices downward toward my head. Simon curses, and when I turn to face him again, I see him retreating out the back of the barn at the same time Sarah charges through the front of it. I limp over to Mark, cradling my injured hand. Hoping above hope, I search for a pulse. Nothing. He's gone. My friend. My partner. My guardian. Gone. Tears well up in my eyes, and I fight moisture that threatens to spill. And then they do. They stream down my face, unchecked, blurring my vision. Sobs rack my chest, and I sink to the ground, my face on my knees, taking in the scent of manure and dirt, and feeling exactly like I smell. Sarah rushes to Mark, lays him on the ground, and begins CPR. Commotion fills the barn around me. Police show up. Ambulances arrive. Mark's body is airlifted to who knows where. Agency cars swarm the farm. All of the people are unfamiliar, except for Sarah. Sarah? Who would send Sarah from communications to retrieve Mark and me in an emergency? People try to ask me questions, but I can't. I just can't. I watch as the personnel work, taking pictures, putting up caution tape, carting out bodies. I stare at the faces as they're carted away, shocked. They are young like me. In the shadows, I couldn't see the faces well, but now that it's daytime and lights have been set up to collect evidence, I see them clearly. Simon had kids working for him, too. Sarah places a hand on my shoulder, and I flinch. "You okay?" she asks. It takes a moment to gather the strength to look up at her. "Where is everyone else?" Simon's comment returns. My stomach sinks. It gurgles and pitches, threatening to come up. I swallow it down and ask again. "Where are they?" Sarah gnaws on her lower lip, and she looks away. She rubs one of the tattoos on her arms and looks like she'd rather be any place but here. "The house was attacked while you were running with Mark. Some people were hurt." I close my eyes. Is this some sort of twilight zone I can't wake up from? Or is it a nightmare that refuses to end? I wrap my arms around my torso, hunch my back, and slowly rock forward and back. A shiver rocks through my body. I swallow again. Staring at one of the dead bodies, I ask, "Who was hurt?" "All of them." Her voice cracks, and a sob escapes her mouth. "The only reason I'm here is because they implemented new security measures in my office to keep others from entering. When I saw what was going on outside in the surveillance video, I used our countermeasures, but it was too late." Countermeasures? Everything is a daze. I feel like I'm standing outside my body, listening to this conversation. Sarah bites her lip again. "The house was equipped with drones, and there are top secret security measures I'm authorized to use if there's ever a breach of the home. How badly are they hurt?" Tears roll from Sarah's eyes, leaving black trails down her cheeks. "I'm so sorry, Aleasha. Patty is dead." Stars fill my vision, and I pull in a shuddered breath. "And the others? Sierra, Gloria, Donna?" I swallow, gathering my strength, resisting the grips of dread strangling my heart. "Manny?" It's like deja vu all over again, with my parents and my little brother. Only this time, Simon managed to decimate my new family. Sierra has a broken arm, ribs, and collarbone. The Bassett girls were untouched. "And Manny?" I ask again. Heaven help Simon if he laid a finger on Manny or his innocent family. I will hunt him to the ends of the earth just to hear him scream. Manny is fine, Sarah says, her relief mirroring mine. Bowing my head, I sob uncontrollably in Sarah's arms. She hugs me until there aren't any tears to shed. I stare at the dirt, utterly lost. I thought the trauma of losing my parents and brother had scabbed over from gaping chasm to throbbing void, a dull pain I could shove to the recesses of my brain. But now it rips wide open, creating a bottomless well of suffering. How am I supposed to endure such pain without shutting down? Let's get you to a hospital, Sarah says, once my tears dry for good. You need to be looked at. I nod and stand and hold out my good hand, hosting her off the ground. I limp on my one good leg out to Sarah's hot pink VW Beetle. Once I'm buckled into the passenger seat, Sarah says, there's one more thing I have to tell you. I close my eyes and lean my head against the headrest, my head throbbing all over. Tell me and get it over with. It can't get much worse. What else can Simon take from me? Drew. Sarah's voice trembles as she says the word. What? We can't get a hold of Drew. The audio from his device indicates something went wrong. I frantically search for something to throw up in. I settle for yanking the door open and alternating between retching on the side of the road and screaming at the rocks. No, no, no! I would rather have my limbs ripped from my body and disemboweled than this. At least then I could welcome death. But this? I scream until I have no voice. My throat is dry and burning. My eyes feel like I have sandpaper for lids. I slam the door closed, roll down my window, and look out at the blue sky and rows of newly plowed fields. All around me, life continues, as if nothing had happened. But today is the day my life and the lives of everyone I love have ended. If I have to survive this story, then I'm turning this fairy tale into a freaking horror show, and I will not rest until I hunt down Simon and rip him limb from limb. Chapter 22. Blown Away. In spite of her objections, I insist Sarah take me to the remnants of my home before the hospital. It isn't until Sarah stops at the entrance to our drive that I open my eyes. I choke on a gasp. The beautiful brick home, with arched entryways, spiraling staircases, and a gourmet kitchen, is now reduced to a pile of smoldering rubble, drenched by the valiant efforts of the fire crews. Bright yellow police tape reading, "Crime scene, do not enter," wraps around every possible entrance to the home. A perimeter of more yellow tape stretches the span of our property, along with dozens of government officials milling in and out of the skeletal building. I'm sorry, we can't let you any closer than this, the policeman says to Sarah. We understand, Sarah replies. The girl in the passenger seat lives here and wanted to see what had happened to her home. The officer's face clouds. I'm so sorry, miss. I nod, then close my eyes, willing the pain to subside. The officer straightens and stops traffic to enable us to merge with the long line of rubberneckers, craning their heads to see what happened. To the hospital, Sarah says, putting on her blinker. She parks her car in the parking lot, and I open my door, stepping onto the dark pavement. The hospital brings my thoughts back to the day my parents and brother died. They wouldn't even let me see the bodies. I was told Mom, Dad, and Nathan were unrecognizable. They had to use dental records to identify my family. My stomach roils at the memory. My world shifts and spins around me. A sudden uneasiness blooms in my chest, followed by nausea, cold sweats, and finally, unbridled panic. My heart races, my ears ring, and terror explodes from my mind, shutting down my body. Simon got away. Simon is still hunting me. Who else is he going to hurt? I'm running out of loved ones. Who is next? Sarah? Manny? Gloria? Donna? Rachel? I make it 10 steps from the car before I drop to the cool pavement, wrap my arms around my legs, and sob. Sarah kneels down beside me and says something, but I'm so freaked out, I don't understand it. A few seconds later, someone bigger sits next to me and puts their arm around me. Is it Drew? Did they find him? I look up into his face, and it's Manny. Concern fills his brown eyes, and his brows pinch with worry. Are you okay? He pulls a few loose strands of hair off my face and wraps his arm tighter around me. This sets off another round of sobs, and I turn, wrapping my arms around his neck, weeping with renewed fervor. Manny holds me, stroking my hair and saying soothing things in Spanish to me until I fall asleep, sitting in the parking lot. Chapter 23. Filling in the blanks. I wake up in a hospital bed with an IV in my arm. I don't think it's an actual hospital room. It's too small for that, and there aren't any windows. Maybe an emergency room? A nurse walks in to check on my vitals. Well, hello, sleepyhead. She smiles cheerfully as she moves to the machine, monitoring me, and types notes into her computer. We were beginning to wonder if you were ever going to wake up. I rub the cobwebs from my eyes. What time is it? Nearly 8 p.m. I cringe, calculating the hours since my panic attack. Don't worry, she pats my arm. You've been in good hands. We gave you a little something to calm you down and help you rest. And then we checked you out to see if you had anything wrong. I nod, smiling weakly. How did I sleep through all that? No broken bones? I ask, checking my hand and my thigh. No internal bleeding? She shakes her head. Not that we could see. From what the other said, you're pretty lucky, young lady. Hit and runs don't usually end up this well. She points to the IV in my arm. We're just giving you fluids right now. You appeared a little dehydrated. I'll let the doctors know you're awake and someone will come to see you soon. Thank you. As she leaves, she says over her shoulder, Thank goodness you're a fighter. Fighters always come out on top. When she leaves, I let out a breath of relief, then turn, looking for a remote control. Manny is sitting in a chair to my left near my head, but far enough back that I hadn't seen him before. I flinch. Holy mother of... Closing my eyes, I let out a puff of air and say, Geez, Manny, I didn't know you were there. He stares at me, his lips pressed into a thin line. His hair sticks out in all directions, like he just got out of bed, and he has bags under his eyes. Wow, everyone has bags under their eyes. What is it with this job? The bags under my eyes must be big enough to hide a football team. He's trying to hide his concern, but we've been around each other long enough to know when the other is faking it. And Manny is definitely faking it. I guess I'm not that invincible after all, I say, cracking a smile to lighten the mood. No, you aren't. I feel my freaking eyes begin to betray me again, and Manny's face morphs from emotionless to concerned in 0.3 seconds. He envelops me in another hug, gently cradling me in his arms, and whispers, It's gonna be all right, Ish. You'll get through this. When the stupid tears disappear, I lift my head to thank him. He wipes the moisture off my cheeks. Are Donna and Gloria okay? I ask. Last I heard, they are perfectly fine. Heather and her team's watching over them, and more are coming tonight to make sure the Bassets stay safe. At least there's some good news today. Have you seen Sierra yet? I shake my head. She's awake and she'll take offense if she finds out you were here and didn't visit, he whispers loudly, as if being conspiratorial. They get kind of feisty if you don't visit. I crack another smile, except this time a glimmer of humor pushes the darkness back. We'd better not give her reason to be upset, huh? Absolutely not. I'll be right back. A few minutes later, he comes back with a wheelchair. I talked to the doctor and nurses. They say you can be released. You just need someone to sign the paperwork before you go. We can have Patty... My heart sinks to my toes, and I press my eyes closed. Damn it. If I cry again, I'm going to scream. I'll take care of it, a deep voice says from the doorway. I open my eyes, and Randy is there, filling the entrance with his broad shoulders and linebacker-shaped body. He looks at the ground before looking back up to me and cracking a pitiful smile. He scratches his salt and pepper hair before saying, So, I want to apologize for that night. I was out of line. It's fine. It's not fine, but I'm not getting into it with him right now. Randy nods. Okay then, I'll get you signed out so you can see Sierra. Do you need a ride? Manny shakes his head. I've got it. So I'll go sign the papers then. He backs out of the room, swinging his arms as if he doesn't know what to do with them. Are you in charge again? Manny asks. For now. Randy glances at me as if checking my reaction. Aleasha has no place to stay, Manny says. I'm already on it, Randy says. I'll text you when it's finalized. Thank you, I say, struggling to keep my voice steady. I guess maybe the agency really is family. Even after that fight, Randy's putting aside his differences and taking care of me. The nurse comes in, removes my IV, and gives me everything I need to leave. Randy follows her to the nurse's station to sign the paperwork. Manny helps me into the wheelchair, then pushes me down the hall. He knocks on the wall next to Sierra's open door, then pokes his head in. Is everyone decent? Sierra's laying in a hospital bed, her torso upright, and her feet elevated like you'd see in a movie or something. Her arm is in a cast up to her shoulder, with pillows underneath the crook of her elbow. A hospital gown wraps loosely around her torso, and she has a leg in a cast, and band-aids everywhere. A remote control sits within reaching distance of her left hand. Sierra looks up from where she'd been quietly chatting with Sarah. Her earnest expression morphs to sunshine and spitfire, just like the feisty girl I've come to know and love. "Hey girl, how are you?" she says, seemingly oblivious that she looks like a mummy. "So, did they tell you what happened? It was straight out of some sort of Hollywood script, I tell ya." Not really, not in detail. I still know next to nothing about today, except for what happened to me and Mark. "Pull up a seat," Sierra says, pointing to Manny. "This is going to be a while." Manny pushes my wheelchair to the foot of her bed and drags a chair from the empty bed next to Sierra's. "What did they tell you?" she asks. "That you guys were hurt, Patty is dead, and Drew is missing." My voice thickens, and I swallow to maintain my composure. Sierra nods, her happiness fading. "About 30 minutes after you and Mark left for your run, the rest of us were in the kitchen, beginning our debriefing for the day. All of a sudden, we hear rumbling, like tanks outside. Before any of us get to a window, Sarah yells, 'Code Blue,' which means imminent attack. So she initiates a lockdown of the house." "A lockdown?" Manny and I say in unison. "Yeah. After the last attack, we added more security features, metal covers for the doors and windows, anti-tear gas shields on all vents and ducts, and several mechanisms for Sarah to keep anyone from getting to her and the equipment in the event of attack. Her room is about as secure as the president's evacuation bunker. A missile could hit it, and she'd still survive." "Now we know who the favorite agent is," Manny says. "A missile did hit my room," Sarah says, her eyes wide and hands flinging outward. "The rest of the house is designed to fend off normal attacks, people and guns up to a .50 caliber. But what are the chances anyone would have anything else, right?" Sierra says, nodding in agreement to Sarah. "But these guys were a class all themselves. They had a freaking tank, Aleasha." Sierra's eyes are wide and frantic. "Who the hell has a tank?" This day keeps getting more and more surreal. Turning to Manny, I ask, "You were there too?" "No, I was told not to come around, remember?" he says. "He was lucky," Sierra says. "When they attacked, it was like being in the middle of the beaches of Normandy on D-Day. They just kept pelting the house with the tank. A couple guys had bazookas or RPGs or something, and then the rest came on foot once the house was breached and started hunting survivors down." "How did you get away?" I ask. "The shed." She shakes her head. "That thing is a freaking fortress." "That thing was built to survive a zombie apocalypse, I think," I say. "One of the shells hit right where Patty was, so she didn't see it coming. And when the people came hunting for survivors..." Sierra tears up and swallows hard. "I couldn't fight them off. So I retreated to the shed and Sarah relayed information as she attacked with the drones and internal weaponry." "Internal weaponry?" Manny says, leaning towards Sierra's hospital bed. "If 007 built a home, he'd build yours," Sierra says. "Luckily, the tank was close enough that I could take it out with our only anti-tank missile. Who knew we'd actually need the dumb thing? Then it was just a matter of picking the rest of the guys off with the drones." "How many were there?" I ask. Sarah pauses, as if mentally taking a tally. "I got the tank and the 2 RPGs and 10 guys, but not before they completely annihilated the house." Sarah winces. "I'm so sorry, Ish. There were too many of them." "Don't you dare apologize to me. Without you, Manny would bury 5 people instead of 2. I turn to both girls. "You guys are heroes, both of you, and I'm glad you're both still alive. That doesn't change the fact that Patty and Mark are dead." "No, it doesn't," I reply. "But that's not your fault. You didn't wake up this morning and decide we all needed to die. You just did your best to make sure we didn't." I rock my head from side to side, stretching the stress from the muscles. "This means the guy who attacked us after the study party really was after me, huh?" "Maybe," Sarah says. "You didn't get a good enough look at him to know." I bite my lip until it hurts before I ask the other question that's gnawing at my brain. "And what about Drew?" The room grows deathly silent as Sarah, Manny, and Sierra collectively hold their breath. I wait patiently, watching them glance at one another and avoiding my eyes. "Come on, guys. I'm not going anywhere, and ignoring me won't make the situation go away." I twist the promise ring on my finger, hoping and praying Drew is alive. With Drew, anything is possible. It's Sierra who finally cracks. "Fine. I'll be the bearer of bad news. Just don't shoot the messenger, okay?" "Deal." About 3 minutes before we were attacked, Sarah happened to be tweaking some of Drew's audio because he was supposed to be off today. He was at some sort of basketball tournament with someone else when they were attacked. Drew's cohort was able to get away by the skin of his teeth, but Drew sacrificed himself to help that guy get away. Sarah grabs my good hand and squeezes. They grabbed Drew and threw him in the trunk of a car, threatening to torture him and asking how to find the boy he was with. As I was alerting, we were attacked, and I haven't been able to track his jewelry since. Running my hands through my hair, I stand, letting out a string of curses. I start pacing, but pain shoots up my thigh on the first step, causing my leg to buckle. With another curse, I sit back in my wheelchair and close my eyes. The news was worse than I expected. If he's alive, Drew is probably being tortured, and there's no way I'll find him this time. I twist my promise ring again, deftly tracing the eternity links on the band and sending up a prayer for Drew. Please let him be safe. Please let him come back to me alive. Chapter 24. New Digs. It's pitch black outside when Sarah and Manny escort me outside the hospital. The air is cool, but there are no clouds in the sky. The moon shines down on the parking lot. As we exit the sliding glass doors, Sarah gets a text from Randy. She reads it and says, "Randy sent a driver to pick us up. He has some place for us to stay. Manny, do you want to come back with us to see the new place?" Manny nods, sure. She smiles and arches an eyebrow. "I think you're going to like the new digs." A dark Suburban pulls up in front of Sarah and stops. She takes the passenger seat, allowing Manny and me to sit together in the back. The driver is a guy with short black hair, white shirt, and slacks. He doesn't say anything, just faces forward and waits for us to get in. Once we're all seat belted, he puts the Suburban into gear and drives. 3 attacks, all of them within minutes of each other. Coordinated or coincidence? I ask. Coordinated, both of them say together. Simon finding me now and attacking while we're dodging assassins and protecting the girls? Coordinated or coincidence? I ask again. Manny shrugs. Sarah looks over her shoulder at us. You know, I'm not really sure. It's an enormous coincidence if it is. Neither of us says anything more. The chaos of the day and the reality of our situation settle like a thick oozing tar, threatening to consume me. I look out the window and do a double take. We're traveling to a completely different side of town. We drive down Main Street, pass all the businesses, and zigzag our way nearly out of town. We pass rundown homes, abandoned cars, dead lawns, and several homes that would be considered a hoarder's paradise. Soon, we're on a quiet, desolate, well-lit road. Alongside the road sign says, "Do not pick up hitchhikers," and "Do not stop your car." Manny and I glance at one another before looking out the windows again. There's a glow on the horizon. If it weren't 10 in the evening, I'd think it was a sunrise. But the sun isn't supposed to rise for several more hours. "What the?" I say. Sarah glances back at us. "Penitentiary." She gestures to the light-infused horizon. "The entire compound is lit up as light as day 24 hours per day. If anyone escapes, the inmates can't hide in the shadows." "Is that where we're going?" Manny asks. "Think about it," Sarah says. "It's actually brilliant. The pen is one of the most heavily armed places in the state. Armed guards on towers, high security, dozens of highly trained marksmen, and officers. Plus, it's next to impossible to get in and out without the proper identification, even if you have a tank." Sarah wags her brows. "Simon decimated our crew. We have Manny, me, 2 gimps, and an old man. We're hardly qualified to protect the girls in our condition. This will let us maximize our members and leave building security to someone else." "You're making Aleasha live in prison?" Manny gapes in horror. "Are you kidding?" "It's not like that." She points to a large tree several yards past the prison entryway. It's in the middle of a cemetery, and all the stone markers are flat, and the grass is neatly trimmed. The driver slows. We have a private entrance. The driver pushes a button on the steering wheel. Outside, the tree trunk splits in half, separating enough to unveil a secret tunnel going into the earth. Our car turns into the tunnel, closing the tree behind us, and leaving us in utter darkness, aside from the scant pathway illuminated by the headlights. Pitch black engulfs us, making me feel claustrophobic. I scooch closer to Manny. "How is the driver not scraping the sides of the tunnel?" He smiles but says nothing. "Experience, I guess." We continue to descend lower and lower under the earth until the corridor widens. We continue until we reach a large cinder block wall. He turns off his lights, leaving us in complete darkness. He mumbles something, followed by a response over a 2-way radio. A few seconds later, a narrow doorway opens, illuminating a single armed guard with his sidearm raised to the ready position. The light behind him makes his face a shadow, and I squint, waiting for my eyes to adjust. The driver says, "Slowly open your doors and make sure your hands are visible to the guard. Don't put them in your purse or pockets." We do as instructed and pass, single file, through the metal door where several other people wait for us. We are ushered to a machine that scans us for weapons, then to another that scans our fingerprints, does a retinal map, and creates a facial recognition profile. Once complete, a guard walks up to us and says, "Welcome to the pen." Chapter 25. Morning. The guard has tan skin, a long black crew cut, thick mustache, and glasses. Deep laugh lines etch the skin around his eyes when he smiles. "My name is Dennis." The man extends his hand, offering it to each of us. "Let me show you around and tell you what to expect." I'm stuck limping between Sarah and Manny, with the driver taking up the rear. "This is the way to your rooms." Dennis gestures with his hand as he walks the windowless corridor. 3 levels above you are the inmates, so you have nothing to worry about. "What are in the other 3 levels?" Manny asks. "That, son, is classified," Dennis replies without a glance backward. "And if I catch you trying to explore my building, my guards have orders to shoot first and ask questions later. Got it?" Manny clears his throat behind me. "Got it." "Good." At the end of the hallway, Dennis stops. 2 doorways are positioned on each side of the hall. He gestures to the room on the right. "This will be Aleasha's room, and this," he gestures to his left, "will be Sarah's room." He steps back, allowing us to look in our respective living quarters. The rooms are identical. A single bed made with green wool blanket, a metal desk with a laptop, chair, and a desk lamp, a metal locker, and an empty shelf. There are no windows in the cinder block room, and a single fluorescent light in the ceiling. "It's not the Ritz-Carlton," Dennis says, "but it's the safest place you can be, and from what I understand, that's most important." "Thank you for taking us," I say. "Where are the bathrooms?" "Follow me," he says. He takes a right down a hallway beyond the rooms, walks a few yards to another doorway, and stops, pointing to the signs on the metal doors. "Here we are." He knocks on the door with the symbol of a female and waits. When no one answers, he opens the door and follows us into the bathrooms. A wall of stainless steel sinks covers one wall, and a couple rows of lockers and wooden benches occupy the center of the bathroom, and several shower heads jut out from the tiled wall on the far side of the room. The community showers remind me of a high school locker room, but they will do, considering the circumstances. Sarah and I look at each other, and I gnaw on my lip. Could this be any more different from the house? "You will have an armed escort at all times," Dennis says, drawing my attention back to him. "During showers and while you're sleeping, they will stand watch outside the door." He holds up a hand when I open my mouth to object. "This is not because you're a prisoner, but because we are guarding you from whomever you are hiding from. Albeit rare, even the pen can be infiltrated." He drops his glasses and looks at me. "No place is impervious to attack." I nod but say nothing. He gestures to a boulder-sized man who has been quietly shadowing our group. "This is Sergeant Grosbeck. He'll be your escort this evening. Please do not hesitate to ask him anything." Sergeant Grosbeck grins, changing his demeanor from boulder to teddy bear. "Hey, so nice of you to join us in hell," he chuckles to himself, and I grin. Dennis excuses himself, leaving us with our new guard. We decide to congregate in my room. I limp to my bed and sit down. What do we do next? Do I still go to school? Are we still watching the Bassett Girls? Do I lie low until everything blows over? Do I... Sarah holds up her hands, half laughing. "Whoa, Nellie, slow down there." I stop talking, but my hands refuse to stay still. It's as if every decision I make from here on out may have a catastrophic consequence if I choose incorrectly. First off, we've established there is probably more than one bad player in town. What we don't know is whether those bad players are looking exclusively for you or if the Bassett Girls are on their radar too. I drop my head into my hands and the springs from the mattress squeak. Maybe they need to find someone else to watch these girls. Send them somewhere else. Donna and Gloria need hazard pay for just being near me. Randy says the agency is working on it, but the girls don't want to leave. They've made friends and just got settled. We have to stay put until more people get here, Sarah says. Strategically, the best time for someone to strike either you or the Bassett Girls is right now, while our team is reeling from the attacks and are most vulnerable, both physically and emotionally. Now is not the time to let down our defenses. We must be uber vigilant now. Yeah, easy for you to say. I just lost my aunt. I lost family too. Mark and I worked together for more than 5 years, Sarah snaps. I rear back with surprise. She closes her eyes and takes a breath, composing herself. I'm just saying, we're all struggling here. We need to come together and become stronger. Don't let us fall apart. Mark and Patty wouldn't want that. They'd want us to find these sons of bitches and make sure they go to jail. Let's do the job, and when it's done, we can fall apart. Sarah walks over and sits down next to me. It means you go to school tomorrow and you protect those girls. Bassett's presentation is a week away. Now will be the best time to strike. And if they don't attack, I ask, you will have suffered through some of the toughest days of your life for nothing, she states flatly. But it also means those 2 girls are still alive, and we will have suffered through those days with you. I resist the urge to curl up into a fetal position. All I want to do is bawl my eyes out, but this is what I signed up for. Protect the innocent at all costs, even if it means putting my emotions and feelings aside for later. And what about me? Manny says. What can I do? He claps his hands together and bounces from foot to foot like a boxer getting ready for the big fight. We don't have the luxury keeping you a sleeper. Sarah bites her lip hard. I cringe, waiting for it to bleed. I'm going to ask you to do something as equally hard as Aleasha, she says. Whatever it takes, I'll do it. I need you to dump Rachel and date one of the Bassett girls. Manny quits bouncing. What? Why? Because I can't watch over you and Aleasha and his daughters all while doing Sierra and Mark's jobs. We have a couple of people on their way, but they won't be here for a few more days. The next 24 hours are crucial. You need to spend every waking minute with those girls without drawing any extra attention to us or them. The easiest way to do that is to be romantically involved. And nobody's going to want to come near Aleasha now that her house has exploded. That girl's got some bad juju going on. Manny nods. Seriously bad juju, like Olympic level bad juju. He sighs, flashing me a pained look. Rachel is never going to forgive me for this. Thanks for taking one for the team. If it's any consolation, I feel your pain. Nope, not helping, he says. Sorry. I twist my ring again. Memories of Drew being tortured flood my brain. The thought makes me shudder. You cold? Manny asks. I shake my head. Just a hella bad day. Amen to that, Sarah says. Her face relaxes, and it's as if she's aged 35 years in 5 seconds. Tomorrow, you and I will go get some supplies to help us get through the next week or two, okay? I yawn and nod. Sure thing, boss. I guess I'll find my own way out, Manny says. Do you think that driver will take me back to the hospital? Sarah nods. I'll see you at school in the morning, Manny says. Then he motions to Sarah, and I'll break up with Rachel at lunch. Thank you, Sarah says. She opens my door, and they're greeted by Sergeant Grosbeck, standing next to the frame. Done for the night? He asks. Yes, Manny says. Sergeant Grosbeck signals another guard down the hall who escorts Manny back down the hallway where we entered. Once Manny leaves, I close my door behind me, nodding to Sergeant Grosbeck. I turn off the lights and fall into my bed fully clothed. I'll deal with that pesky hygiene issue in the morning. Except every time I close my eyes, visions of Mark's bloody body jolt me awake and I break out in a cold sweat. I stare into the darkness, not caring that I'm crying or that the guards can probably hear me. Patty is dead. Mark is dead. Drew is missing. All because of this guy, Simon. He says my dad killed his kids. Could that be true? Or is he delusional? And why did he attack now when we're protecting the Bassett girls? Maybe he's not as innocent as he says he is. Maybe he's just another on a long list of assassins out to find us. And I happen to be the icing on his revenge cake. Chapter 26. The Willing Prisoner. I wake up to tapping on the door. Sarah pokes her head into my room. Aleasha, it's time for school. Huh, what? I lift my face out of a pool of spit and crane my neck in the direction of the light. School, Aleasha. You've got to get up, girl. I mumble something incoherent, even to me, then wipe the saliva from my cheek with my arm. Next, I sit upright on the bed and rub my face a couple of times with the palms of my hands. I sit there, eyes closed, face pointing toward the ceiling, trying to get my bearings. There's something different. What is it? Oh yeah, Aunt Patty is dead. Mark is dead. Drew is missing. Sierra's in the hospital, and I'm in the state penitentiary as a willing prisoner, trying not to end up in the morgue too. Whimpering, I stand, stretching my body to wake my limbs. There's no running from this nightmare. Face it or die. Worse yet, face it, or someone else will die. I flip the light switch on to get dressed, but remember I have nothing to wear. Opening my door, I see a new face standing guard. He turns to look at me and raises an eyebrow. Rough night? I ignore him. Some stranger's opinion of how I look the day after like yesterday is the least of my worries right now. I step to walk across the hallway to Sarah's room, but trip over a pile of clothing. Picking it up, I find a pair of jeans, t-shirt, socks, and underwear. all in my size. Next to the pile is a small bag filled with toiletries on top of a bath towel. Thank the heavens. Several minutes later, I returned to my room, washed, dressed, and considerably more prepared for today. My fingers still hurt like a mother, but the pain in my leg is better. Sarah taps on my door and pokes her head in. Ready for another fun-filled day? Can I just be skinned alive? I say, sarcasm dripping from every syllable. She leans against the door frame and looks at the floor, kicking the cement with the tip of her shoe. I'm sorry you've got to do this, Ish. If there were any other way. I wave my hand in the air dismissively. I'm not going to let Patty and Mark's deaths be for nothing. My nose stings as tears threaten to spring to life. I swallow them down. I'm going to see this through and make sure Simon is punished for what he's done. Agreed. Several minutes later, we're in the Suburban driving back in the direction we came from the night before. This time, with the light of day illuminating the streets and its inhabitants, the neighborhoods are less foreboding. Wow, I've come a long way in the last year. Amazing how everything is so different and yet so much the same. When Drew approached me, I was an orphan, with no parents and no direction, no boyfriend, no sense of who I was. Here I am again, holding on by the skin of my teeth, trying desperately to maintain what I have. Will I end up with nothing again? No family, no friends, no loved ones, no future, no life. The idea rips the breath from my chest. I may not make it out of this alive. My body trembles and I close my eyes, trying to steady my nerves. The last thing I need to do is show up at school an emotional wreck. I must act like none of this has affected me. I must stay calm and collected, stay alert, focused, driven. Today is the day I feel it in the marrow of my bones. This is the day all hell is going to break loose, and only one person will come out on top. I open my eyes as the car pulls to a stop in front of the school. Manny and Rachel wait for me on the curb. Yes, today is the day I will come out on top. I exit the car as Sarah watches on. Good luck, Aleasha. I'll be here if you need me. I nod, then close the door behind me, stepping onto the curb. Rachel grabs me, hugging tightly as she whispers, Your house is all over the news, and Manny told me about your Aunt Patty. I'm so sorry, Ish. My lips tremble as I pull away from my friend, managing a faint smile of appreciation. Thanks, Rach. I wipe a tear from my eye and do a quick survey of the campus. Lots of prying eyes staring at us, but nothing out of the ordinary. Why are you even here? She says. You should have stayed home. I raise an eyebrow. I have no home. Plus, Sierra is in the hospital, and even though I love her, I'll go crazy if I spend too much time in that room with her. This is all I've got right now. She hugs me again. You should have called me. You can stay at my house. Manny's eyes widen with fear. I shake my head. Thanks for the offer, but I've got it covered. You sure? I nod. Let's just get this day over with. Manny glances around at all the students in the parking lot. Good idea. Chapter 27. Disaster for Donna. We separate going in different directions. Manny heads towards calculus, where Gloria will be. Rachel and I head to journalism, where Donna will be. The moment I walk into class, all conversation halts and every eye turns to me. A low rumble of whispers fills the air. Gritting my teeth, I walk to my chair next to Donna. Are you all right? I heard your house was blown up last night. Is that true? Donna asks. Pretty much, I say, fully aware that every ear is listening to our conversation. Donna leans closer to me. Are you okay? Was anybody hurt? The news said people died. I bite my lip, trying to hold it together. Aunt Patty died in one of the explosions. How did it blow up? Asked Charlie, sitting diagonally behind us. I don't even turn to address him. Gas leak. They were doing some construction and hit a gas line which sparked and created the blast. How did you get out alive? Asked the girl from a couple rows in front of us. I was out running. And you just came home to your house in rubble? Donna gasps. An alarm blares over the school speakers along with a message that says, The school is on lockdown. Unauthorized and potentially dangerous personnel are on the premises. Please lock and barricade all your doors and do not let anyone in or out. Please stay away from all windows and take emergency action. I curse under my breath and look at Donna, who stares wide-eyed and petrified right back at me. In the general vicinity of the math buildings, there's an explosion. My heart sinks to my feet, and I nearly puke on my shoes. Gloria! Manny! I grab Donna, yanking on her to follow me. Rachel hollers after us. Hey, where are you going? We're getting out of here, I say over my shoulder. Don't go outside, Rachel shrieks. They're outside. I stop and flash the most serene face I can muster. I know. Tears run down Rachel's cheeks and her voice trembles. Don't go. I have to. I have to stop this. You can't save everyone all the time, Aleasha. They've got guns and you've got nothing. That's all I need, I reply, tugging on Donna again. That's all I frickin' need. Every step to the classroom door, I mutter, black licorice, black licorice, black freaking licorice. I yank open the door and the teacher stops Donna and me. What do you think you're doing? There's a gunman out there. This is not the time for a potty break, girls. I stand, looking him in the eye and say in a low, measured voice so that he will understand the gravity of my words. They are looking for me, and they are looking for Donna. If we stay, you all die. If we go, you have a chance to live. The teacher's face turns sheet white. He awkwardly steps to the side, allowing us to pass. I push past him and take a deep breath before I turn to Donna. Let's get you to safety. Blinking, she nods. I take her by the hand. We trot down the hallway, listening for commotion. If they found Gloria in the math building, it'll be a matter of time before they come looking for Donna. I grab my cell phone out of my pocket and speed dial Sarah, putting it on speaker. She picks up halfway through the first ring. Talk. I need a car outside the gym in the parking lot waiting for Donna. I'll need a second one for when we find Gloria. ETA? 2 minutes. Sooner if I'm lucky. I've got someone on their way. Their code word is Huckleberry. I glance at Donna to see if she heard the code word. She nods. Got it. I turn off the phone and dial Manny. No answer. At the end of the hallway, there's an exterior door. Before I open it, I turn to Donna. She's trembling, tears streaming down her cheeks, her shoulders hunched. She glances over her shoulder every couple of seconds. Donna, once we leave these doors, we're exposed until we reach the gym doors. How good of a runner are you? Not very good. I'm a writer, not a runner. Grabbing both of her shoulders, I shake her. Snap out of it. The best advantage we have is that nobody knows where we're at. Stay close and do exactly what I say when I say it. Got it? Donna shakes her head and tries to pull away. You're a magnet for disaster. Because I've been attracting your disasters to keep you safe. My house didn't blow up from a gas line. It was a full-on military assault. Donna's jaw pops open, leaving her speechless. I'm here to protect you, Donna, and I'm gonna do my job. She starts to sob, and a complete breakdown is imminent. Knock it off, I bark. The tears have got to wait until you're safe and we know Gloria is safe. Keep it together a little longer. She sniffles but steadies herself and nods. I crack the door open. A black car screeches to a halt in front of the gym. That's our ride. I point to the car. We run to the gym, down the hall, and out the door on the other side, okay? Okay. Stay close behind me and don't stop no matter what. Got it? More tears stream down her cheeks. Got it. I nod and flash a smile. You've got this, and you'll have one hell of a story to write when this is all over with. She manages a feeble laugh, then stands hunched at the waist. Ready? I ask over my shoulder. Ready. I open the door, survey the grounds for any threats, and then start running toward the gym through the wide open grassy landscape. Halfway there, bullets whiz by and ricochet off the ground and nearby boulders. Cursing, I pull Donna in front of me, hoping to use myself as some sort of shield between the girl and the bullets. A couple times I'm stung by debris, but nothing life-shattering. On the roof of the gym, people are shooting away from us. Donna and I make it to the door of the gym. We're greeted by JROTC commander. He swings the door open, gun in hand, fires a couple shots out the door at someone behind a brick pillar several yards away. They fire back, shattering the glass door and taking a giant chunk out of the cinder block behind us. The lieutenant colonel pulls us into the JROTC cadre offices and closes the metal door behind us. What are you girls doing out there? You could have been killed. Wait a second. You're the kids from the stairs at lunch. Are those kids on the roof yours? I ask him. They're the rifle team. They happened to be practicing when the alarm went off. Is there only one shooter? We estimate 8. 4 came running out of the math building, and 4 more were heading toward your building when you came running out, drawing their attention. Thank you, I say, turning to reach for the doorknob. The colonel stops me. You're not going anywhere. He points to his office. The safest place for you is behind those cinder block walls. We have an extraction agent outside to take this one to safety. Then I've got to find her sister, I say. A what? He narrows his eyes. Who are you? It doesn't matter. These girls need to leave now. He stares at us long and hard. Donna cowers behind me. her back against a wall filled with pictures. "What does her sister look like?" he asks. Donna pulls her cell phone from her pocket and shows him a picture of the sister studying at my house. "Can I borrow it?" he says, holding out his hand. "You can get it for me tomorrow." Donna gives it to him. "We'll find your sister," he says. Donna sniffs. "Thanks." I listen by the door and don't hear anything, so I crack it open to find a man standing with his back to the door, watching both halls and outside facing the track. I jerk my head back and motion to the colonel to look. "Is he yours?" I whisper. He shakes his head. I look around for something quiet to subdue him with, but the guy starts shooting down the hall. The colonel shakes his head, opens the door, and shoots him. The man crumples to the ground, and I retrieve his weapon, checking the clip to see how many rounds are left. 2 guys with rifles and body armor appear around the corner. One of them sees me and lifts his rifle. I fire, striking him in the leg and causing him to grunt with pain. Behind me, the colonel hollers, "Get her out of here! I'll hold them off!" I nod and say, "Thank you," before grabbing Donna by the shoulder of her shirt. I half drag, half pull her with me as I run through the JROTC office and through another door, finding myself on the underside of the stairs we sit at for lunch. I hear commotion and glance back. The colonel is in hand-to-hand combat with the 2 guys. "Go!" he yells before lifting his pistol and shooting one of them. I check to see if the coast is clear, then yank on Donna and begin running. Halfway down the hall, Donna yelps and tugs my arm. Turning, I find her being manhandled by another guy. I aim, but Donna's struggling and I can't get a good shot. Tucking the gun into my backpack, I run full speed at them. I jump into the air, cock my hand back, and punch the man as fiercely as I can, causing him to stumble backward onto his butt. He lets go of Donna, who is shrieking at the top of her lungs. He jumps back to his feet. "Donna, run to the car! Do not look back and do not stop! Go!" Chapter 28. Going for Gloria. Donna's footsteps echo off the walls as she runs toward safety. I dodge a punch to the head and block a knee to my gut. Countering, I throw an elbow to the face and try to swipe at the guy's feet out from under him. But this guy knows how to fight. Instead of relying on brawling skills, I concentrate on my arsenal of different fighting styles, looking for a chink in this guy's armor. He hits my face and several of my ribs. I hiss when I accidentally punch him with my bad hand. He sneers and tries to strike again. I grab his arm and twist, pulling him off balance and against one of the cement walls. Running, I jump and twist into a roundhouse kick. He grunts and bloody spittle sprays out of his mouth. He pulls out a knife from his waist. He lunges. I sidestep, grab his hand, and hit him open-palmed at the elbow, hyperextending and breaking his elbow. He lets out a howl of pain, dropping the knife. In one quick motion, I kick the steel away from us, circle around him, grab his head, and jerk with all my might until his neck bones crack and his body falls lifelessly on the ground. I grab my backpack and run after Donna. Pulling out my phone, I speed dial Sarah. She doesn't answer. I push through all the shattered doors and the black sedan is gone. Donna is nowhere to be seen. I call Sarah. "Got her," she says. I hang up and listen for chaos. Where there's commotion, there's going to be Manny and Gloria. Please, God, let them be alive. In the distance, toward the science building, I hear gunshots. My adrenaline spikes, and I sprint toward the sound. I glance in all directions for threats, banking on the colonel's assessment of 8. If he and I have neutralized 4 of them, I should only have to worry about 4 others. Racing across the bridge at the creek, I run up the grassy hill to the science buildings. The closer I get to the buildings, the louder the chaos. Students climb through windows and run past me screaming and crying. At the corner of the science building, I skid to a halt, seeing the first darkly dressed man. He has a high-powered rifle aimed at a corner on the other side of the building. It doesn't take a rocket scientist to know who he's aiming at. I pull out the rifle I wrestled from my last victim and aim. Blam, blam, blam! I hit the man just under the armpit, in the neck, and watch the 3rd round ricochet off the brick building. He flinches, then falls over. Blood oozes from his body onto the cement. I kick his rifle out from his reach, just in case, then crane my neck around the corner to see if I can find the other 3 shooters. Debris from the brick wall crashes into my face and shoulder. That bullet missed me by inches. There's a small cut under my eye that drips blood. I try looking around the corner again, but get hit with more debris. I look for other ways to find them, but pause when I see the frightened faces peeking out of the classroom windows around me. Crap. This isn't about just Gloria. These bastards have taken the fight to us, and it's right in the middle of a high school with 2,000 innocent students. There's a nearly indiscernible rustle and the fleeting shadow of someone in my peripheral vision. I drop and roll to safety in time to see the muzzle flash inches from where I had been, 0.2 seconds before. Another jolt of adrenaline surges through my veins. I roll again, swiping the man's legs out from under him, swinging my legs into a kneeling position. Using one leg as a tripod and kneeling on the other, I aim for locations not covered by body armor. All 3 bullets hit in quick succession. He falls to the ground, lifeless. 2 down, 2 to go. I stand up, grab a handgun he had holstered at his side, and turn to take the long way around the building. Maybe I can get a view of Manny and Gloria that way. All hell breaks loose around the corner. Several gunshots, screaming, and a melee of activity draws my attention. When I dart my head around the corner, 3 more black-clad men are circling Manny, and another is yanking a kicking and screaming Gloria toward the street. I sprint towards Gloria. Today is not your day to die either. I hurdle a couple small bushes, ignoring the bullets whizzing past my head. 8 gunmen, my ass. I'm 10 feet from Gloria. Her captor sees me coming and turns to take aim with his pistol. I drop, roll forward, and swing a leg out, catching him and Gloria so that they both tumble to the ground. She scrambles away from the man, kicking at his hands and face. I administer a kill shot to his head. I grab Gloria, and we hightail it to the FFA barn. More commotion behind us. More bullets whiz past my head. We're steps from the FFA door, and my arm is outstretched when I am hit in the leg. I stumble and fall, dragging Gloria with me. The burning sensation of the bullet has me gasping to breathe. I try to get up, but my leg will just not work. I drag my body toward the door with Gloria helping. Black forms descending ever closer. Gloria sees them too. She looks at me, her eyes frantic with fear. "What are we going to do, Aleasha?" In a moment of clarity, I smile at my friend. "You are going to get out of here alive." She nods, tears streaming down her normally hard, sarcastic face. I take Gloria's hand and realize something is missing. "Where's your ring? You want to talk jewelry now?" I wave her off impatiently, uncomfortably aware of the people closing in on us. "Gloria, where is your GPS ring?" "I got mad at my dad today and I threw it at him," she winces. I rip my own ring from my finger and shove it at her. "Put this on." She takes them from me, confusion infusing her eyes. "This is my GPS ring. That way the agency can find you and pick you up, wherever you are. You'll never get lost." I pull my cell phone from my back pocket and toss it to her. "Call Sarah. Tell her to come get you. She will get you the hell out of here." "You're my bodyguard?" "I am today," I say. "Now get off your ass and you run as far and as fast as you can." I point down the road. "See that cemetery over there? The tombstones are tall enough to hide until she can get to you." The men are nearly upon us. "Run, Gloria, run!" She sprints down the sidewalk toward the cemetery. I marvel at her speed, earned from years of soccer. Speed is definitely not my talent, but I've got a wicked right hook. Frantically, I pull the last clip out of my backpack and press it into my gun, aiming and firing at the men trying to follow Gloria. 1 down. 2. 3. Then pain. It surges through my skull, plunging me into darkness. Something warm trickles down the back of my head and neck. My body slumps. It's numb and unmoving. Darkness takes over. Chapter 29. Ultimate Betrayal. "Where is he?" The deep voice is angry. No, angry isn't a violent enough description for that voice. I'd say it's brutal. Merciless. I hear muffled blows. The haze begins to wear off. I try to still my spiraling equilibrium. I concentrate on his words, hoping to take my mind off the spinning room, trying to gather precious information on where I'm at. Hay. I smell hay. And manure. I hear animals. What kind of animals? Are those cows? Pigs? Sheep? Cows. I'm pretty sure they're cows. I hear something else. What is it? A rushing of air, but not steady like a fan. Intermittent. Horns. A highway with cars rushing by. That narrows it down. Walla Walla only has a couple of highways around here. I know, you know. The voice interrupts my concentration. We've been watching you with him for months. I'm only going to ask you one more time. Where is Aleasha's brother? Silence. More muffled blows and barely a grunt of pain as they make contact with their victim. My blood chills in my veins. I'm immediately alert. I swear that for a few moments, my heart actually stops. My brother is dead. He died more than a year ago in a car accident with my parents. Why are they looking for him? And why do they think they saw him? I crack my eyelids enough to see through my eyelashes. The room is still spinning like a top, but I desperately work at slowing the ride. We're getting nowhere with this one. Let's move on to the girlfriend. The deep voice is cold, calculating, tinged with malice. I will my vision to steady. Cracking my eyes wider, I'm nearly face to face with Drew. Or at least, I think it's Drew. The man in front of me is tied to a chair, his head hanging limp on his chest, blood dripping from his mouth and oozing from several open gashes on his face, arms, and legs. He's been worked over pretty hard, and judging by the color of his bruises, they've been at it for days. I'd know that body anywhere. I've memorized it and dreamed of it for months while we were apart. There's movement in my peripheral vision. My training kicks in again. I'm hanging upside down, tied to a chair attached to some sort of pulley system. Water is inches from my head and laps against the metal sides of the container I'm hanging over. My hair is damp as it dangles in the cold liquid. The pain in my leg is nearly overwhelming, but I grit my teeth and push it to the recesses of my brain. I may not be able to make the hurt go away, but I can ignore it. Sort of. One person moves behind me, beyond my vision. Another caresses my cheek. The shock of the touch causes my eyes to shoot open. I glance over and lock eyes with the cold, menacing gaze of the pizza delivery man. He smiles knowingly as recognition dawns on my face. Good morning, Aleasha. I'm glad you could join us. I say nothing, trying to wipe any expression from my face as my mind races for possible escape scenarios. Drew's body doesn't move. The only way I know he's alive is by the shallow breaths, causing his shoulders to rise and lower periodically. I was talking to your boyfriend here, the delivery man gestures to Drew's lifeless body, asking him about your little brother. The man shoves a picture in front of me, a recent picture with a timestamp of the week before today. He's with Drew, except he's a good 6 inches taller than I remember him, and he's with my boyfriend. Son of a... Nathan has short-cropped, dirty blonde hair, the gangly arms of a boy still trying to grow into a man's body, and that goofy grin he used to flash whenever he was teasing me in our living room. Nathan. He's alive. Tears of shock well up in my eyes and drip onto my forehead into the water. Well, that answers that question, the man says. She had no idea her brother was alive. He turns back to Drew and kicks him. Drew grunts and jolts back into consciousness. Wake up. I'm not through with you yet. Drew's eyes drag open and focus on me. He sways in his seat. The ropes securing him to his seat are the only thing keeping him upright. Where's the boy? The man roars, punching Drew so hard that he falls backward onto the concrete floor of the barn. Drew smacks his head on the cement. As he lies there, a small pool of blood forms on the hay-littered floor. The man pulls Drew back into a sitting position. He bends down so that he and Drew are eye to eye. Listen, I can do this all day long, he grins wickedly. But since I have a schedule to keep, we're going to cut to the chase. Either you tell me what I need to know, or I'm going to give your girlfriend a bath. He nods to someone behind me, and chair lowers until the top of my head touches the water. It's cold. My scalp goes numb, but I remain motionless. I try to find a chink in the bindings on my hands and feet. Drew's head slowly wobbles upright. He stares, unblinking, into my eyes. It's the same look he gave me in the trailer at the farm last winter. Dead. Hopeless. Shattered. Answer me! Where's the boy? Drew says nothing, staring at me with desperate eyes. I stare back. 1,000 questions race through my brain. Nathan is alive? Why didn't anyone tell me? Drew was with him? Not only with him, but the pizza guy said Drew had been with him for months. Months! That son of a biscuit eater has known about my brother for months, and he lied to me about it. What else has he lied about? Did he know about Nathan all along? Did he know about Nathan when we first met in Spokane? Was any of it real? Or has he just been playing with me all this time? Did he even love me? Or is that an act too? I'm spiraling. My world crumbles around me, and I can't do anything except hang here upside down and watch it fall. The man motions to the person behind me, and I begin to descend further into the water. Now I'm up to my eyebrows, then my eyes. Wait! Finally, my scum-sucker boyfriend decides to speak. Wait, just pull her up. I'll tell you what you want to know. The chain tugs my chair up, but only by a few inches. I'm still submerged up to my eyebrows, but now I can stare at Drew, soaking in every expression, nuance, and movement. "Speak, Drew," the man growls. "Where's the boy?" Drew sighs. His eyes dart in my direction, but he can't seem to make eye contact with me this time. "I don't know. It's part of the protocol with new trainees. If you lose contact with your mentor, you go off grid. Stay low until the agency finds you." "And how does the agency find a recruit who's off grid?" "They implanted something in him." "How do you track him?" Drew squirms. The pizza guy punches him again. "Come on! I don't have all day. How do you track him?" "I can't. When a recruit goes off grid, only those with the highest clearance have access to the tracking device. It's a failsafe to make sure the rest of us don't switch sides and try to steal new agents. There's got to be some way to lure him out." "I'd have said his grandfather, but you've already killed him, Simon." Drew presses his lips into a tight line and narrows his one good eye at the pizza guy. "Charlie was his only anchor. Now there's nothing keeping him tied to us." "Charlie was a plant by the agency," Simon says. "You're telling me he had nobody left?" Drew shakes his head. Nathan thinks he has no one. Nathan's grandfather was a plant? Was Aunt Patty a fake aunt too? I hadn't known about her until after Dad died. She told me they'd been estranged. Was that a lie? "Drew, you son of a bitch! You led my little brother to slaughter. I'll rise from my grave and kill you myself!" I bellow as I try to wriggle from my restraints. Water splashes everywhere, but I don't care. The only thing I want to do is kill Drew, the traitor. Simon turns to me in surprise, and I note amusement in his voice. Well, well, the famous Aleasha Summers has a bite to her after all." He reaches down into the vat of water and splashes it onto my face just to irritate me. "Shut up, little girl. You're in way over your head here." Drew lifts his head to the ceiling and closes his eyes, as if reconciling himself to his fate. "That's all I've got, man. He's gone, and you're never going to get him." "And the Bassett girls?" the man snarls, taking a step toward Drew. "Long gone. They were picked up by the agency. For all I know, they're already meeting with a plastic surgeon to choose their new faces." At least Gloria and Donna are safe. And Nathan. He's alive. And he's safe. Sort of. Drew, on the other hand, is going to die a slow and horrifically painful death if Simon doesn't do it for me. As if on cue, Simon turns and faces me. "That's just not good enough, Drew." He waves his hand and I hear my chains clink as they pass through the pulley, lowering me into the water, this time faster. The water reaches my cheeks. This is it. I'm gonna die. My restraints are too strong for me to break free, and without my GPS, there's no cavalry coming to get me. I'm stuck, and time is running out. I hear Drew struggling in his chair, trying to break free. But I just don't care. I take one more breath. The water lowers to my lips. I steel my mind, resolving not to let Simon have the satisfaction of watching me wiggle as I die. Slipping further and further into the frigid waters, I close my eyes and take stock of my short life and how it has turned out. It's not what I expected it to be. I've become an assassin of sorts. The man I love is a world-class liar and manipulator. My little brother was dead and now he's alive. I'll never get to see him, though. I'm going to drown to death, and quite frankly, I welcome it. The water rises to my shoulders, then to my waist. Each inch of the icy liquid death burns the surface of my skin until it's numb. The air in my lungs begins to hurt, searching for a way to escape my chest. I acquiesce, letting out a few small bubbles and feeling them rise against my body to the surface. Soon, in the silence of my watery tomb, the panic instinctively sets in. There isn't going to be any more air. I fight the urge to wriggle and struggle against the water. In this last quiet moment, I look up to see the last glimmer of light spilling into the water trough. A few muffled bumps and bangs from the outside world serenade my grave. Darkness creeps into my peripheral vision, little starlight flashes from lack of oxygen and from the onset of unconsciousness. Again, I fight against the panic as my body unsuccessfully tries to survive. When I realize I can fight no more, I close my eyes again and let the cold and darkness overcome me. I open my mouth and take one last watery breath. The very last thought I have is of Drew. My beautiful Drew. I gave him my heart, made him my world, and my life. And what do I get for my love? Lies. Darkness. Death. Chapter 30. Not Good Enough. Drew. If I die to be 1,000, I will never forget the look of utter betrayal and heartbreak on Aleasha's face when Simon lowers her into the water. She doesn't even fight. Not a wiggle. when he submerges her. It's as if the revelation that Nathan is alive and I've lied about it sucks her will to live. Her look infuses me with renewed energy. I scream with rage and desperation as her body disappears into the water. But I'm tied to this stupid chair, and there's no breaking the bands on my hands and feet. But I fight anyway, wrenching this way and that, watching first her head, then her shoulders and chest. If I have to dislocate every bone in my body to break free and pull her out, I will. Simon stands off to the side, his arms folded over his chest, the look of pure satisfaction on his face. Blood drips into my one good eye, making it scream with pain and irritation. I can't see her anymore, but I can still hear the clink of the chain as Simon continues to lower her body. Finally, the sound stops. It is done. She is done. My chest heaves with panic and exhaustion. I've been fighting for so long. I have nothing left. I've given her everything I have, and it still isn't enough. With my last ounce of energy, I scream again, my tears mixed with anguish. Hanging my head on my chest, I lean against the ropes in a daze. She can't be gone. She can't be dead. She's Aleasha freaking Summers. Keith entrusted his daughter to me, and I failed. Footsteps sound behind me. Bullets erupt from every exit point, and Manny bursts into the barn, panting. Where is she? Simon curses and yells, Fall back! There's gunfire everywhere. There's fighting all around me, but I don't look at anything but Aleasha's body under the water. I lift my head and yell, Manny, she's in the water! He runs past me to the water, jumping in and screaming, Help me! I let out a sob, and tears come again, warming my cheeks. They've drowned her! Simon's drowned her! He's drowned Aleasha! I strain to hear the clanking of the chains as they lift her body from the water, but I can't hear anything through the commotion around me. Yelling and fighting and cars. Complete pandemonium. I finally succumb to my injuries and pass out. It would have been better if someone put me out of my misery and made sure I never woke up. That would be easier than living the rest of my life knowing I killed Aleasha. Chapter 31. Waterlogged. Manny. Lucky for us, Drew still had his agency jewelry on. 1 second I'm fighting 3 guys at once, and the next they all fall back, disappearing into the shadows. If it weren't for all the kids with their cell phones out, and the pockmarks from the bullets everywhere, I probably wouldn't have known we'd just been through a major assault at the school. In the wake of the calm, I look around. I don't see Aleasha, Gloria, or Donna. People begin to emerge from their classrooms, and I take off, looking for a quiet place to make a phone call. I round a corner and dial Sarah. She picks up on the first ring. Are you okay? She asks, her voice high and tight. Yeah, they just took off. Where's Aleasha and the girls? Are they safe? I ask. We've got Donna and Gloria, she says. But Gloria called to be picked up and she was in hysterics because she said Aleasha had been shot, and she gave Gloria the ring off her hand and her phone. Gloria said Aleasha ordered her to leave, while Aleasha stayed behind and kept everyone at bay. What? I yell into my phone. How do we find Aleasha? Where did Gloria leave her? Sarah's voice wavers. I don't know. The clicking on Sarah's keyboard sounds like a hailstorm on her tin roof. Gloria says they were by the FFA building over by Abbott Road. I'm on my way, I say, breaking into a run. Call Drew. He'll want to know about this, if he doesn't already. I already have, Sarah says. Call me when you get to Abbott. I sprint to the FFA building. In her usual fashion, Aleasha laid waste to everyone who got in her way. I'm glad she's on my side. I try the FFA door, but it's locked. I run around the building and check everywhere I can think of, but come up empty. While I'm checking, Sarah calls me. Any luck? She asks. Nuh-uh. Have you found her? What did Drew say? He hasn't picked up, she says. I checked around and apparently he's gone AWOL, so I checked his devices and he's in Walla Walla. My stomach sinks. He's here. Yeah. Something's fishy. I turn and run for my truck. Where is he at? I'll send you the address, and I'm sending back up there too. I have a sinking feeling wherever Drew is, you'll find Aleasha. The blood inside me ignites and I let out a string of curses. If he's laid a finger on her, I'm going to rip him apart limb by limb. I'm at my truck by the time the address shows up, and I peel out of the parking lot on my way to the address. I'm dripping with sweat and blood, and I'm probably driving like a madman. I race past trees and buildings, heading out of town and onto the highway. Soon Walla Walla is behind me, and I'm surrounded by farmland. My engine roars as I pick up speed, and I nearly miss the road I'm supposed to turn on. I hit the dirt road going way too fast. The truck fishtails several times until I rein it back in. using the skills I learned at the driving course. At the end of the long, dusty road, there's a barn with several cars parked in the meadow around it. They're not the typical vehicles you'd see at a farm, like dust-covered trucks and all-wheel drive vehicles with mud on their tires. These are shiny Suburbans and vans that look like they've never seen a speck of dust. I slide to a stop in front of the barn and glance in my mirror. More cars are on their way. Taking a couple of moments to refill my pistol and grab another one from my glove box, I step out of my truck at the same time Heather and a couple of other agents pull up, their weapons drawn. Drew is screaming inside. I peek through a window and he has his back to me, tied to a chair, fighting with all his might. There's some guy standing in front of him, enjoying the show. Then I notice another guy lowering something into a massive watering barrel. All I see are feet. My stomach drops and I quit breathing. Oh hell no, it can't be. I don't even ask permission. I break through the door and open fire on anything and anyone in my way. "Where's Aleasha?" I bellow, knowing damn well where she is, but praying I'm wrong. The guy in front of Drew yells, "Fall back!" I shoot a couple times at him, but I'm too worried about Aleasha to care if I hit him. I'm trying to get him to back up so I can get to her. I run past Drew. He is still screaming. I can't understand what he's saying, but I don't care. I know where Aleasha is, but I don't know how long she's been under. I hurdle the wall of the holding tank into the freezing water, bending down. I grab her chair, pull it up until her head is out of the water. She feels like 500 pounds of dead weight. "Help! I need help!" Dropping to my knees, I hold her up as much as I can. Her lips are blue and her body is unresponsive. Someone cranks the pulley until Alicia's weight lessens from my trembling arms. We swing her out of the tank and onto the hay-covered floor. Someone is immediately untying her arms and legs while I give her breaths. "Come on, girl. Stay with me." Sirens sound in the distance. My arms are on fire. Tears wet my eyes. After what feels like an eternity, she's freed from her ropes and we lay her on the ground and properly administer CPR to her. I do several more breaths into her mouth. Desperation fills my soul. Isn't there something else I can do? Anything? I sink onto the floor and bury my face in my hands. I'm panting so hard, I'm nearly hyperventilating. I look up and watch them work on Aleasha, and I can't take my eyes off her lifeless body. My limbs shake from the adrenaline, and I shiver uncontrollably. Sierra brings me a blanket, wrapping it around my shoulders, and sits next to me. We watch as someone unties Drew. If I had it my way, I'd probably punch him a couple more times while he's unconscious, but I'm more concerned with Aleasha. Can they save her? Is this the end? I wipe my eyes with my blanket. There's a collective sigh from Alicia's group. "We have a pulse," someone says. "Let's get her to the hospital." In a flurry of activity, they're in the ambulance and on their way to the hospital. I watch in a daze as the ambulance leaves. Did all of this really happen? Is this what happened to Aleasha on homecoming night? Why her back is covered in pockmarks and scars? And why she has nightmares every night? Another crew of paramedics rolled Drew out to another ambulance. I stare at their flashing lights as they drive down the gravel road toward the city, and I know that life after this will never be the same again. The end. About the author. Susan Katie Allred is the author of the Unleashed series. She lives in Washington State with her husband and kids. She makes her online home at susankatieallred.com. She loves to connect with her readers, so drop her an email if the mood strikes you at susanallredwriter@gmail.com. Find out about Aleasha's brother in Detonate. Learn more by going to amazon.com or join Susan's newsletter at susankatieallred.com. To hear more from the narrator, Jackie Giardina, go to jackiegvoiceovers.com. That's JACKIG voiceovers.com.